Good morning. Finals day is upon us here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's the QS 5000 event, and at the end of today, there's going to be a champion of the men's and a champion of the women taking out this 5,000 points for the Australia Oceanic region. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Ronnie Blakey in the booth. Good morning, Ronnie, and a beautiful day at Cabarita Beach Headland.
Yeah, good morning, Jess, and good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful morning, and it's an exciting day because today we're going to find our front runners for that race to qualification, trying to get themselves onto that Challenger Series, and it's an unbelievable lineup. The surfing's been so strong. The conditions have been difficult, but still the surfers have kind of found a way to just bring us highlight moments, really big performances, and I think it'll continue, even though there is a slight drop in the swell.
How's the matchups as well? When you just scan your eyes across finals day, we're going to kick off with the quarterfinals of the women's. In the water, heat number 1, you can see on screen India Robertson and Coco Cairns, but it's really hard to pick a quarterfinal in the men's or the women's that you think might stand out from the rest of them, Ronnie. It's just like heavy hitters of surfing at the moment in this part of the competition. It is
the case for sure, and I think you're right. It's difficult to pick the winners because there's been obviously a big break between the qualifying series in this region last year and right now. Obviously, some surfers progressed through to that Challenger Series last year, and they kind of went and travelled the world and looked to get themselves on the championship tour. Meanwhile, surfers like Coco Cairns, they've been working really hard on lifting their performance. She's been so impressive in upsetting big names on a road through to this point in the competition. So it feels like she's lifted to another level. We'll see how India Robinson deals with her. India's just obviously got the edge as far as her competitive experience and just her power out here. But like I said, Coco's sort of seems ready to challenge her at this point. So yeah, it is really hard to pick those winners. We've seen a lot of upset results up until this point in the contest, and you just never know here on finals day who's going to be right there in that perfect mind frame and bring that magic performance to get themselves a victory.
And look at that beautiful golden light too across Cabarita Beach here this morning. We have been here for the last few days of competition. We kicked off the start of this event at Kingscliff, but we have been pretty blessed with waves all up and down this Bundjalung country as well for the entirety of the contest, Ronnie. Oh,
I love this area, and you know, we've seen it all weather-wise. There's been those grey days. There's been actually a lot of wind. We've been kind of hiding out in the cosy corners and just sort of seeking some shelter from all that weather activity. But today, the wind's dropped right off, so it's super glassy. It's going to make it, you know, really easy for these surfers to cut their boards through these big clean faces when they get the opportunity. But like we said, the swells drop, so when you get your opportunity out here, you're going to have to really make it count.
Those mistakes have to be well and truly out of your game plan today as well. And I think what you were saying about Coco coming up against India, if she's able to bring about that kind of extra little bit of flair, or that she has this calmness amongst those bigger competitors throughout the event so far, if she can bring that here in this first quarterfinal of the morning, Ronnie, it's going to be a massive upset. I mean, Coco's the current under-18 Australian champion, and India is a former CT surfer, so it's going to be this like little clash right here between such different women in different stages of their career, and I would say it'd be a pretty big upset if Coco can take this out.
Yeah, she's super kind of unassuming. You know, it's hard to get a read on Coco, whether she's feeling nervous or not. She just seems really confident, and particularly in this event, being that it's the first QS 5000 of the year, I've sensed a little bit of anxiety from some of the competitors just in bagging a big result to kick things off. And Coco doesn't seem to have it. She just seems so in the zone at the moment. Even India has kind of, at times, really just survived close heats, whereas Coco's kind of been on this magic run. So, you know, we'll see if she can keep that mindset on finals day. It's always interesting when you get down and see people in the first heat on finals day and see if that's brought any extra expectation or nerves to the party.
And thinking about the last few days of competition as well, Ronnie, has there been any real standout moments for you? There's been too many to name.
There has been, hasn't there? The level is high. You know, you watch some of the international events that unfold. The World Junior Championships, we saw great waves. We saw incredible surfing. You know, there is a lot of juniors competing here in these regional qualifying series events too. And I'd say that the standard and the depth in this region is really strong. You know, the waves have been, you've got to remember the waves have been tricky. While there's been swell, there hasn't been a whole lot of steep sections, so we haven't seen that kind of progressive surfing. We've seen a lot of power and rail surfing shine through, but yesterday surfers still managed to find just a couple of ramps and throw themselves into the air. So yeah, it's been a really impressive event. Performance-wise, picking a standout's difficult, but on the women's side, I have really enjoyed watching Divinity Stoyle surf. I think she's had some of the highlight manoeuvres. She has struggled to connect with quality waves on her road through to this point. Sarah Baum continues to impress me. You know, you can pick highlight moments for, I think the bottom side of the quarterfinal bracket for the women is probably where the big performances have been. Zali Kelly, Ellie Brooks, Dimity and Sarah, I think they've been the strongest. So for me, the winner's probably hiding amongst those four.
25 minutes on the clock here in quarterfinal number 1 in the water. Stacey, you are sidelines with contest director Ty Sarati. There's the first rider, Coco Cairns, though, straight up into the lip. We wait for that first score to lock into the judging scale. We're going to pass it on down to you to get today's conditioned report. Thanks, Stace.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Morning, Ron. And Ty, we're quite obviously underway here. What's the schedule for the day?
We're going to start with the quarterfinals and move into the semis and then finish off with the finals.
How long are the heats, son?
They're 30 minutes today, just to give everyone the best opportunity to get their 2 best waves.
And with the tide draining out all day, you expecting conditions to improve?
Yeah, I think the waves should improve throughout the day, and we're finishing pretty much right on low tide, so hopefully that's the best of the day.
You can script this. Thanks, Ty.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Ty. Oh, he's been a really great, calm, collected contest director, but I tell you what, nature has really come to the party too, and we welcome Vaughan Blakey.
That's right, yeah. It's not just a better-looking Ronnie. He didn't just suddenly get a heap better looking. It's just me. But here we go.
This is the Cocos.
Yeah, so far out. It's a whole new game plan now, isn't it? We've got this woman-on-woman action. The hustle sort of fades out once you start getting to this pointy end of the competition, quarterfinals. You get a bit more space in the lineup. Your tactics, your decision-makings have to be, you know, a lot more on point. And this is Coco. I'm absolutely loving the style of this young woman. So smooth. And a beautiful morning here at Cabaret, dead glassy. Look at that gold shimmer on the face of the wave. Oh, it's just almost romantic. Makes me want to light a candle.
It is really beautiful this morning. I think maybe a little bit of an indication of the first kind of adjustment on nerves I've seen from Coco throughout the whole competition. Yet maybe it's also an indicator of how tricky it is this morning. Here goes first in and out, nothing there for India Robertson, but 3-3-3, opening wave, previous drive for Coco. She's got another score coming in. This is the last one for her.
Yeah, just a little tap. It's quite full, quite lumpy. Lots of backwash off the rocks on the inside here. And she just misses that finish. I mean, the thing that's really been impressive about Coco throughout the course of this event is that she has just been really backing her rail surfing. She's just had this sublime, you know, aggressive rail work. There was shades of Steph Gilmore in that for sure yesterday afternoon in particular. She was just on such a heater. Finds herself into the quarterfinals of a QS 5000. Massive points up for grabs. And this would really be a landmark event for Coco if she were to, you know, start moving higher than the quarterfinals. I mean, this is already a huge achievement, but you start getting into semis and finals of a QS 5000 and people start really paying attention to your name.
Yeah, and maybe she's got just nothing to lose as well. I think about the stark differences between the stages of their careers. India's so driven to be back into that position. She's already experienced on the CT, and she's got this whole different life, and she runs, you know, so many different things in the background. She's got a successful life outside of surfing. She's just a completely different athlete to what we're finding and what we're seeing for Coco as well. And Coco's got kind of come into this, like you said, nothing to lose, already made it above and beyond kind of the general expectation for QS 5000, so it's going to be a huge morning for her.
It's going to be huge, yeah. How beautiful is this morning? I just pulled up into the car park as the sun was peeking over the horizon, and the whole Tweed coast just lit up, and it was looking like India Robinson. Oh, beautiful off the top to get her morning started. Will she find a bonus section? She doesn't. But for a moment there, it just looked like she was paddling around in a big pot of gold, didn't it? Just beautiful, shimmering gold, textured Pacific Ocean. Oh, man. It's hard not to get the froth glands really lactating over that. Look at this.
Nice first turn. It's going to be the best turn of the heat so far. It's not really what she was searching for in the end section, but she's been out here since, dawn. I saw her go out right on dark. And I was just perched myself up there too, in the shadows, watching everybody warm up, seeing what everybody was bringing to the morning. I think she didn't get anything really big in the warm-ups, but she would have got a really good scope of that part of the lineup because she was sitting right there, and she was under the nose of a lot of the waves that were coming through.
Yep, just showing a lot of experience, getting out there early, feeling out this lineup. Look at this morning. Can't get over it. I mean, that just looks so inviting, doesn't it? Is there anything better than just paddling into that beautiful, glassy, textured ocean and rinsing off a night's sleep, especially if you're in the quarterfinals. Plenty to surf for here. India Robinson's found a nice steep face.
Oh,
aggressive.
She created some score there, I think, Vaughn. She's really put some numbers on something that was pretty much just one turn wave.
Well, India Robinson is at a huge advantage here. Surfing this format, this style, man on man, woman on woman, it's something that she's done at the highest level. And a nice snap to get going. Power carve hacks that little section. You're so right, generating points. The wave not throwing up a whole lot, but India backing herself to pull the board through, and a good aggressive snap on the inside. And there's not, you know, the waves that we've seen throughout the week on offer here this morning. You're going to have to really be onto it. See there, just generates a big rooster. The power of this young Victorian. She's been through so much since her last appearance on the CT. Basically took a big chunk of time off to deal with an ongoing concussion injury. It's quite serious. It was with her during her CT heats before she failed to requalify, and instead of just going back onto the Challenger Series, sort of panicking about her career, she went, no, time out, there's work to do here. And you've got to admire that. That's someone who has a really mature grasp on what's going to be best for their long-term interests, and here she is back on the qualifying series and looking deadly.
Yeah, she's a real role model, isn't she, for self-care? I feel like, especially at this level with a lot of the athletes, they train and they recover so much. There's so much focus on it, but the actual self-care part of competing sometimes goes out the window in lieu of results, doesn't it? And you don't really want to take your foot off the gas if you're having that kind of top-level success, or you're right up there in the top mix of rankings. So to be able to do that, like you said, just really does show her maturity and her longevity that she's going to have in the sport. I mean, it's super serious. Even in league, like game of
especially
big,
in league,
brute, kind of dudes that train for
any
it.
contact sport. Yeah, you're going to cop head knocks eventually. Surfing is one of those sports. It's when the waves get serious, you can cop those rattles just from falling, out of the lip and hitting the surface of the water. So yeah, it's taken seriously. And it's an amazing thing that, so many surfers are making the effort to get a little bit of self-care happening. And off the top here, Coco Cairns.
Oh, two-turn combo for her. You can see she's starting to loosen up now, her first wave. Just looking a little tighter through the hips. So that one is going to go, I think, into the bank for Coco Cairns. At the moment, India is holding the 4.83 and the 3.07. Scores to come for Lhasa Coco. Stacey, you're down there on the sidelines soaking up the action.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jess. Kobe, what do you make of this heat so far?
It's been a bit of a slow heat for them. I'm surprised. Usually India's like straight into 2.8. So just watching them, seeing how they go. India's a weapon, and I'm sure she'll get another good one.
Conditions a bit smaller than yesterday. You got a couple of nice JS looking surfboards down here. What one are you going to ride, and is it any different to yesterday?
It is. It's a Monster 2020. It's probably my favourite model that JS has. I ride it every day at home. It's a smaller board than yesterday, so it's a 5.9. I usually ride 5.10. I think it's more of a mental thing, that part, but it goes good. It's an old favourite, so yeah.
Thanks for the insight, Kobe. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Kobe. Great. She's looking calm. She's coming up in that second quarter final for the women. Here's the replay, Vaughan.
Nice finish there. It's the smooth surfing of Coco Cairns. We've come to expect this. It's a big moment for this young woman. Quarterfinals here this morning. And yeah, it's interesting that the surfers are starting to mix up their equipment now. This week has been a marathon. It's been huge. So much demanded of the surfers, not just on the waves, but, you know, paddling against that gigantic sweep when Tropical Cyclone Gabrielle was hooting down out of the Coral Sea. We had the contest moved up the coast to Kingscliff, and it was pretty much like paddling against a raging rapid. It was just non-stop, sweepy action down the beach. You'd catch one wave. If you actually even paddled for a wave and missed it, you were a good 200 metres away from where you started paddling. So that was a real challenge for the surfers. And then we got back here to Cabarita 2 days ago, and it was solid, wasn't it? It was big closeout sets. There was a couple of sets there where I remember the women duck dived maybe 8 waves in a row, and all broke miles out the sea and just rolled them. So no escaping the hard work to get to this point. India Robinson and Coco Cairns just managed it beautifully, all these different conditions, and again, they've turned up this morning for something completely new. So yeah, the equipment is definitely going to change. You'll probably see maybe even a couple of epoxies today. Some lighter equipment, a little bit more buoyant, stuff that's going to really get across these sort of sluggish early morning high tide heats.
Well, just under 14 minutes on the clock here. First quarterfinal of the morning at finals day. It is India Robertson out in the lead over Coco Cairns. We're going to take a quick break in the action, and we'll be back for finals day. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Finals day, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and dawn was upon us this morning. Still waves contestable here at Cabarita Beach Headland, Bundjalung Country, and quarterfinal number 1 of the women are in the water. India Robertson is in the lead, 4.83 and 3.07. Jess Grimble joining Vaughan Blakey now.
Hello,
We've had
Jess.
the Blakeys this morning, and it is so exciting to be sitting next to you for a day like today.
Thank you very much. The feeling is mutual, and Coco Cairns got this during the break and gets a score. Nice snap under the lip. Good timing. Definitely not feeling too ruffled by the experience of her competitor here in India Robinson. former CT surfer, but Coco getting it done and chipping away at this requirement. Still in second, but has a 4 now, so only needing a 3.91.
I think that's going to be pretty close, that one.
Well, off the top here for India Robinson.
Oh, similar kind of wave as well. I think Coco's going to be right up there for that 3.91 or roundabouts, and it's really not opened up for either of the women at the moment. I haven't seen a proper set come through yet. 30-minute quarterfinals for them, so they've still got plenty of time. And the paddle out's not that gnarly, but there hasn't been a proper set yet.
That's such a good point. I was actually watching this heat thinking, wow, the waves that India and Coco have surfed in this heat so far have been really similar. Like, no one has really had a stand-up section or a set wave or an opportunity to really showcase that commitment, that attack, that intent that the judges will want to see before they start moving out of this average score range. You can see there, it's a real cluster. 4.53 and a 4 for Coco Can. So she's taken the lead. Jess, so that is interesting. A 4.53 for Coco on that last ride. And now India just snatches it straight back with a 4.83. So you can see here, it's a little bit of an arm wrestle. A lot of jockeying for that lead position. But it's going to be whoever gets the best wave here. You know, can they stand up and claim the moment?
Yeah, and Coco's really staying away from India, isn't she, in the lineup? She's kind of just set herself off to the side, like not really bothered, I don't think, with playing that kind of battle for selling India or not. I think that's a really clever move as well, and just shows that she's so relying on her surfing out here this morning to do the talking, and it's a good thing. You were saying earlier as well, against India, I mean, India has so many of these two-person priority heats under her belt, and I think Coco just coming into this mix at this level, she's going to have to be careful because India knows how to play her at the end of this thing.
Yeah, that's so true. She's going to have to be right on her game, use all the experience that she's managed to put together in her short but exciting career so far. It's just so terrifying when you look over and you see someone in the heat with just that instinct, you know, that vision, razor sharp focus on the win, no mistakes. You don't get to the top level unless you really have some sort of sinister, simmering desire to maim.
Here's the replay from Coco's last wave. That's not going to go into a top two. I don't think. 9 minutes on the clock here. India's holding priority and control. You can just see it's just a lot of like that lump and bump we've been speaking about over the last few days off that perch rock section that you see there. But for Coco, I mean, she is the under-18 Australian champion. Surfs at Queensland, represents that state in those Aussie titles, and she just kind of has nothing to lose here. And I think she's that wild card factor that we've seen come all the way through. We've seen it in the men's as well. Those younger competitors, they got nothing to lose and not really fazed by the fancy lights and the cameras and the post-heat interviews of the QS style tour. So, I mean, if India's going to overtake her, she's really going to have to put her foot down because Coco only needs 4.28. She's already posted those pair of similar 4s.
It's going to be fun, isn't it? You see the surfers come off the CT or the Challenger Series, they come into a QS, all of them say, well, they don't just say it, they look like different surfers. They look like they've gone to another level. This is an opportunity for Coco to experience that in this heat. You know, a successful junior career is one thing. As soon as you step up to that next level, you start to really understand that the hits are harder. You know, there's no mercy. The mistakes, they're unforgivable. Basically, you'll get punished. And she's putting together a good heat here so far, so it has been back and forth. And this one's standing up on the inside a bit better. Huge snap! And that is turn of this heat. It will be rewarded big time. And Coco Cans is going to jump up into the lead here. Jess, goosebumps?
Yeah, I've already got goosebumps because that...
There's the start gun for the morning.
Wow, look at this replay here too. It's going to be the biggest section that's been offered up yet this morning. She just takes hold of it. Almost loses that rail underwater for a split millisecond, but the composure to pull it back under her feet, right on out clean. She just made something of that end section there. It's going to be a really good score. Let's have a look at this angle, Vaughan.
Yeah, well, the waves previous to this, the tide's so high that when it gets to this section of the bank where everyone was getting their big points yesterday, it's been backing off. And Coco has been sort of falling because the wave loses its power. This time, it stands up, and not only does she belt it, she puts a bit of creativity and flair in there with that tail release. Beautiful style, and there's the score, a 6.17. And that really is the difference, isn't it? It was the first section that we've seen in this heat so far, Jess, that demanded something extra, and Coco was able to deliver. Promising signs.
I think India's going to need 2 waves after this. Let's have a look, though. She's paddling into this one with priority. 6 minutes on the clock. India up and riding. Gets that trademark solid rail work, but that is not offering her a single section like the last of Coco's. I think India's going to need 2 waves now, because I think off the back of the confidence alone from that 617 from Coco, she's going to replace the 453. I think she's going to settle into it even more. The last 3 waves she's ridden have gotten, I think, better and better every single wave. Yeah, so she had that 333, she had a 4, she had a 453, a couple of tiny little 2 throwaways in the middle, but that last wave is 617, so she's building each time, whereas India's just found herself with a few more throwaways. Here she goes, Vaughan.
Oh, she's got a beautiful set wave here, a little wobble on the face, gets a nice top turn to kick things off, carves back to the power source. And this inside section was where all the points were coming yesterday, and she's put together a beautiful ride here, linking and flowing down Cabarita Point on the inside. And you called it, Jess. Feeling like, you know, she had a bit of rhythm.
Wow.
And this is just beautiful surfing, isn't it?
How's the flow that this young lady has? So Gilmore-esque about her, and she does a lot of work. I'm interested to see if another set comes through, how India dissects a wave like that. I think maybe super critically, I think that first section for Coco could have been one major manoeuvre and then set up that end. But she's posted a 7-point ride, and India is well and truly on the back foot in the last 4 minutes of this heat, Vaughan.
Well, if there's one person who won't be too ruffled about that, it is India Robinson. A huge slice off the top, and the wave runs off on her. Oh, my goodness. This is high drama now for the Victorian. 4 minutes to go. If she had managed to get a second turn after that first laceration, she would have really put a big dent in that 8.34 she needs to progress. But as it stands, looks like she's going to have to maybe do it on one wave. Let's have a look at this first turn. Slice. See, high speed, committed rail work, but needed a finish. Needed to back it up.
Wow, I'd love to see another replay to a Coco 7. I think her flow on it was standout for me there. Being able to put a 7 and a 617 together in a quarterfinal at this level of judging for the QS 5000 would be enough in itself to take away from this. If she ends up with the win at the end of this 3 minutes, and she has India on the ropes needing 834, that I dare say she's going to be that wild card moving into the finals, because if she can get past this quarterfinal, wow, look at this replay here. She kind of cuts that first turn short. I think there was maybe the extra point or 2 there, but it's just the flow in those face snaps and the way she's been able to compose herself and build and build and build, and yeah, she's barely taken off on anything that's given her less than the previous ride, and it's just gone from strength to strength. I think that's a good indication of mentally how she's feeling, hearing the direct feedback and putting somebody in this situation in the quarterfinal.
I feel like that snap, the 6.17, it just filled her with confidence. She felt the momentum building after that. I mean, it wasn't because of the surfing that she was getting those sort of early 4s and 3s. It was because the waves that she was picking weren't giving her enough to open up. So that snap would have just filled her full of energy. And you called it, Jess. You were saying, oh, I'm sensing momentum here. I'm sensing that she's going to do something really special in the next couple of seconds if she gets the chance, and she did. A 7-point ride. And now India Robinson with 1 minute 50. You doubt she's going to have time to get 2 waves here. So she's going to have to get an 8.34 on her next opportunity.
How great is this, watching Coco as well close the gap on India and just squeeze it a little tighter. Just so indicative of how experienced she is already at this age. But if India gets a set, she's going to be putting down something towards that 8-point ride. If Coco's found herself a 7, India would know what she's done on that wave. I guarantee you she would have been keeping an eye on that. And she's got that maybe extra bit of rail power and gouge behind her in these conditions. I think she can put up a 9, but she has to get the wave. But she is in the priority position as well, so if she trains for this, she's going to be ready for this situation. It's just a matter of if she gets the opportunity in 50 seconds to open up, and Coco can stay, I don't know, in that second priority bit. I think it'd be hard when a set comes. I just quarterfinal number 1 of the day, and I'm losing it.
30 seconds to go. The screw is turning hard. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of movement out on the horizon or sort of on these back banks here. 23 seconds, and Coco Cairns just sitting in that golden light has put together a beautiful heat. A 7 on her last ride, a 6.17 for a major manoeuvre on the shorey. And it looks like we have a major boil over on our hands. This is a huge result for Coco Cairns. She has defeated the former CT competitor, the Victorian power woman, India Robinson, and she will be moving into the semi-finals. A huge story here for Coco Cairns, Jess Grimwood.
I know, she's given me goosebumps already in the first quarterfinal in the morning, and this is so unfortunate that India wasn't given the opportunity by Mother Nature just to really open up what we've seen her working on. She's incredible top-level surfer. I no doubt we'll see her challenging for a world title somewhere in the near future. But story of the morning so far is this young lady, the current Australian under-18s champion, Coco Cairns, has just found herself a berth spot, and we're going to have to take a break because we need to reset for quarterfinal number 2 in the water of the women. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro finals day.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Finals day is upon us here, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and it is going to be hard to keep our composure in the booth. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey, a big, beautiful, sweeping vision of Bundjalung country here, and we are located right on that little bit on the right of your screen at Cabarita. Great day of competition ahead of us, and we just saw a pretty crazy start to the morning, Bono.
Oh, massive story from Cabarita, the Tweed Coast. Coco Cairns, a young junior surfer from Australia, a woman who went over and experienced the WSL finals last year, saw Steph Gilmore on that incredible run, inspired to take down a former CT competitor in India Robinson. Bad luck for India, who is on the comeback, but it's just a massive victory for this up-and-coming young superstar. And speaking of up-and-coming young superstars, hasn't this young woman been on a tear in this event as well? Charlie Stokes, not to be left behind in all this incredible performance by junior women at the moment.
Oh, here goes Kobe Enright. Biggest wave we've seen this morning, I think, come through the lineup. She gets a starter score, at least under her board. I think that first turn looked really nice, but she's just settling into the conditions here. Have a look at the replay. Big looking wave ahead.
Just seems to be hitting this bank a little bit better from even since this morning. As the day goes on, we'll see less water on this sandbank on the inside where Kobe's surfing now. And yesterday, there was some massive turns. The last two heats yesterday afternoon were just pure fireworks. Every surfer in the lineup absolutely flaring, and you get the feeling the air game is going to come into this event this morning, for sure. But a good start here for Kobe. Kobe yesterday pulled a rabbit out of the hat to get through her round of 16 heat. It was so incredible. I think there was 3 minutes to go, and she was needing 2 waves to progress, and she got them. It was so tense. It just it seemed so unlikely that she was going to progress through that heat. But, gritty Aussie spirit coming to the fore, never give up, and backed herself to get the win in the dying stages. It was quite remarkable.
I thought, interestingly, as well this morning, that she was relaxed or feeling calm enough to talk to Stacey before a quarterfinal. I think a lot of the competitors have trouble with that because it maybe kind of gets them out of their zone. Look at that beautiful, you can mind surf that, can't you? And there she goes straight away into another one. So she's going to keep busy, like you said, Forno. Get herself into some chances to take out Charlie Stokes. But yeah, the calmness about her around the contest site, I think that maturity as well, similar kind of conversation. Charlie, one of that crop of the Sunny Coast up and coming crazy surfers. I mean, those juniors that are coming out of surfing Queensland, it's psycho at the moment.
Yeah, Charlie got to meet her for the first time at the ABB. She came and sat with us in the commentary box, actually, and a really cool young woman from a cool surfing family. They travel around the Stokeses, don't they? There's a pack of them, and they're so talented. Taj and Zeb, her brothers. I think mum and dad are here, her sister as well, and yeah, she's been earmarked by Surfing Queensland to make some noise, and she's done a good job of that. It's been really impressive, hasn't it? I mean, talked about it a lot, but the next generation of female surfers all over the globe are stepping up, and there's so much to be inspired by. But it's all coming from their own zone as well, not just the heroes, but your Sierra Kerrs, your Katie Simmers, all these real game changers, all in that sort of 16, 17, 18-year-old bracket. And so we're just seeing a massive push come through at the moment.
So a few small scores for this second quarterfinal. Let's stick with this, Charlie. Oh, having a little sniff around while we wait for the next exchange. Stacey, you're on side with Coco Cairns, the winner of that first quarterfinal for the women.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the sideline with Coco Cairns and the Coco Cairns fan club, who I've been bullied out of this interview. So, L-Dog Harrison, take it away. We're waiting.
Hello. So, Coco, what a banging performance there. So, you had a pretty stacked heat with India. Oh, okay. It's a lovely day. This is your first semi-final.
We'll be back later, ladies and gentlemen. Coco, how's your board feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Real good. Campbell Designs, everyone.
Back and forth battle in that one. Must feel good to take it out in the end. Don't go anywhere. You haven't been asked one question yet.
Yeah, I was really happy that I got to get through to the semis.
You said you kind of cooked the first turn on your last wave. We didn't think so. You belted that thing.
Oh, I don't know. It just felt weird, but I don't know. Sometimes turns feel weird and look okay, so.
Absolutely. Isn't that surfing? Congratulations. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stace. Have a look live action right now. Charlie Stokes, huge big section, Vorno.
Oh no, there was that
disaster.
was a great turn.
Oh,
and that's been the money for Charlie all event. She's just been loading up on that inside section. or any section that's been standing up. And she's got this great ability to not just hit it, but slide the tail a bit as well. And so you add a bit of extra flair, and you can see there, it just gets the tail up over the back, but unfortunately doesn't get the smooth ride out.
Have a look at this drone angle. Oh, that's the one that she just had a look at, but didn't quite hit the bank. You can see how much water is still there. But just as a great clue into what we're talking about the juniors is that last interview, the post-heat interview with Coco. It is just, it's all kind of fun and games for these younger competitors, and they really are feeling so relaxed. I mean, you can see it. They've got that, you know, they've got the grommy froth and they're giggling, and it's just like another day at the beach for them. They're so funny.
Well, they say the best surfer in the world is the surfer having the most fun. And if you're able to surf with that free spirit, without that sort of head noise of getting through or tactics or anything like that. I mean, she even rinsed off that turn that she didn't like. Speaking of some turns we do like, here goes Charlie, and that's a 3-turn combo that is going to improve her position a lot here. It's actually in the lead already, so that will be her best scoring ride. But yeah, I mean, if you can surf with a lot of freedom and fun, you're going to be ripping. We're actually, Jess, you and I are going to be hosting the Hall of Fame Awards tonight, and speaking of surfers who have an absolute ball, Taj Burrow is being inducted into the Hall of Fame here in Australia, a huge accolade for TB. But yeah, tap that Taj energy, guys. Like, that's the key. He was the king at having a ball, whether it was in heats, free surfing, on land, wherever. Good surfing here. That's beautiful to watch. And
look how close she is to the rocks there too, right at the
she?
finish. Yeah.
She is a really steely competitor. Like, her demeanour is very even. She doesn't give you a whole lot, even in your post-heat interviews. Keeps it all sort of, keeps it on the level.
Neither does Coco too. I think that they would be a really great match-up to see in the semi. If we could see them go head-to-head, it'd be cool, because I think they'd push each other a lot.
Kobe,
they're
she's
very
going to have something
freed
to say
up.
about that.
Oh yeah, here we go. Kobe up and riding, nice looking wave ahead. Oh, has to jump on the front foot, looking to really open up that trademark wingspan for her. Split screen vision now. Charlie up and riding live action as well. Back-to-back waves for her, and she just starts to wind up. Well, we saw this happen for her yesterday as well. She's already got the 5.67. 3.33, and now another score. I think that's going to replace that 3.33 at least. She's just similar kind of vibe, just winding up and feeling the situation momentum out here.
This looked like it was going to be a great wave for Kobe, but there's a weird wobble running through it, and you can see that it just puts you in two minds. You can't just pull your rail through those faces when there's all these little ribs going through it. Another thing that's happening there is that bank, occasionally it'll stand up and it'll let you really attack it. Other times it hits deep water and just backs off at the last second, and that's when you'll bog. So Kobe's just a little out of rhythm here. Still has a 4, so well in touch, but now Charlie Stokes has put another keeper in her pocket. So a 5.93 and a 5.67, and that means Kobe Enright's going to need a 7.6. These heats, they're a little bit longer today, so a bit more time. Not panic stations just yet for Kobe, and time to still find rhythm. The good thing about her great escape yesterday in the round of 16 is she knows she can do it. So she's got, you know, a mountain of time compared to what she did yesterday. Surfed a 3-minute heat to get through, and she'll back herself to get back out there and find something a little more decent.
Here's the replay of Charlie's last one. I like that first turn. She looks even more confident and solid. Same with the second. She's risking a bit more as well. You saw her kind of like rotate a bit further, even through that weird lumpy, bumpy lip that's caught a lot of the ladies unstuck already this morning. But I have a feeling that it's kind of got this similar vibe about it, this quarterfinal to quarterfinal number 1. And I'm wondering if it is, you know, when you're in that phase of your surfing life and you're under 20 years old and you're still that junior, and these conditions still seem really, really crazy fun to you, and you would surf them regardless if you were trying to warm up for something or not. And then you move into what Kobe's into, and maybe what India's into and past as well, where you're training and you're out there and it's fun, but it's a part of training now to push yourself in these conditions.
Let's see what Kobe can do here. Beautiful open carve, really stretching out through that first turn, gets his closeout section, hits it, and that's 2 turns that she needed. So even if she doesn't get the 7.6, she's going to put a big dent in that requirement. Her best scoring ride so far at 4. She's definitely eclipsed that. Well, I mean, this opening turn is beautiful. Full body extension here, Jess.
Yeah, that was so nice. She held the rail line for a lot longer on that one as well and brought it all the way back. Not as precise on that final manoeuvre because it was so soft, that section coming at her, and she had to kind of keep the flow going up and over. It was really crumbly and flat. But that opening manoeuvre, like you said, Vorno, like so much more line held throughout it.
You know, she's on the JS. Got a little window into that from Stacey down on the rocks earlier on. See there. I mean, that's exciting angle. And the finish looked fantastic from the drone. And then Charlie gets this one behind. And this is really kind of the first wave she's had a bit of a stumble on. I love the way she winds up off the bottom there. There's a real hint of Carolyn Marks in the square up to the lip. I don't think anyone really takes it more vertical than Caroline on tour at the moment. So hard off the bottom and vert. So 15 and a half minutes remaining. And Kobe Enright has just dropped a 5.73. And that evens things up, doesn't it? It's just a 5.88 she needs now. So yeah, that'll relieve a lot of stress. She knows that she's got the ability, finally got a bit of open face without the wobble, was able to extend it to a nice rail turn. And Jess, this is starting to become the arm wrestle we were hoping it would be.
Yeah, this is it. We're at the halfway point now for quarterfinal number 2 in the water. While we wait for that next pulse as well to come through for the ladies, we're going to take a quick break here. It is finals day, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Finals day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, the World Surf League's qualifying event for the Australia Oceanic region, and quarterfinal number 2 of the women is in the water. Charlie Stokes in the lead with the 5.93 and a 5.67. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vorno. There's been so much happening in the last 30 or 40 minutes. Here's what's happened in the break.
This is Charlie Stokes in and out the big high jump over that. Good technique there. I reckon you clear 1.5 meters probably.
That was good.
Were you any good at high jump?
No, terrible.
No, yeah. I actually, I think in year 6 or something, I cleared the bar, but also cleared the mats. Landed on my back, got winded, and gave it the far lick after that. But this has been a great heat, hasn't it? Charlie Stokes and Kobe Enright. We've talked a lot about the big push coming from the junior arena in women's surfing, but there's a few experienced heads who are still got plenty to prove, and Kobe Enright is one of them. So a 5.73 to get back in this heat. Also has a 4. Beautiful morning here on the Tweed Coast. Are you joking? It's like a video clip out there.
It looked like a filter effect happening right there. Just a beautiful sun this morning.
It's like putting on a meditation app and just sort of drifting off into that shimmering sunlight.
It's idyllic, really. I mean, that's what we love. I think it's one of the best times of the day, that dawn surf, like the full...
Nothing better.
Oh, the full early bird surf session before school, before work.
Sit out there, just appreciate it in the nature, the health. Come in, smash an Oakberry side bowl and get straight back out there. And then you just start dropping in on people and being a little animal.
Here goes Charlie Stokes.
Cracks it.
Wow.
One turn. She's looking to replace a 5.67. Won't do it there, but still. Just after a couple little falls and missteps, it'd feel good to ride out of a turn like that. Just stay back on point.
That turn was so sick. The amount of time that she had to come off the bottom and still really make it a complete kind of rotation through the lip. Have a look how long she takes to get up there. And still brings it all the way back around. Like, she had no speed going into that. She pretty much just pumped once off the takeoff. There wasn't even a pump there. She just took off straight into it.
And she hooks it so hard out of the lip. Some people just hit the lip, let the lip push them back down. But have a look, she really pulls the nose of the board back down towards the surface of the earth. And that's some beautiful technique there. It just adds so much more power to your turn instead of just relying on the lip to do the work. Fantastic technique from this young Kiwana board rider surfer. Sunny Coast represent. And she's found another insider here. So getting busy on the inside while Kobe waits for something more substantial out the back. Oh, the two-turner and falls on that one. 10.5 minutes remaining. Jess, look at this morning. I mean, we are so spoiled on the east coast of Australia. This is one of the most pristine, most beautiful. It's a natural wonder, this entire Tweed coast. And even when they're, you know, this cyclone swell, it has backed off a little bit, still giving us plenty of fun little waves. And this is just one little setup on a stretch that is just littered with incredible surf. But as well as the actual quality of the waves, it's just the light, the nature. Look at this, you just hit the lips and golden plumes skyward.
Look how much she opened up her shoulders too, Vorno. I think she's finding a lot of time and space to really put that technique into work, and even with like the lack of speed, she doesn't seem rushed to kind of generate that. Here we go, Kobe. Big looking wave. Oh, close out for her, but straight back-to-back waves here for Charlie. Oh, another big set rolling through the lineup.
Whoa, whips that last one. I thought this is really late and somehow managed to beat the lip line down. So, yeah, she can hold it off the bottom and throw it up late if she wants, or she can accelerate and squeeze the turn in. So a nice little speed check. Comes off the bottom here and crack. Gets it done. Well done there.
Yeah, she's...
Charlie Stokes.
I'm pretty obsessed with looking at how much she opens that right shoulder, I think it is for her, like the goofy footer. She just fully opens up her whole chest on that backhand to the lip as it's coming at her. I think that's what's giving her that little bit of edge. She's able to find a bit more vertical section. But I mean, 8 minutes 40 seconds. Kobe loves this position. You said it, she had a 3-minute heat yesterday. She needs a 5.88 now, and she's holding priority, and she seems so kind of, you know, light and pretty calm and happy on the beach. But if you put her in that woman-on-woman heat with priority, she knows exactly what to do, similar to India. She's really, really scary with priority, and she's going to know how to play out the last 8 minutes for this, 6-point ride now, because Charlie just improved her situation again.
Good wave selection and a worthwhile ride from Charlie Stokes. Pulled the trigger. Got a nice steep one. It was a speed check. Really fast whippy turn on the inside, and did improve her position by 0.1 of a point, but it all counts.
It all counts.
I mean, you know, the difference between needing a 5.5 and a 5.9, it just demands that little bit extra. So Kobe Enright, she went the first wave, and by doing that, allowed Charlie to improve her position.
So Stacey, while we're waiting for the next sets to roll on through, you're going to give us an update, conditions report right down there on the Perch Rock.
Yeah, that's right. Getting the socks wet down here at the beautiful Cabarita headland, and we've got the tide going out all day. It's going to be about 1 o'clock low tide, which should, I think, improve this bank throughout the day. Interesting to note where these two surfers position themselves in the heat. Kobe was right up the top of the cove, and funnily enough, surfers were both on the same wave there, where Charlie improved her position. Kobe was just probably 150 metres further up. She's actually moved down the point now to sit with Charlie. She's been hearing all these scores going down, and she wants a piece of the action.
Love it, Stacey. He's my favourite person to watch for in-the-moment live condition reports, because I feel like that's where obviously he knows so much about surfing and each of the athletes, but watching him pick apart the conditions, he does that in his off time as well, in that coaching hat that he wears sometimes, and I find he picks up on these little tiny clues and bits of the ocean that sometimes are missed. I know I miss a lot of the stuff that he brings to the camera and brings to the booth. And
it was interesting, just looking over his shoulder while he was giving that report, there was the biggest backwash just affecting that end section, last section hit. So, that's still a factor here for both these surfers.
I think you were spot on as well, speaking about the difference in improving the wave for Charlie. It was like a really slight improvement for her. So she went from, what was that previous score? A 4.4 to a 5.73, or a 5.67, sorry, to a 5.73. So that 0.1-ish of a difference of a score is not much for her scoreline. But then to ask her, so Kobe's going to have to find herself surfing above a 6 to find a 5.94. And the difference between a mid-5 and a 6 is so much, I think, today. Like, we've already seen a 6.17 for a single turn. I don't know if we'll see that again unless it's something crazy, like with the scale and with the opportunity that's come through in this quarterfinal now. But the difference for Kobe, I know she is aware of it, that low to mid-range 5 to a 6 is like light years of difference, I think, out there.
And it's tricky what's happened here. Stacey was just saying Kobe was further up the point, and they've actually just swapped positions, and now Charlie has gone deep and put up a beautiful backside snapper. This is probably the same wave, and Kobe has actually just overcooked that turn. So Stace was saying in his report just then that Kobe was sitting really deep, Charlie was down the end. They were on the same wave, the 200 metres apart, so no interference. And Charlie got a couple of scores, so they swapped positions. So this is from deep. And Charlie has hammered a big vertical re-entry. There's going to be a heap of points in this. This is great surfing, committed, fast. Little speed check to get in position for this big bowl. And look, there it is. Kobe taking off down the end. Oh, wow, that is so interesting that Charlie just went, okay, Kobe's come down to sit with me, I'll just take your spot. And she's done it again. So this is going to be frustrating for Kobe to hear scores come in for this next of Charlie Stokes, I'd imagine.
Here we go, Kobe up and riding, bigger looking face ahead of her. This is where she needs to make a count. Up into the lip, plenty of spray off the back of that one. Kind of a check turn there, because this thing is really just fizzling out through that middle section, and she can't get enough speed and push to find that end connection.
Oh.
And Charlie has once again improved her situation, like you said, on that kind of split peak, but they were both going the same way.
She's doing it by fractions of a point here. She's gone up another 0.1 of a point. So a 5.73 for her last, a 5.83 for this one. But it's the tactics that have blown my mind here from Charlie Stokes, because we saw Kobe Enright paddle down after the last scoring wave of Charlie. And Charlie just paddled straight up the inside to where Kobe had been sitting and made it count. So here's the replay of the last of Kobe Enright off the bottom. Beautiful slice. Love the way she was got that little bunny hop out of the top to maintain speed, but there wasn't a whole lot after that. And just looking at the score, it's a 4.6. So Kobe Enright with 2 minutes 50, now needing a 6.03. It's in the wheelhouse, like no problem if the wave comes. But positioning has been a little tricky here for Kobe. It seems like Charlie is just, wherever she goes, the waves are coming. And man, that can be annoying when you're, especially when you're surfing a heat against someone. I mean, it's annoying at the best of times. And there's surfs where you're sitting out there and someone's just getting every set, no matter where you go. It's just not coming to you. But you know, that's just about Charlie's momentum. And as Kobe found something here on the inside, it's a steep one. Opening carve, nice, back to the power. We'll need a big finish here. There's a little section, but it fizzles. 2 minutes to get back out there and find a 6.03.
I was nervous then for Charlie because she's holding priority and she let Kobe, she had a look at it and then she let Kobe go. She obviously thought there wasn't a 6-point ride on this thing. I kind of thought there might have been at the start if she got this end section, but she just can't. She can't get that thing to stand up for her at the moment. So she's still going to be chasing that 6.03. That last of Kobe's was a 2.67. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with Charlie, and the fact that she's not even phased by Kobe's positioning, and she took something under priority and still had Kobe use her priority on it, but it ended up being a keeper in Charlie's wheelhouse. It's pretty crazy that she's been able to pull that off, just kind of seemingly unfazed by Kobe in the water.
Yeah, it's mad. They caught the same wave, and Charlie got the better of the exchange. So Kobe went down to where Charlie was. Charlie paddled up. They caught the same wave again, and Charlie got the better of the exchange again. So Kobe, look, you've got to be mentally tough, especially when that sort of thing is happening. But, I mean, Kobe is tough. We saw her yesterday, as we said, pull off a remarkable last-ditch heat win in a very impossible, what looked like an impossible situation. So she will back herself here, but she has got second priority too. So it is really Charlie Stokes in the box seat with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's Charlie that's going to have to make the mistake, I think, here, unless there's a two-way set, which we haven't really seen, and we did just see that pulse of energy. So 30 seconds, another great thing that we're seeing, just what we saw with Coco Cairns, the heat intelligence for these young surfers, to close the gap on their kind of more experienced competitors just shows like there's no fear there, and she knows exactly how to play this last 10 seconds of this heat. She's looking really good to move on to that semis at the moment.
This is huge. I think we've got a couple of juniors in the semi-final of the QS 5000. There's the clock. It's run out, and it is Charlie Stokes from the Sunshine Coast. She's going to do a little victory lap here. And what a heat she surfed. I mean, it was cool, wasn't it? And she just proves yet again that she is... Oh, she's stoic. She really backs herself. Very no-nonsense competitor, and she's just paddled out. And now she finds herself in the quarterfinals. Sorry, the semi-finals of a QS 5000. What a result.
Another big upset here this morning. Quarterfinals number 3 is in the water for the women's, and it's been a great morning of surfing so far. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro will be back. We're welcoming Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the show. It is finals day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. A QS 5,000 monster points up for grabs and the opportunity to take that #1 position on the regional ranks here, as we see now. Ellie J. Brooks getting her campaign started. The surfer from Coolangatta on the Gold Coast, originally now living down on the Central Coast, but all these campaigners on the qualifying series are basically on the road for the next 6 weeks as they chase down big results. And this is going to be a fantastic start. She's got a very tough opponent in this quarterfinal clash, coming up against the surfer who's had big finishes here at the Tweed Coast Pro in the past, Zali Kelly. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit, Bartholomew Bugs. A beautiful morning, and thanks for having me, mate.
It's the morning of the quarterfinals.
Oh, that's right. And you know, this has been an interesting morning just with the way the results have fallen so far on the women's draw. We knew that next generation, that rising crop, would be working hard in the pre-season and the lead up to these QS events. And they've bundled some of the favourites out of the contest in the first 2 heats of the quarters. We said goodbye to India Robinson, former CTer, and Kobe Enright, one of the real stars on the qualifying series, has just been knocked out by Charlie Stokes, excuse me. Just a really strong backhand performance from Charlie in this event so far. So semi-final 1 is set. Coco Cairns will go up against Charlie.
Yeah, that is you'd have to say it's a bit of an upset situation, but they're both surfing so well. When I looked at the women's draw, that second half, that bottom half of the draw, mega stacked. This heat here is one of real interest. It's a highly anticipated clash because, as you said, Zali Kelly, she's had third last year, second the year before that. She's looking to go one step further in this event. Ellie Brooks has been one of the form surfers.
My prediction this morning, and you know, it is kind of a little out the window now that we've seen a couple of big upsets in those first 2 quarterfinals, but my prediction was that the winner is somewhere in this bottom half of this quarterfinal bracket because there's just so much experience. You know, you've got 3 proven QS winners, people that know how to get it done on finals day. The only one that hasn't had a big QS victory is Ellie Brooks. She did win a QS way back in 2015. It was a long time ago now. It was in a low-rated QS event. But she just seems like she is up for the challenge at this contest. Ellie Brooks, the way she's surfing this year, she's having some big individual moments, and she's kicked off this heat with an excellent score.
Oh, wow, an 8-point ride is such a brilliant score this morning. Here's Zali.
Wow, beautiful turn to get started here from Zali. This wave cupping out. How's that golden light? There's nowhere like it. The Tweed Coast turning it on for finals day. Zali Kelly, one of the real quiet achievers. And she's been very close to making the grade onto the championship tour in the past.
Well, you know, an 8-point ride, Ellie Brooks has really laid down the gauntlet here. It'll be interesting to see how Zali reacts to that because she's been kind of in the groove, so to speak, right throughout this tournament, winning her heats very well, doing lots of interviews as a heat winner. But an 8-point ride by her opponent is, well, that could rattle your cage.
Sure good. Let's have a look at the replay here. Just an in-out, just a quick one, so it's not going to count for much. Just a .63 for that one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Zali is that she likes to keep busy, so under priority, I think she will be very dangerous. She'll be looking for an opportunity. Probably even, you know, if she can get like a 6.5 under her belt, she'll really feel like she's in the heat.
Well, here she goes now, and we'll track her on the regional New South Wales flight cam. But she just doesn't find that connection through to the inside. That tide pretty high at the moment. Surfers are having to deal with a little bit of bump, bit of backwash, but you want to get the work done on these rides early.
Yeah, you kind of feel that Ellie's, you know, going to be in this sort of luxurious position with still 23 minutes remaining where she'll be able to really sit there with priority and wait for something special. Well, Zali, she's going to try to chip away
Bugs, really interesting, just the conditions that we've had here at Cabarita the last couple of days. It's really been all about the end section. And today there's just not enough energy for that to stand up for the competitors. And the best numbers we've seen so far today have been from the competitors that have managed to get the combinations happening on the outside.
Yeah, they're very true. So that's a big change-up. You know, how many heats did we see throughout this whole tournament? First, we see another wave here by Zali, but she's just getting lots of wave count up where, you know, they've needed a score and just, you know, thrown the whole kitchen sink at that last section and got it.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, every other heat, I'd say, kind of ended that way on the men's and the women's side. So another wave here for Zali. She's just trying to get something on the board. I mean, the fivers really helped her chances of getting back into this heat. It'll all really hedge on what Ellie Brooks serves up as a backup number. But Zali Kelly, so accomplished. An Australasian junior champion back in 2018. As a 14-year-old, she hit the QS and won 2 events in France. So she's certainly capable of getting the job done on finals day in these kind of events.
And we saw, you know, when the swell was a bit stronger, a bit bigger, she's added a few moves to her repertoire like that. She's got a beautiful carve out of the lip now. And it's not just like a swooping cutty. It's a full carve down the face and then transitioning into the bottom turns. That's a new move, I feel, in her repertoire.
Not a bad run on the Challenger Series last year. Zali Kelly finished in 18th position, had a couple of nights as her best results. But last year, you know, she had some strong moments on the qualifying series. Speaking of strong moments, Charlie Stokes just on a tear through this contest and now into the semi-finals, Jess.
Thanks, guys. Charlie, I've got the biggest grin across my face throughout the morning. Both yourself and Coco Cairns have caused what we would call, I guess, some big upsets. It must feel good for you guys. You're still juniors and you yourself 16 years old going into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, and I'm going to be coming up against Coco on the next heat, so it's good to verse her, and yeah, I'm stoked.
You've already had a few heats against her. Notably, you had the under-18s Australian titles final against her. Are you looking to get a one-up on her this time?
Yeah, well, she did beat me in the Aussies, so hopefully I can get the jump on her this time.
And when we talk about your experience so far, what's been really impressive is just how much you guys have just held confidence in that 2-woman priority in those first quarterfinals. Having that experience in Challenger trials already under your belt, is that something that you've kind of been working on coming into this level of competition?
Yeah, definitely. It's really important to kind of stay calm and stay focused and not make the wrong decision with your priority and use it well.
Well, you're such an impressive surfer. I'm so excited to watch you surf in the semi-finals. You've got your whole family here, sidelines. Any words to everybody tuning back in at home from Kawana Board Riders and the whole of the sunny coast?
Yeah, hey everyone, and thanks for watching.
There she is, 16-year-old into the first semi-finals up against the other outstanding junior Coco Cairns, and good luck, Charlie Stokes, moving on through.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Jess. Oh, it is a battle of the Gromettes in semi-final number 1 here, and you love to see it. You know, again, it just sort of suggests to me, Bugs, that the talent pool is deep here in this region, and wow, that is. Both those surfers are on their way to their biggest finish ever, and you know, that's even considering that Coco Cairns is the current Aussie title champ, junior champ. So, you know, it's a big opportunity that they have here, and one of them's going to be battling in the final for the victory. Here we go, 19 minutes to go. Ellie Brooks looking to back up that excellent start, the 8-point ride, and she belts this one, finds a good finishing turn, and the pressure is going to be right on Zali Kelly as we head into the last 18.5 minutes of this heat. What a start to the day for Ellie.
This is another great ride, and this is the form, you know, we saw Ellie in the board riding events earlier in the year, or just recently, and I was sort of saying, Ellie is the most improved surfer, I mean, male or female, like she has just come on, even though she's had success in the past, she just seems like she's at a new level of fitness, and her repertoire is just flawless. She's so solid.
Really solid. I mean, that finish there is going to help her dish up another great number, because a lot of the waves have sort of been fading away into deeper water on that inside today. And that was strong, 6.17. And it is a big score Zali's chasing now after a 9.17.
Well, what happens there is that 6.17 really put paid to Zali's 5. She's no longer back in the heat. You know, she needs 2 waves. I mean, Zali is an amazing young surfer. Is there a 9.25 or a 9.5 out there? Not sure, Ronnie. I think we saw 8 could be near the ceiling. A couple of 8s would probably see you through most heats.
She hasn't missed the final series in this event before, Zali. She's done it again, got herself all the way to the quarterfinals, but in the past she's had a second place finish in this event. That was in 2021 to Molly Picklum, and a 3rd place last year. She was knocked out by the eventual winner, Dimity Stoyle. But Zali is one of those junior, just absolute prodigies who just gets on the road and starts winning major contests straight away. Ellie Brooks, she's kind of a bit of a late bloomer, but I'd say her career competitive momentum was really stalled by the pandemic.
And that's a good call right there. You know, but she's gone away and quietly gone away improving her. The progression is definitely there, but so she's picked it up nicely, Ronnie.
She has. Yeah, just, you know, interesting to note, that year, 2020, Ellie had a wild card into the main event on the Gold Coast, the CT event. And after that, there was some sponsorship changes. Obviously, that's a huge opportunity for a youngster to miss. You really do earn the right to compete at that level with strong performances. Then she suffered a back injury. She's had a knee reconstruction. And in amongst it all, she's sort of had moments of brilliance. She had a quarterfinal finish here. She only surfed 1 qualifying series event in 2020. So she was way down the ranks and didn't get close to the Challenger Series. But it was a good reminder to everyone of what she's capable of. And yeah, she might go all the way today, Bugs. It'll be the biggest win of her career.
Well, you know, we were discussing offline about how backhand surfing out here is just close to dominating. I mean, you know, you can really get the big points on your backhand. Yes, coming square off the bottom and being able to hook it off the top. A little bit more lateral in the regular footers facing it, particularly when it's smaller. We saw that with Jarly. She just was able to score points. Kobe seemed like she was surfing a lot more laterally with those great swooping cutbacks that, you know, weren't scoring the same as the backhand hook under the lip and bottom turn, top turn combos.
Yeah, just that rhythm down the line always does kind of score well. 15 minutes to go here. Ellie Brooks well out in front at this stage, and Zali Kelly with a bit of work to do, chasing a 9.17 to get into the lead.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Welcome back to finals day. What a morning we've been treated to here. Boggangar. Just the cove is just looking sensational today. It's a beautiful backdrop for finals day. And we've got some fun little waves reeling down the point still here at Cabarita. Ellie Brooks has found the 2 best rides of this heat by a long way.
By a long way. So for the first time, Zali really under the pressure now. And she doesn't even have priority, so it's a very difficult situation. And you know, back in the days, you know, I first started coming down here, you know, there was a famous surfer, Bogngar Bob, and he was always this mystical guy that would be surfing out here. And I mean, I'm talking probably maybe in the 1950s even, you know. I never found him, but he was just, you know, each spot has these classic legendary figures,
oh,
you know,
big time,
from the old days.
And you can kind of obviously go through the generations, and there's been some brilliant surfers from this area. Chris Chipper Wilson, obviously very celebrated as being probably the most progressive surfer of maybe all time, with the aerial tricks that he's able to do, and there's some underground guys as well. Josh Fuller.
Well, Josh Fuller is an amazing surfer. You know, I mean, gosh, that guy. I mean, I don't think he reached the heights of his potential in competition, but geez, in surfing, free surfing, he is an incredible surfer.
Yeah, part of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
With Surfing Australia's High Performance Centre, as we see now, scratching into this one, Ellie Brooks, just keeping Zali Kelly's opportunities at a minimum here, and maybe trying to add to that 6-1-7. If she can find a big finish, this one starting to fade away. She's had the killer mindset from the opening round, surfing every heat like it's a final. She's desperate to get herself back into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, so, I mean, whether that goes into her two-wave tally or not, she did starve off, you know, her opponent from getting a wave that Zali would have loved to have been on this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping that requirement right up there in the excellent range. So good use of priority, you'd say, even though this wave's not going to go in the top two. You know, it still did sort of reduce the risk of Zali getting herself back in this heat.
Because when you think about it, with 11 minutes to go, Zali clearly requires two waves, and so therefore there's going to be another priority rotation where she doesn't have priority. And Ellie just seems like she's in such control of this situation. That 8-point ride, there's nothing like a start, like an 8-point ride to leave you feeling pretty comfortable and confident.
Looking at Ellie's results over the years, and she's taken part in a number of qualifying series events, but quarterfinals, and there's been a couple of semis that have been roadblocks for her. So, you know, in the earlier rounds, she's shown great form and really put up great numbers. But at this point in the competition, has tripped up a bunch of times. So this is a really good sign, I think, for Ellie. And yeah, she's honestly looked so on in the board riders events you and I have witnessed this year, Bugs. She's looked like a much better surfer and a much stronger competitor.
And under pressure, you know, under the pressure of that, you know, that cauldron board riders, you know, format, she just performed every single time.
You got to remember too, you know, the journey for everyone is very different. It's not just win, 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 graduate to the Challenger Series, qualify for the Championship Tour and have your way with it. Look at Jack Robinson, for example. Like Ellie, celebrated as a young teenager, gifted opportunities to compete as a wild card in major contests. And then, even though Jack was sort of chasing more of a free surfing dream, there was parts of his surfing that needed work, and he kind of started working on it a little later than most. Once he figured it out, though, you know, look at him now, he's #1 in the world. As we see Ellie again, just keeping busy, asking questions of Zali on the outside, who's connected with a decent-sized set waves. She's got some big, explosive, progressive turns she can lean on. Gets the fins free for a moment on that ride. But she is one of the most progressive surfers on the qualifying series. Zali Kelly loves snowboarding. That's where she goes to work on her comfortability above the lip.
Yeah, I mean, and you see in some of her other heats that when she gets that strong lead going, that's when she starts getting creative. Whereas she's coming from behind here, so she needs to get scores on the board. But yeah, she got fins free on that one, so it was only 2 moves, bigger wave.
Amazing just in general, thinking about a surfer's strike rate. If there's a foundation in a heat that's been built, as far as the scoreline goes, they're freed up and they're feeling confident. The strike rate generally stays pretty high and they push further ahead. amazing what pressure does to that strike rate. Zali hasn't really had the ramp to get herself into the air, but we've even seen the best kind of fall apart when they need that big number. And, you know, that they more often than not make those big airs, those progressive turns, and then in the heat of battle, when you're chasing a huge score with an individual move, often it leads to falls.
It does. I mean, but, you know, yesterday we saw a couple of, in the men's, we saw a couple of amazing, you know, Reeve Hazelwood just requiring a big score right at the end of his heat. Last gasp effort, incredible. Alistair Reginato, I mean, they actually stuck it.
Yeah, and that's the mark of a champion. No,
yeah.
I think, you know, just to go off on a bit of a tangent here, when you think about the men's side of the draw, I feel like this could be Alistair Reginato's event just based on how he's been surfing. He's led heats and carried momentum through an entire heat, but he's also fought out of tough positions to keep himself in this draw.
There's been two heats where he's actually turned it around in 5 minutes with 2 waves, and that's a very dangerous competitor.
Last year's Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro champ, Dimity Stoyle, looking to go back-to-back here today. Got both the former champs in the mix today, yep. Chasing a second title. Kai's king on the men's side of the competition, but Dimity's just looks so sharp. He's thrown some big turns, but you know, she'll be praying for some more of those steeper sections out there, because it's a little different today. It's all really about making the most of the limited opportunities there are.
It's very much a chess game today. The priority will be so critical, and how you use it will be. There's just not a lot of those random wide ones, Ronnie.
Oh, wow. Beautiful opening section here for Ellie Brooks, trying to get rid of a 617. The wave's going to double up and give her more on the inside. And the backhand has been so sharp throughout this event, throughout the year. And that's going to be another solid score. I mean, first impressions are she's going to get rid of the 617 here.
I go with that. I mean, what a beautiful rhythm. Ellie Brooks has just got it so dialed. This is a beautiful wave, Ronnie. Look at that clean. That first move out. Wow, that was just so world class. Again, and look at the double up over this smooth face, draws off the bottom, slams it. Just and maybe slammed the door shut on that one.
Oh, look at it from the flight cam angle. Just a beautiful hit out of the top. And this wave is a real gift. To get that steep double up and the opportunity to lay down a big finish on this ride is huge. The number's in, and it's her best. It's an 8.4. And Zali Kelly, she is now having to turn this heat around with 2 rides, a combination of 16.4 with just 5 minutes on the clock.
Wow, that's a put away. You know, Zali needed to be in that priority rotation at that point to get back in this heat, but it's all Ellie Brooks, and as you said, she laid that foundation of excellence from her very first wave and then has just built.
Well, she's also throwing away a 6.17 and a 5.13. If she was counting on those scores, she'd be leading this heat.
Oh, wow. That's solid.
She's having a great morning, Ellie Brooks, and man, she's been through a lot injury-wise. She also used kind of the last few years to get a degree majoring in business management and marketing. So yeah. She's a highly motivated individual who's now setting her sights solely on this qualifying series. And yeah, with a jump into the semi-finals, a likely jump into the semi-finals here, she's on her way to potentially getting herself on the Challenger Series as well.
You know, and she does a lot of really great community stuff. Like Ellie's been an ambassador for quite a few, both charities and foundations. I've really always been so impressed with how she puts herself out there in the community as an ambassador. And she's an ambassador for surfing, but also, you know, with the Global Wave Conference, World Surf Reserves, all these really wonderful things. And Ellie stands forward and goes, yeah, I'd like to be an ambassador for that. And salute to her for her community work.
Yeah, some individuals kind of aren't capable of the multitasking. That's not a slight on anyone. That's just that's just part of your makeup. You know, are you a multitasker? But I like the idea of Ellie, you know, getting beyond her university degrees and really just being able to settle into a full-time competitive mindset because, yeah, she has the talent. We're seeing it today. 2 excellent numbers to kick off finals day.
And the thing that comes with it, it's this beautiful blend, you know, between composure and power and just, you know, putting it all together, connecting the big moves. She's really composed. It does help to have that 8, but she did, you know, she achieved that through a great serve first wave.
She certainly didn't rest on that first excellent score. As we see Zali just trying to just get herself back in the heat. She'd love to break combination here. You can see the effort and just how confident she is in going for those moves. But again, the wave stayed flat. You know, you do need a ramp to take flight, and it just wasn't there for her.
It wasn't there for her, but she, you know, she had to pull the trigger on that one because with only a few minutes remaining, she's comboed. She needs 2 waves. She really had to have a bit of a speculator, and there was a small wave, but well served, Ronnie.
Yeah, she is a great surfer, and as you said, those rail calves are deeper. There's technique-wise, she's starting to drop that back knee. She exits those turns, so she kind of doesn't get frozen in the manoeuvre. She gets her back on the front foot, maintains speed down the line. A lot more flow to her rhythm at the moment.
The flow is there, and you know, therefore that brings that carving game into it. She's a much more well-rounded surfer. It hasn't gone her way today, but she will definitely be a feature in this regional leg.
Oh, she's always up there, and more often than not, she's in the finals. So we'll see how she bounces back. The last ride, previous wave, was a 5-2, so it didn't break combination for her. So she's not going to get herself out of this quarterfinal heat, but it's an amazing track record that Zali Kelly has at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, a 2nd to 3rd and now a 5th place finish. It's just so good to have that kind of history at a venue because you mark yourself as a surfer to beat, you put fear in your opponents, and if this event stays the #1 spot on the schedule, you're always getting off to a fantastic start.
Well, just on that note, I think it was a brilliant move. You know, hats off to WSL, Ty Sorellis, Starkey and the crew, the Australasian branch. I mean, it's this bookending this regional league with a QS 5000 at the start and a QS 5000 at the end. I think it was a brilliant move.
It is, because it actually gives surfers the opportunity to chase 1000s if they don't feel like they've got that banked result yet. You know, all the competitors, I think, are really considering chasing down all the events just to stay well and truly sharp and not let anyone sort of creep ahead of them. You know, you want to stave off those chasing you on the ladder. But what a performance here from Ellie Brooks. Bugs, a couple of excellent rides and a spot in the semi-finals.
A well-earned berth in the semi-finals, and she'll be coming up against the winner of this next heat, Dimity Stoyle, Sarah Bowen.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic clash. Quarterfinal #4. It's just around the corner, but there's the results of what went down in Heat 3 here this morning. So much coming your way here on finals day at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Don't go anywhere.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
It's finals day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. We've already crowned our junior champions. It's time to find our winners and our ratings leaders on this regional qualifying series. Ronnie Blakey in the best seat on the point here at Cabarita, sitting alongside the 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, I mean, this is your zone. It's the southern end of your zone, but it's an area that you love, and it's great to have a major contest kicking off the schedule again here, and here's last year's champ.
Yeah, Dimity Stoel making not taking much time to get into this. Laying down the gauntlet once again.
She came out of the gate so strong, dropping excellent scores with big individual turns on critical sections during those, high energy days. But she has started this quarterfinal clash with a great ride. And Sarah Baum, we've loved her surfing throughout the contest. But she's got to be one of the most stylish surfers on the QS.
That's right, and with one wave, Sarah, one manoeuvre, she got a 5.17, but this is way more than one manoeuvre, this one, Ronnie. Are we seeing a rhythm change here?
Wow.
Dimity had priority. Sarah, went on that first wave.
She hasn't won all her heats up until this point, Dimity. She's won one, but man, she has looked a cut above every time I've seen her on her feet. She just looks so sharp. The turns are crisp out of the lip. And that was a really, a fast ride. She carried great momentum through that one. And it was a dynamic finish too on that nice foamy section.
Yeah, these are big earning weeks for someone like Dimity because she's got these two careers going, right? And they converge. They particularly converge on the weekends. I always used to have this theory, when the weekends get in the way, it's time to get out of surfing, out of competitive surfing. But for Dimity, it works in just hand in glove with what she does after hours.
Exactly. She kind of reminds me of Matt Hoy, who did the competitive thing. He'd surf heats, and then he had a full-time role as a social ambassador for the tour at different venues around the world. He wasn't getting paid, but no, he took that job very seriously.
Relished it.
Oh, yeah. But no, Dimity doing great things with her music, DJ Shimmy Disco. Give her a follow on Instagram for sure. But yeah, I just love that she's still here because she is such a great surfer. It would be easy to sort of walk away from professional surfing and focus on the music solely. But she's a creature of the night, Bugs.
Oh, wow.
And she's still got some responsibilities in the daytime as well. This is an early start for Dimity.
Yeah, she's not completely nocturnal yet. But talking about Matty Hoy and that classic Novocastrian crew, then there was the cultural attaché, Simon Law.
Oh, yeah. Law was classic because he was so eloquent, so well spoken.
He's just such a character.
Big number for Dimity to kick things off here. A 7.67. Almost getting up into the excellent range. And she goes looking for a bit of a backup number straight away. She wants to replicate what Ellie Brooks achieved in the early stages of quarterfinal 3.
See, with Simon Law, he's now in Grandstands biting his nails watching his daughter Bobby playing women's rugby league, NRLW.
Yeah, that's right.
Plays for the Newcastle Knights.
She's a premiership winner now.
Yeah, I mean, what a team that was last year.
Well, this is a big one because the numbers rolling through for Sarah Baum are solid. You can see that. We're yet to see that ride, but man, she is so dangerous. She is a proven winner at the QS level as well. She had some pretty decent results on the Challenger Series last year. 2021, she finished 20th in the Challengers. 2 quarterfinals last year, she got to 10th place. So she's building towards qualification.
Ronnie, this may be one of the best heats of the day right here, because Dimity will rise to this occasion. Sarah, she got that 517 on one manoeuvre. We haven't seen the replay of her 867 yet, but you know, just that 517 showed that her backhand attack is well rewarded.
Yeah, I think she's probably one of the most refined surfers in the women's ranks. I mean, she has a deep fading bottom turn. She approaches all those critical sections on an extremely vertical angle, and she has plenty of power as well.
Look at that there, that morning glare. Oh yeah, God, my eyes hurt just looking at that. You do that for 50 years and you know about it.
Yeah, just diamonds dancing on the water surface here. Beautiful. It is a sensational part of the Aussie East Coast. And like I said yesterday, you've got to get off that freeway and take a trip along the Tweed Coast Road. So picturesque, beautiful little villages. As we see Dimity going for one of those big individual turns. She's in second spot after a 618. This is shaping up to be an awesome battle. Sarah with a slight edge, getting a point on Dimity on that exchange.
Wow.
But the end section there, just a little cupped out. The rail lost contact with the face of the wall. Dimity goes down.
Well, you know, she only needs a 618, so that is so within her wheelhouse. It's incredible, the scores coming in on this heat. And so far, we've had two goofy footers through. The backhand attack has, well, it's nearly dominating.
This is the heat with all the experience. Sarah's been around competing on the qualifying series for some time. And Dimity Stoyle, well, she's been to the elite level before, did 2 years on the championship tour. She had a 11th place finish in 2014 and 2015. She ended up 15th, but semi-final at a couple of venues on the CT and a couple of the world-class venues on the CT. Had a semi-final finish in Fiji. I remember her getting a win over Carissa Moore in Fiji that year, and at Trestles she made the semis in 2015, and she had a win over Sally Fitzgibbons in that event. So, you know, she's overcome a couple of the greats in order to chase down those big results. So like you said, she'll remain in this heat, she'll bounce back.
Well, you know, you could really imagine, like, if somehow she snuck into that final five, she'd give it a fair shake at Trestles. It so suits her surfing.
It does, yeah. That was one of her favourite venues, putting up good numbers there. But I mean, that's a long, long way away at the moment.
It's a long way away, but here we are at Cabarita. She's behind, and it's not Trestles, it's Cabba. And it's a beautiful morning.
Yeah, no, Sarah Baum, originally from Durban, but has been living in Oz for about 5 or 6 years now. And yeah, sets herself up down there at Newcastle.
Raised in Derbs and down Dairy. Of course, there's one of the most amazing coastlines in the world.
Dimity finding some space down the line here. Sarah's got to be careful. Dimity has these big individual turns she can lean into. Let's go with a couple of transition snaps to start this ride, and now leans into that beautiful front side carve. Hammering down the line. This is a good ride for the Sunshine Coaster, who now resides just above Snapper Rocks.
Well, now the gauntlet has truly been laid down, because we will definitely see a change at the top of this heat. Dimity Stoyle, she's looking down the line here. She gets this. I don't believe she had priority. I'm not sure about that, Ronnie, but whoa, streaking down the line. Now the finish, she knows she's got a good one, and she kind of, a little bit of a safety move at the end, I felt. She didn't really flare it, but she made sure she got the score required.
Yeah, she definitely didn't have priority. We saw her have that fall, and then she just hung a little wide. And today, you know, there's certainly a predominant takeoff zone, but you've got to really be paying attention to those sets. They can push a little wider, and that one almost looked like it was going to shut down at one point.
Well, you know, the water's going to quickly suck off this bank too. And you know, that'll bring that wide section into play.
Bugs, we've got a situation change.
Ooh. 6, 7, 7. So she only just got there.
I think you were spot on. You know, it was a bit of a safer turn by Dimity standards, and I think she was a little punished for it. I think she gives that end section a bit of what for. She's well into the 7s.
That's exactly what I felt when she did. I went, ooh, is that going to be enough? When you think about the 8, 6, 7 in Sarah's ledger there, I think maybe, you know, Dimity needed to flare it a little bit more and get into that 7-point range to find some safety, because the scoring requirement is not much for Sarah.
I think Dimity might need more by the end of this heat, because you've got to remember, Sarah, she managed the 5.17 with one turn.
That's right.
She's only after a 5.77 at the moment. But, man, yeah, talking about the experience of these two competitors, Bugs, I mean, just the way that the draw came together, it's really worked in the favour of the youngsters, the rising stars. And really, when you look at the semi-finals at the moment, you've got two kids, extremely talented, very capable youngsters, starting to build towards that big Challenger Series dream. Ellie Brooks, on her way to maybe her best finish at the qualifying series level, is waiting to see who she's going to surf against here. But these two, you know, they're going to dispose of one another.
Yeah, we see a bit of movement on the outside. I mean, obviously we can see that, the judges, and no one can hear what we're babbling on about, but
it looked like Sarah can feel it though. She started making a move.
She's got a good instinct, and of course she knows that Dimity is already wide, and as I said, with that water drawing off the bank, that wide bank could just quickly transition into play somewhere in a heat, and I think we just saw it.
16 minutes to go here. Well, this is going to be an all-time showdown. Both surfers with great numbers locked in. Sarah in second spot at the moment. The winner of this one's going to be taking on Ellie Brooks. Forno?
That's right, Ron, and one thing I loved about that heat, Ellie, was you paddled out, and I don't know if it was coffee, I don't know if it was meditation, I don't know if it was a big bowl of Oakberry, but you had some serious zip in your step out there.
Yeah, it was fun. I definitely had a coffee, but I think I was just over not really opening up in my other heats, so I was just excited to get out there and have a man-on-man heat.
Heard Ronnie and Bugs talk about it a lot. You know, once you get to this level, and especially this deep into the competition, you just can't rely on 5s anymore. You've got to start getting excellent scores, and you were able to really do that and step it up.
Yeah, it's always nice to just like get a good score straight away. So an 8, like it was good to get that, but I knew Zali was like capable of getting 9s as well, so I just had to keep calm and just get it back up too. But it was fun.
The top half of the draw, we've got some young talent emerging up there in that first semi-final. You're going to be taking on either defending champ or Sarah Baum, both really heavy power surfers in terms of, you know, what they bring to a heat. How are you going to approach this one?
I think it'll be fun. Like, it'll push my surfing more too, so they both surf amazing, so I think it'll be a good battle regardless.
Well, I hope that you bring that same energy that we just saw to your semi-final, and congratulations on a great result so far as well.
Cool, thank you. You might get another coffee.
Good call. I might get one with you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vorno. Yeah, seeing some highlights of Ellie's excellent performance and monster heat score total in that last clash, 16.4. What a way to kick off finals day for the surfer from the Gold Coast. Unbelievable stuff. But out there in the lineup, looks like we might have had a wave for Dimity Stoyle during some of those highlights. We'll bring that to you in a moment. Here's the replay. She's trying to get rid of that 6.77 Bugs. Let's see if she pushes a little harder this time.
Yeah, this is one of those wider ones. You can see a massive distance between both competitors. And no, she goes down on that one.
It's not going to happen for her. I did want to talk to you a little bit about, you know, you go into a heat, and in the booth, we're constantly talking strategy, and you said, Sarah, you know, she's got great instincts. How much do you need to rely on those instincts as a competitor at this level?
Oh, so much. I mean, you know, you've got to have a feel for the ocean. You've got to have a feel for where the energy is, and you've got to go to that energy. You've really got to back yourself. Sometimes, you know, it's like, it's that composure of, you know, when do you go, you know, in this, particularly using the use of priority.
It's so funny to me, you know, when you see a line of water coming your way. This is just a swell line approaching. You have all this knowledge that you've acquired from all the waves that you've ridden and all the water that you've seen come your way over the years. And you know, it's not necessarily a strategic manoeuvre. It's just a innate knowledge coming to the fore, and its instincts kick in, and you kind of position yourself. It's the reason that Sarah's taken off right there to get herself that first big turn. Unfortunately, this wave doesn't do much.
No. You know, it's that really, this is the amazing blend right there, Ronnie. You nailed it. It's that innate instinct, and then you blend that with something that Mikey McDonough said yesterday in his interview. He said, you know, he just spent a year on the Challenger Series, and he said, I am twice the surfer I was last year mentally. So it really is that mental application combined with that innate instinct that makes a great surfer.
I've just picked up on Dimity's instincts. I don't think it was so much of a... It was part strategy to get some distance when she didn't have priority, but she also identified just that something might be happening. Something might be coming her way down the line, and she's positioned herself beautifully and really hasn't even had a chance with priority to show us what she can do out there wave selection-wise. 12 minutes to go here. She's got the lead, and Sarah is playing catch-up. Still looking for that 5.77 now, but without priority.
Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast. Just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
We're having an absolute ball bringing you this event. What a way to kick off the qualifying series for this region, Australia Oceanic. We've got the international field, of course, with our friends from New Zealand travelling over the ditch to take part, and they've been very strong. In particular, Kehu Butler, who's put on some of the best performance of the contest so far on the men's side, and he'll be coming up in quarterfinal number 3, which is just around the corner. But right now, we're looking for our last semi-finalist in the women's draw. And during the break, Dimity Stoyle tapped into this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Dimity holds the lead, but she doesn't have priority. Sarah
Not
has
anymore.
Been just so comfortable when she gets in that priority situation, but she needs to score now. We're under 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, that was, you know, in retrospect, a mistake from Dimity. Used her priority, didn't better the 6.77, has just gifted the advantage of priority back to Sarah now, who doesn't need a whole lot. Dimity hasn't been able to kind of extend that lead and push that requirement higher as we see some dolphins. It's a common sight here.
Yeah, definitely. Dolphins come by to say hello, surf a few waves. They're going, God, where'd that swell go?
Yeah, let's hope that they're aware that Sarah's got priority out there at the moment.
Oh, they're aware, all right.
Well, this is shaping up to be an exciting finish. There's not a whole lot in it. I think if Sarah can get herself the number, Dimity will have time to bounce back. And, you know, Sarah's got to just be careful that Dimity's finding space out here, out wide, even under a priority. It hasn't actually hurt Dimity not having priority in this heat.
But that's the point. She's done so well outside priority, and then she kind of, to your point, made a mistake of she finally went out, gained priority, and then just sort of threw it away.
I'll say this too. I don't know if Sarah on the backhand covers the distance with the same speed that Dimity had on the forehand on some of those waves. So she's maybe hanging deep to get the kind of walls that Ellie tapped into that have a slower rhythm to them, and she can really whip that board vertically into the pocket.
Wow, that's such a good insight, because that's exactly what the backhand has got to do. On your forehand, you're really looking down the line, one eye always down the line, and here we go now with Sarah.
So she
hands it back.
It's the present no one wants at the moment priority.
And there's Dimity. Look, she's on the case. She's going, okay. She had a little bit of a skitsy moment, and Sarah actually took a wave with a full down-the-line wave, so opposite to what we've been talking about, looking for those backhand pockets.
Now you see Dimity start taking part in this chess game, starting to think, okay, 7.5 minutes, there's not a whole lot of waves. Maybe just being a little bit more careful with this priority is going to be crucial now in this next exchange.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see how she plays it, whether she just shadows Sarah, staying on this side of it to have that complete chess piece control of the next exchange.
I really believe that Dimity has identified a different part of the sandbar. There's not much in it, but she's seeing a little bit more action out down the line. So she's just keeping that separation there. If she really wanted to get in Sarah's face, she could with this priority, but she's just saying, you know what, I want to be in a position to really capitalise on a quality wave if it comes my way. I don't want to be too deep on this first section.
That first hour and a half after the high tide, there's not a lot of movement. And then all of a sudden, particularly on our point brace, you'll just see that it just suck out. The water comes off the bank, and different parts of the sandbank come into play just so quickly that it'll happen within a heat. And there we see Reef. Just he's had some.
Oh, he's forgotten his board.
Yeah, well, he saw the dolphins and went, yeah, I can do that.
He's going to be up against Kai's King, and Reef only just squeaking through to make this quarterfinal heat.
Oh, that last gasp effort of Reef, he needed I don't know, I think it was about a 6.4, something like that, and he got a 6.6 on one manoeuvre.
Really, everyone's loving seeing Kai's King back from injury. You don't want to see someone who's, basically just on fire, just succumb to injury and kind of fall off the pace. He's just come back so strong.
Today is nearly a bit of a carbon copy of the final day last year, where the swell was a diminishing swell situation, inconsistent, and Kai's was just, he just got every good wave.
He'll be trying to tap back into that. You just know it. But just over 5 minutes to go here.
Yeah, so Dimity is kind of looking pretty good right now. You'd think a 5.77 is going to be so easy for Sarah to get. She's coming a little bit wide. There's a bit of back and forward you can see happening here. A great aerial shot.
She's in that glorious position in kind of slower conditions, Dimity, where she can limit the opportunity on this next ride for Sarah.
Well, now this has got a double up in front of it.
Oh, wow. So Dimity didn't look at this one. And let's see if she's made the right call here. Sarah racing down the line. She's going to find some room to move. Nice hit out the top. This wave's starting to fill up a little bit, but Sarah's got enough momentum for a finish. Is it a 5.77 though, Bugs?
Wow. That first turn, we'll have to have a look at this. Was that first turn as dynamic as some of the others?
So this is what we were talking about earlier. I mean, strategically or tactically, you might call this a mistake from Dimity Stoyle, but in her heart, her knowledge of this ocean, she's saying, I don't see a 5.77 in it.
Yeah, that's right.
And really, for Dimity, she doesn't want to take a wave that's not better than a 6.77.
See, Sarah comes over this section. She plays this so well. This section here, she probably could have hit that a bit harder, Ronnie, and the second turn was a little soft on. Nice finish. It was 3 manoeuvres.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to just pick the highlight moment out of that ride.
Well, you've got to go back to Dimity's 6.77. I don't think it was anywhere near that.
Yeah, so waiting on a number to drop now for Sarah Baum. And
what's really amazing is that 5.17 was one super dynamic move.
Yes.
Did she do one dynamic move on that wave?
She's got the number, 5.93.
Oh my gosh, it had to be right there on the ball line. Just the fact that the first manoeuvre was good without being dynamic, and here we see, here's the reply.
Dimity, she's loading up. She's got the speed to find the face. Big swoop to get started. Needs more though. Taps it in transition and gets the 2 for 1, and it is done with a lot of speed.
6.94, so she needs a 7.
Wow.
Was that a 7?
This is where Sarah has the edge with getting that point on Dimity in the opening exchange. Is it a 7-point ride? I mean, here's the thing for Dimity. She was maybe not going to get the number that she needed to increase her total on the same wave that Sarah caught. However, if she went that first wave, Sarah's on this one.
That's right. I mean, there was no safety on the end of this one, though. This was that 1-2 on the end of this. She's not going to get any points yet on this, but she comes around this section here. Nice carving, Cody, there. And it's just this 1-2 bang. Great finish.
Wow, the numbers are rolling in for Dimity, though, and it isn't enough. A 5.93.
Yeah. A 5.93.
They've been loving the backhand approach of Sarah's throughout for good reason. It's smooth, it's fast, it's crisp.
So there's a pair of 5.93s right there. They each got exactly the same score. Going back to your point, it's that first exchange getting that 1-point advantage. And there's Sarah now coming down to put her opponent in some kind of checkmate. With the minute 30, there is time for both to get a wave, but look at this, circling.
Yeah, she wants to really make her presence felt.
Yeah, this is not those 2 friendly dolphins we saw now.
No. No, that's interesting. That's like definitely, you know, close rides. Dimity, like Sarah, had to chase down the first section. She got a more drawn-out turn, but we mentioned it earlier, the backhand hits in the pocket versus the front-side carve. You've got to say, like, just the judging trend throughout this event is that they've liked the backhand hits more than the front-side arcs.
I'd say so, absolutely. Yeah, with the front side, you've had to do something really dynamic, a very dynamic finish.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, great surfing from Dimity, but the wave was tapering. She might have an opportunity here, scrambling into this one. So it's a great paddling effort. She looks out the back. There's not much doing. That wave just didn't have the points in it. Didn't have enough energy.
Yeah, Sarah didn't even flinch.
No, it was a sell. So time ticking by here. Dimity Stoyle.
Well, that's checkmate now, because with 25 seconds remaining, Sarah can actually have whatever Dimity goes for if something presents itself. Dimity's doing the right thing and trying to make some distance from her.
Just over 1/10 of a point in it, Bugs.
Oh, wow. Look at that, 14.6 to 14.44.
We knew we were going to see a great heat out of these two. It was so close. And honestly, I think you'll be able to review this one and say to yourself, it could have gone either way. That's how close it was. Dimity Stoyle, another great effort here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, but Sarah Baum, she's on her way to the semi-finals, and she'll be taking on Ellie Brooks. It's going to be a battle of the backhands there.
3 out of the 4 semi-finalists are goofy footers.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got the men's quarterfinals just around the corner with Kaius King and Reef Hazelwood hitting the lineup. And we'll bring in Vaughan Blakey and Jess Grimwood.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
destination to my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back, folks. It's the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, the QS 5000. It's the morning of the finals, and we've already had a few, Stace. Quarterfinal action in the women's, all wrapped up. Our semi-finalists are decided. And now we move into the men's quarterfinals, and what an absolute ripper to kick us off here at Cabarita Headland. Have a look at the conditions. It is just picture postcard perfect on the Tweed Coast this morning. Reef, Hazelwood and Kai's King, electrifying goof versus electrifying reg. This is going to be a hot one.
And the boys have paddled themselves up around pretty much the back beach, and they will not be catching any waves up there. But neither one of them wanting to give up the inside position as we see Hazelwood breaking away now. As I'd expect for Reef, he didn't get that busy yesterday, and I know his mum Ruth's on the headland watching, and she just wants to see her son ride waves. It's that simple, Vaughn.
Yeah. Mad little flex to kick this one off as the boys try and jostle for position. And Reefy gets a couple of quick rapid-fire turns off. He's got a little mountain to climb here because Kai's King is the defending champ. He'll back himself at this wave. He lives just down the road at Byron Bay. What, 40 minutes?
Yeah, maybe not even. 40 if you're cruising.
Well, you're always cruising if you're from Byron, mate.
That's right, yep.
Just wake up early in the morning, get your Oakberry, get your activated almond chia seed cappuccino, and
cleanse the
put your hair in
crystals
a man bun, and off you go.
Get away with it.
Actually, guess who I bumped into outside before is the mascot for the Byron Bay team from the ABB.
Magoo.
It was Magoo. And he actually, at the ABB, he gave me charged crystals. It was unbelievable. Okay.
And your life since that moment has been...
oh, mate. Nothing but rainbows and leprechauns. It's been incredible. Slicing off the top here, Kai's King from Byron Bay. Snap up and over. And Reef has already had... I think he's had 2 waves at least, but Kai's is definitely going to be banking the best of the waves we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely love to see this one from the start. Casual set-up carve, gave it everything he had, and then beautiful big finish here. There's a lot to be said for winning the first exchange, and we saw a really interesting tussle at the top of the point there. Reef broke away for 3-6-7, and then this wave here, I believe, will be probably a similar score. Just not really having that size of wave on offer there, but Reef pretty clear with his intention. He wants to get going. And then Kai's was behind on a bit bigger of a set wave, and worth the wait there for Kai's, I think. As you see, beautiful slow-mo action replay here from our boy Benny down on the rocks. He's done a fantastic job this week, roving around all over the joint in all kinds of different conditions. Lovely blowtail there from Reef.
Got out of jail yesterday.
Yeah, he did with that turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. If he can find a bigger section and a better wave, he'll be pretty happy. He juiced a 4.5 out of that, and we're just waiting for the first score of Kai's to come in, which we suspect will be the best of the openers.
Stace, it's no surprise to see these two in the quarterfinals this morning. 2 guys who we really want to see make that leap onto the Challenger Series. Kai's King, a bit unfortunate, really. Last year, suffered a bit of an injury. Spent a lot of time out of the water, a lot of time in rehab. He's looking sharp. He's bulked up a lot, actually. I reckon he's weighing probably like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 kilos more than he was before the injury.
Yep.
But he just has that beautiful precision in his surfing. I love his rail game. It sort of throws me back to those really... I mean, he's got the look as well.
He
but
does have the look.
Clemente power game.
Yep,
you know, your Archies,
right.
your Shane Beshans, like all that
brothers,
sort of crew. So, you know, he's got that beautiful ability to accelerate through rail turns, which is just a wonderful thing to watch. Here goes Reef on the inside. Foam climb, which is, foam climbs. Your heart goes into your mouth every time you see them.
If you can pull them off, they're just the greatest turn ever. He was going to come out of that with so much speed, but the risk versus reward is also just heavily tilted in the risk column because they're a pretty rudimentary turn, but they they often sort of catch you by surprise. You watch his Channel Island surfboard there, just like accelerate through that manoeuvre, but it just sort of left him in a weird part of the wave where, yeah, just the curve of the board just couldn't fit in on that occasion. But yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there. They looked like there was some more points on offer down the line. So Reef's kind of heavily on the back foot here. He'd want to join the party with a good ride pretty soon, I reckon.
7 dropping for that first of Kai's King, and smooth, classy surfing. I just bumped into Kai's folks in the car park, and Rasmus and his granddad. So the whole family is up on the point watching Kai's, the defending champ. Razzie, little bro, epic surfer. Yeah. Really powerful little unit. Actually, he's not so little. He's about 6'4".
He's shot up. Yeah, yep.
Built too.
It's one of those Groms you kind of think they're 12 and little forever, but they're not. He's a proper man-child now.
And movie star as well.
Movie star.
A couple of films dropping by. But let's throw it down to Jess Grimwood, who I believe is with one of our semi-finalists down there, Sarah Baum.
Thanks, guys. Baumy. It was like a really tense situation towards the end. Tell me what was going through your head out in the water, because you were sitting with priority and you were a fair way up the point while Dimmy was kind of punching a few pretty good scores down away from you.
Yeah, I kind of didn't want priority because I was like, it's so tricky out there to know which one's the good ones. So I was like, oh, just have a little flurry of waves just so I can at least get the score, or, you know, not like lose priority, but kind of make my way down the beach a little more, and then hopefully pick up another wave, because my first wave I got a 5-4-1 turn, so I knew that I could generate scores on fairly average waves. So I was just like, come on, just give me an opportunity.
And you went into the excellent range straight away in that heat, that 8.67. How do you digest that going into the back half? I mean, 30 minutes on the clock, sitting on the laurels of just that one score is pretty dangerous against somebody like Dimity. She's been in form this whole event.
Yeah, definitely. We both had that exchange, and I got an 8 and then she got a 7, and I was like, okay, it's on. So yeah, it was great. Like, that gave me a big confidence boost having that 8, and then I was like, oh, come, just let me back it up. And yeah, I feel really good. The boards feel really good, and the waves are starting to turn on. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, watching you two battle it out in the quarters is pretty much a final for me. I mean, you two have been a standout across the event, like maturity-wise, power-wise. Going into your semi-final against another goofy footer, does anything change for the prep?
Not really. Just stick to what I've been doing. The judges seem to love it, so I'm not going to change anything.
There you go, guys. Sarah Baum moving into the semi-finals against Ellie Brooks, and she's looking pretty calm and collected.
Cool insights. Oh, she's looking... she's looking like someone who has an eye on the trophy already. Boom, boom, Baumy. This happened while we were chatting, and beautiful extension in that last turn. Made something out of nothing there, Kai's King.
Yeah, sort of mungled his way to a finish, but pretty important, you know, for him to just complete his first 2 rides, because it's just going to add to that pressure for Reef. He obviously got the best of the exchange, and if that could be another mid-range score, it's going to limit Reef's, I guess, it shouldn't, but it can sort of play into Reef's mind where he might now sit and wait for that wave, which I just feel Reef as a character, he would love to have that freedom of not having priority and then needing a big score. He can kind of surf his way into heats. There's still plenty of time on the clock for Reef, and it's going to be interesting to see how he plays that. Does Reef sit and wait for the next best wave, or does he just kind of keep surfing and try and build into this heat, regardless of the fact that Kai's has, had a really strong start?
It's been interesting watching these two guys surf through the early rounds. We've had all sorts of different conditions, a big sweepy, pushy south swell in the early stages of this one. That was up at Kingscliff. We moved back here and it got all big and wobbly. That's when the seated surfers came into the event space. But one of the sort of surprising things, there's been a bit of a difference. Kais has really managed these heats well. He's put big scores in. He's sort of been in cruise control, whereas Reef has really had to fight a lot to get through his heats. None more so than that last one where he really got a buzzer beater to get it done. So yeah, there's kind of been a momentum for both guys, and Kais is the one that you'd rather be sitting in his shoes, knowing that you're just getting it done, and you're getting it done quite easily. You got a fair bit in the tank.
Totally.
You don't want to get into that scrappy mindset constantly.
No, not at all. Kais has been really mature. He hasn't looked out of place at all. And again here, another really strong performance. And we spoke about it a lot through this event. It's really easy to say, but it's very important. I think that, like, guys on the CT do it very well. It's just they finish their first 2 rides, and they can build from there. Kais is in such a commanding position right here. I know there's a lot of time left on the clock, but as Bormy said, this lineup's really tricky to read. The good waves aren't super obvious. So, Kais has put himself in a fantastic position here. I really want to see Reef get competitive. I kind of think him sitting there needing a 9, he'll look to break that into 2 scores. I don't believe he'll sit out there waiting for this magical unicorn wave. I'd like to see him ride a few more waves.
Bank, as you said earlier on in your surf report, is just going to present more and more as the tide starts to run out. We've seen so many epic finishes. That Shorey comes into play big time. Are you expecting aerial theatrics in this event as we sort of work our way towards the finals?
I think so. I don't think the conditions are super favourable to that, but these guys and girls are so talented that I reckon they'll be able to manufacture something. We saw a couple on the left yesterday as that tide got a bit lower, and the wind's a bit lighter today, so I think that should sort of help things out. Yesterday it was pretty humming from the south, so you wouldn't see many rights, get taken to the air. But this way, particularly with that inside section steepening up with the tide getting lower, yeah, I hope so.
And a point of difference, we haven't really seen a whole lot. Alistair Reginato, who will be surfing later on, quarterfinal number 4, he and Jordan Lawler are probably holding the 2 best airs of this event.
Yep.
Spectacular airs too, by the way. Reggie's
crazy.
one was just a full roadie right into the cush. And, mate, it was a beautiful move. So I'm expecting that point of difference will come into play if it presents itself.
Yeah, definitely. Not a scoring ride there for Kais, but I think there's one turn in surfing that if you do it well, you're feeling pretty good, and that's a roundie.
Do you remember? I think there's an old film. It's not Kelly Slater in black and white. It's called Kelly Slater in colour. It was I can't remember who brought it out, but it came out sort of in his sort of shaved head phase after all the carbon fibre stringers and stuff, so a little bit later.
Yep.
But in that movie, he gets this wave at backdoor that's shot looking straight into the tube, and he comes fanging out of this thing and does this grab rail roundhouse where he comes flying back towards a barreling section and goes inside the tube and does the rebound on the foam ball inside the tube, and then comes back.
Way.
And it's the greatest roundhouse you will ever see in your life.
Yep.
Kelly Slater and colour going.
I got to go and suss it. I know the one you're talking about. Colour with a K, right?
That's right, yeah.
I remember the cover, but I can't remember that turn. I probably should go and have another suss.
It's worth revisiting. It's so incredible. You can't get your head around it. I mean, most people are banging it off the lip because that's where the power is. The foam ball's got nothing. Disappear into that thing. But the goat, he'll be surfing today over in Sunset. Reef Hazelwood now. This is a nice little float the boat, and watch for the tail blow because he loves to get it loose, but he just plays it safe there, punches it. And I think that was a last-second decision because when it loads up like that into the double-up, you blow the tail, you're going to be really struggling to ride out of that shockwave.
Totally. Nice projection floater there down the line. It's a shame he did not get the release on that turn there. I sort of have no idea where the judges are going to go with that one. Tough wave to surf, like you say, Vorno.
Reef Hazelwood struggling to find those set waves, those opportunities to get himself back into this one. It's Kais King who's holding it down at the moment, a 7 and a 6.5. He's built a beautiful heat here. But quarterfinal action, the QS 5000, so much on the line here, Stace, and it'll start to sink in for these guys as they're sitting out there sort of pondering that they're only a couple of wins away from holding up that trophy and getting the maximum number of points towards that Challenger Series qualification.
For sure. And even, making it to the quarters is probably what most of the crew would say about putting a campaign together. Like, if you get a couple of fifths, you're doing pretty well. But when you find yourself in this position, it then becomes so much more real. Like, hang on a minute, I can take this thing out. So it's going to be cool to see who can sort of manage that. And then, from there, these are the kind of heats that you look back after a season and go, if I just had made a semi there instead of a fifth, and the points differential so big from now on in. Every round is so important. We're not talking about bettering your score by 100 or so points. We're talking about nearly bettering by 1,000 each time you make a heat. So it's sort of like this heat right here is almost like winning a QS 1000.
Well, neither of these guys wants to be losing sleep at the end of the year. And we're going to come back and see what they can do at the end of this quarterfinal number 1, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Rural and regional New South Wales, it's the place to be today. It's such a magic part of not just our state, our country, but of the world, Stacey. We're so stoked and lucky enough to have grown up here. I mean, you and I have spent so much time, you know, scooting around these headlands that you can see on your screen right now. Every bend in the road has a little headland and a little setup, and mate, it is just the ultimate dream to be a surfer, living, surfing in this zone.
Yeah, it is, and it's an unbelievable spot to raise young families. You know, you've got little nooks and crannies everywhere, that safe little spots to go for swims and post up at the beach all day, and yeah, can't get enough of this part of the world. I think this was happening in the break, Vorno.
Yeah, Reef has found something. It was just an in and out, so not much here, and you know, he's going to have to pull the trigger soon, Reefy. He has been sniffing around on the inside. What's his tactic here? You know, the inside waves haven't been working for him, so what does he have to do different to get back into this heat, Stace?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. He's got to try and find some vertical face. We saw in the last heat of the women's there, Dimity v Bormy, a fantastic heat. That was just so back and forth, but I would say the rubber, the green, went to the goofy footer in that heat. I thought both of them put on an excellent performance, but there was just some subtle points of differences there that Bormy was able to get on the backhand. So I think Reef needs to tap into a bit of that energy. Big vertical first section, and at the moment he's always sort of telegraphing down the line looking for that end turn. I think maybe if he can start to just bring that energy to the beginning of his waves, you know, he's more than capable of getting excellent scores.
Great insights there. Stace Galbraith in the commentary box. Coach, team manager, journalist, board tester. Any part of surfing that you don't froth on, mate? You've got to be one of the frothiest humans I've ever met.
I was thinking about that this morning. I do froth, and then I do go through phases where I just do not even tap in one bit. But at the moment, I'm fully plugged in. Australian Regional QS Series firing up. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, it's cool to see. And, like, I don't know, just growing up around this area and being able to travel with work, obviously fortunate there, you just see a lot of these youngsters around the country, and then it's so sick to see them tapped into something that they love and giving it a red-hot crack, and all of them doing well. I mean, yeah, even if they get blown out of the water first heat, I think it's cool when someone commits to something and has a crack, and yeah, it's all part of it. So yeah, I'm stoked, and especially for these two young fellas. I've spent a lot of time with them going to Aussie titles and seeing them grow up and things like that. And I'm not that much older than them, but I do feel like that kind of big brother to them, and it's awesome to see him ripping. I'm stoked for all of them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a granddad to both these guys. I've known them both since they were tiny little creatures. Kai's King, a really good friend of, you know, the family, I guess. He's been around. I think we first ran a photo of him in Surfing World when I was editing Surfing World magazine. Kai's would have been about 5.
Yeah.
And we ran a story
Still
on
the
him.
same beautiful hair.
He did have beautiful hair, actually. Yeah, very true. It's all that Oakberry nutrients.
Yeah.
Getting in there. And but yeah, he was just a tiny little creature, head to toe in the fluoro gear, and you know, it's been a joy to watch him develop as a surfer. But Reef Hazelwood as well, mate. Like, we took him away on a Grombash trip when he was just a little fella, and I couldn't believe it. I knew straight away he just had that ability to get speed. Second he got to his feet,
oh, you're dead right.
movement, no movement. Just he stands up, Nothing's happened, and he's going 1,000 miles an hour.
And look, something you'd watch him in Grom comps, judging and over the years, he would, it's probably not something that people out there surfing talked about a lot, as we see him up and riding here. But yeah, you're right. He had this ability. Like a lot of kids learning to surf, and when they're younger and they're developing their skills, they have the Huntington hop. They really hop through the flat water, and it doesn't look that good. Let's be honest. Reef, from a young age, was like driving rail to rail like he was on a hydrofoil through just this sunny coast slop, and you could just see from there, like he had, great foundations to be, one of the best. And yeah, he's definitely developed into one of the craziest aerial surfers like this country's ever produced.
You know who else was on that trip with Reef Hazelwood? I had Dakota Walters.
Sick.
Kihu Butler.
Yep.
And Caleb Tancred. So I had the 4 of those kids, and mate, it was one of the best trips ever. We just
so good. Where'd you
went
go?
To a little secret spot, sort of between, let's say, between Newcastle and Sydney.
Yep.
And it was absolutely beautiful, mate. We just scored perfect waves, and it was just, as I say, a real privilege to see this next wave of talent and what they were doing when they were young. I mean, there was no question all 4 of those guys were going to be top-line surfers one day, and here they are. And I think that, Kais and Reef are 2 guys who should be surfing with the CT in mind. I mean, they are not there to make up numbers on the queue.
Yeah.
I think if they get a taste of that Challenger Series, they'll do good things. Reef has already put his thumb in that CT pie and pulled out a plum. He got a 9th at Narrabeen, and I don't know if you remember. I know you will, because you're an absolute freak with your memory and highlight moments in surfing. But do you remember the roundhouse cutty he did one glassy afternoon in his heat at Narrabeen? It was...
the roundhouse cutties are eluding me today. I need to check that Kelly one, and I can't remember the Reef one, no, but I believe it.
It was just, it was one of those cutties that gets faster the deeper you go through it. And by the time he rebounded off the whitewash, I was just going, that is sublime
Searing.
surfing. Just... So, you could see even then as a grommy little upstart wildcard that he had CT material all running through his veins.
Definitely.
So this is where it starts though, like good results in these regional qualifiers are the launch pad to getting to that top level.
And the scenarios are the same. Like this might be a QS regional event, but this will happen to you on the Challenger. You're behind, you need a big score, and you've got to step up and do it, and here he goes.
Well, he's got the calves down. So where's this blowtail? No, he doesn't get it up and over. So this one backed off on him, unfortunately. The big difference yesterday, the wave that he, punched through his round of 16 into the quarters was actually tiny. It was half the size of this, but it was super steep.
Yeah, exactly. Nice first carve here. Sort of hard turn to do on the back end, I reckon. Underrated if you can do that turn well, and Reef certainly can. Yeah, look, he would have been hoping for a little more on the finish there. I still think he might narrow the requirement. His single highest score at the moment is a 4.83, so anything better than that, he's going to chip away at that 8.67. Earlier in the heat, I was thinking, he's probably going to do it in 2 waves, but as the clock counts down, he's going to do it in 1. And rightly so. It's pretty nice first turn, a 6.23, so now he needs a 7.27. It's game on. Kais has got a real tricky couple decisions on his hand here, so it's going to be cool to see how these boys play this one out. But tell me, Vorno, you've been at the coalface of grommet hood frothery for a long time.
Yes.
I can recall you with just goodies galore going around the country with a few of those regional events. Has anything changed, mate?
Not really, man. I mean, the only thing that's changed is just how quickly grommets progress. The froth is exactly the same. It's pouring out of their eyeballs, ear holes, it's everywhere. I mean, they're walking around all day wetty wearers because there's just non-stop froth dripping out of them. But the froth is good, but the level of performance is just through the roof. Like you turn up to any, Gromcom, I'm talking those 14-year-olds, and it's just on. And they are rabid. And
one thing
forget,
I will say, and I'm to blame for this, there's not as much buff getting around. Gee, you guys used to throw out some buff.
It was a glory time in the surf industry, Stace.
I'm going to try and bring it back.
4 minutes remaining here. I was going to say one of the most aggressive heats I ever saw surfed, ever. Like, I'm talking CT, Gabby paddling up, Ryan Callanan's Rashi, Zeke and John having it out of bells. All got left in the dust compared to the ace bucking Blake Johnston Trax Cadet Cup under 13s final. from, I'm trying to remember what year it was. It would have been around 90-something, 96 or something. And man, oh man, they were paddling over each other. Almost like the waves and the surfing just ceased and it was in a UFC battle out in the lineup. It was
elbows going everywhere.
Ace got the nod there over Blake Johnston, and geez, he's a classy man too.
Well,
he's
we're
doing
on
a
it,
lot of fundraising.
Go check him out on Instagram.
Yeah.
He's about to try and surf for 100 hours.
That's right. He's going to break the world record
40
for
hours
longest
or
ever
something.
surf.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
So
Coming up in March or something. Yeah, you got to go get around him, Blakey Johnston.
So here we are, positioning, jockeying. Look at Kais King on Reef's tail here. What's happening here? Stace, just sort of explain what Kais's thinking is here.
Well, his thing is pretty clear. He just needs to limit Reef's opportunities, which he's got well within the rules to do so. And you'll notice that Kais will never end up on the inside of Reef. He'll always be sitting down the point because he'll take a look at Reef first and decide whether he wants the wave or not. So he didn't want this one, 7-2-7 the score. And so far, that's a check to Kais. Like, great leave, didn't waste his priority. And now he's going to try and better his 6.5 here, Vorno.
Oh, and this first wave that he let Reef take has sucked a lot of water off the bank. Steeper face there, but... Ooh, wow. First turn was nice. Second turn had a bobble. Was there a 6.5 in that anyway, Stace, do you think?
I don't think so. And the other thing, too, that's as clear as day is that Reef was nowhere near this wave. And it's sort of a really hard one as like surfers and surf coaches. The surfers want to surf. They're tuned to rip, right? They're not so much worrying about the strategy, in the most of the time. But at that point in the heat with 2 minutes to go, Kais really did not need to be on that wave. Reef wasn't looking at it. Kais, if he was going to better his situation, would have been marginally. I think that's a bit of a blunder here. He's left the door open.
But he's found something on the inside. It's steep. He gets that first turn off with a lot of aggression. And he's bobbled again. So he's just kind of had a few little errors in judgment here, Kais King. I think if you were, as you say, you've got your surf coach hat on. I mean, is that, it's not quite a coach killer, is it? But it's definitely cause for a bit of sweaty palm action.
The second one's all good. He might as well go. That wave doesn't have priority anymore. Beautiful first turn. Just come unglued on the second one. So you want to roll the dice there, and it just didn't come off. But that wave 2 waves ago, that's the coach killer. Beautiful first turn here from Kais. There's no doubt about it. He's looking strong on his equipment. It's just... those are the little details that you will see, on the top level of the tour. Those guys, with the clock counting down, they just make the right decision every time.
On tour, someone is always ready to pounce. You're not going to get away with any mistakes at that level.
You can just book it in. Here comes the heartbreak.
Here comes. Well, here comes Reef Hazelwood. There's a little bit of a swell lump here. He needs this thing to turn up. You can see... There's definitely movement in this ocean. Apparently the period is still at 11 seconds. So, I mean, even though it's dropped off a lot, there's going to be some push in this swell. 30 seconds to go, though. A 7.27. Door is slightly ajar here.
He'll need the biggest number of the heat, but well within his reach. It just doesn't... There is something out there, but it looks like it might be about 20 seconds away. He's going to need to get going. It's kind of doing that J-Bay thing where you see 4 waves coming and then none of them break. Oh, I don't think Reef's going to get a chance here. Interesting heat nonetheless, and it just all came down to that start for Kais. He made the right decision at the start there to hold the inside, let Reef froth around, and Kais started with great intent. Put 13.5 points up in his first 2 waves, and Reef was never able to claw it back.
The defending champion, he's paddled out here with a plan, and he got it done almost perfectly. A couple of little nervy moments at the end there, Stace, but we say farewell to Reef Hazelwood. He's had a tough, scrappy run through this event. He did extremely well to make the quarterfinals. We're going to take a break here from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro and be back with another semi-final, or quarterfinal in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Huge thanks to Oakberry, our major sponsor here at the Tweed Coast Pro, and a huge thanks to North Star Holiday Resort, where Ronnie and I are staying. We actually hit the water slide yesterday, Arvo, and we had a great time. Whee! Down the slide we went.
Yeah, it looks fun as.
It's a great place to stay. Highly recommended if you come to the Tweed Coast. This is quarterfinal number 2, and we've just seen Kai's King repeat the form from last year, and now a guy who has been a real surprise package in this draw is Cooper Davies. He's up against Jordan Lawler. So we've got a really experienced head here in Geordie. Got a little taste of some CT action. Was kind of like first reserve there for a
couple of events.
Couple of events. Surfed in the Pipe Masters.
Gee, he got some waves in the pipeline comp.
Oh, didn't he? Not the Pipe Masters anymore. What is it? Little Billabong Pipe Pro, but Cooper, tell me a little bit about this guy, Stacey, because he has been on red-hot form here. Look at that.
Yeah, Cooper's a part of that Sunny Coast gang that we're seeing do quite well so far at this event. Unfortunately, Reef Hazelwood unable to get through that last one for the Sunny Coasters, but Coops will be flying the flag strong here for that part of the world. And, you know, between those two boys that I just mentioned, Alistair Reginato, Sophie McCulloch, there's, you know, a host of others that
Dimity.
I could talk about. Yeah, Dimity doing well this event.
Charlie Stokes, there's, what's happening up there?
It's just a lot going on up there. Oh, how good's this down low angle? Thanks for coming.
Oh, is that Benj?
That's young Benji.
He's everywhere, isn't he? Here we go. Out the back.
Oh,
this is Geordie.
Classic pop-up.
And he's done the good old-fashioned Shane Horan roll in at, like, out of West Peak Sunset and cracks it through on the inside. Loses his fins here. Little mistake from Geordie, but we're going to the top angle to see how Hardy smashes it. And a couple of bobbles. Gets a finishing turn, though, and that will be a nice way to start the heat. Just ironing out. So this is another wave here from Cooper Davies. You know, one of my favourite things about the qualifying series when we get back into the regional events, Stace, is that you get these surprise packages. I mean, it's not necessarily that sea surfers aren't known. You know, if you're around the events, if you're around the comp scene, you see them sort of coming, you see their talent. But every now and again, someone breaks through and announces themselves. And I feel like this is a really good opportunity for Cooper Davies to do that.
Oh, massive. You know, like you said, with all these crew entering this event, as we see the swell still marching in here, they're not in it to make up the numbers. Like they enter these events, they work all summer, and they come down here, and their goal is to be paddling out a snapper for the Challenger Series, and that's what in Cooper's mind. And so he'd be gunning for the finals here. Like if he can come out swinging with a big result here to start the 2023 season, he'd be you know, well on his way to achieving that goal.
He's got the best of the opening exchange, 5.5. Geordie Lawler banking a 4.33. Like, you know, it's not going to finish in his top 2, no chance. And a few wobbles there, but far out, man. I mean, at the very early stage of it, to get a 4 for a wave that you made quite a few errors on, it's not going to feel that bad.
No, the only thing that'll feel bad is the fact that he rode that wave pretty much the length of the point. So just return on your investment. You probably want to squeeze a 5 out of it, but he'll be paddling back now, recharging the batteries, and yeah, getting ready to go again. But one thing that Cooper's done this whole event is he has just picked the eyes out of this bank. He's always been on the best waves, and he sort of matched that with some real powerful surfing as well. So he'll need to do the same thing here against Geordie, no doubt, because yeah, Geordie's only just getting warmed up with that 4.33.
Here's Cooper, and a nice sweeping turn to kick things off. Starting to stand up a little better on this inside bank. Still lacking a bit of punch, really. So you can see Reef really struggling to just get some fireworks going on that inside section. And as the tide runs out, it'll start standing up, and we'll get better opportunities to see some power moves through there. But
speaking of power, let's see the lats fire up. Who's
going
to get this
okay. Love a paddle battle. It's one of the great sights in surfing. There's really the gym work comes into play, but you can see there just an up and over. It's just kind of had a bit of a wobble midway through the face. This will be a good view of it. You can see the double up section already.
Yeah, that end section is just elusive. Oh, Geordie actually went off the end, which could cost him
Look
dearly.
at these guys.
Geordie would be 10 lengths in front if he didn't just jump off the end of that wave there. It's gone to Cooper, and it's sort of one of the things in surfing where there have been a lot of rule changes over the years about that paddle battle, and it was really this wave that sort of cost Geordie. He must have seen something more in it, and unfortunately it didn't come to play, and that's sort of what cost him the second priority there. So yeah, just a little slip up, I'd say.
How much of a flex is involved in winning the paddle battle, do you think? You know, like when you're really going at it, you're deep up to your shoulders, you're just kicking and screaming and scratching to try and get the advantage, and you lose. I mean, we know the advantage you get when you win.
Yep.
But how does it affect you if you lose that one?
I saw one of the most interesting paddle battles I've ever witnessed was with Ricardo Christie in WA.
Hang on, mate. We're going to come back to that.
We'll come back to that one.
Save it for me, though, because I'm curious to hear.
It's a loser being a winner, I'll put it that way.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get back to you in a second on
Excellent.
that one.
Well, we'll come back to that. But let's throw it down right now to Jess Grimwood, who is with the defending champ, Kais King, putting on a clear.
Thanks, guys. Yes, the defending champ, Caius, having that past win under your belt, is it something that you draw into today, going through into those semis, or do you just completely block it all out and just get to work on another day here?
Yeah, I think winning last year was definitely a huge confidence boost for me. Obviously, it was my first ever QS win too, so it's kind of just like, you know, there's no other feeling like it really. So it's good to come back, and I'm only half an hour down the road anyway, so I surf here a lot, so I don't know. I'm just coming back from injury, so I'm just having fun surfing. It's actually like my third week of shortboarding, so I'm just pumped on that right now, and to make some heats is a bonus, so yeah, I'm just going to keep going, and we'll see.
And you just had a little word to me just before the camera turned around, but you said your family's around and they were pretty nervous going into that last 3 minutes of that heat. Reef had a few opportunities, but he just couldn't take it over the top of your early start.
Yeah, it's always tough coming up against a competitor like Reef. I've surfed against him since I was like 10 years old in the Oppie Grom comps and that, so, you know, he's a freak. You don't know if he's going to do a backflip or three to the beach, so it's, you know, he keeps you on your toes, and definitely, you know, stoked to take that heat out. We're good mates though, you know, so it's game on in the water, but then when you're out of the water, it's, you know, mates again, so that's sweet. And then, yeah, I caught my family just crawling out of the bushes with no fingernails then, so that was cool. No, it was good to see them. I could see my little bro, or big little bro on the rocks cheering for me, and my grandpa gave me a good pep talk before I went out too, so that was pretty sick. Yeah, just a beautiful day and good vibes, so I'm just stoked here and surfing, having a good time.
Well, I love the vibe from you, and it's great to see you moving on through. Good luck going into the semis. We'll let you go and get prepped because it's going to be a good day competition for you.
Epic, thanks guys, cheers.
Congratulations to Kais King into the semis for the second year running. Looking very, very relaxed. Coming into an event with no expectations on the way back from injury, third week surfing, it plays to a real strength there because your anxiety levels are so low.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned there, he's just stoked to be here, genuinely stoked. Like, I feel like a lot of people sort of say that, you know, happy to be here, but he a month or two ago, like I said, he was coming back from a real serious back injury. It took a long time to rehab, so yeah.
And sleeping in his own bed, you know, it's a comfort comp for Kais. It's an event he's won before, so he's got nothing to prove out here. He can just be in the moment and surf like he did, and he finds himself in the semis again. But we saw Cooper Davies use that priority that he won in that hard-fought paddle battle, and I think he left an excellent score on the table because a backwash hit him as he hit that last section. It flared him out, but oh my goodness, he had done some water.
And that's so exciting about these heats. Like, Geordie kind of left the door open there by going that wave and handing priority to Cooper pretty easily, and then Cooper got his chance, but then he couldn't slam it shut, and then so it's just a classic back and forth, which is entertaining from our position.
Looks like we've got a set wave moving towards our competitors. It's Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen who is in position. He's going to use priority here off the bottom. It's a nice carve off the top and smack right into the lip. Vertical attack, and he puts that extra bit of sting in the tail. And you could really hear the whip crack. I love those backside turns when you can hear the board hit the lip.
Whoopah. Advantage Lawler, I'd say. That was a great combination of turns. He's done well to just sort of get any kind of impactful turn there at the start, and then obviously that one a major manoeuvre, and done well to kind of get that little bit of extra whip out of the lip there.
That tiny little bit of extra. Boom. Just the timing was so sweet. All right, mate, now I want to hear about this paddle battle because...
Oh, right.
You know, we talk about it. It's a full flex. You just... It's you and your arch enemy, your nemesis.
Yep.
You're not relying on your surfing anymore. You're relying on strength.
Fully. Yep.
And, you know, if you get the win, you might be sitting out there going, hey, how do you like those apples?
I'm sorted.
But how do you feel when you lose?
So, it happened that the Ace Buchan and Ricardo Christie kicked out of a wave at like 3 foot main break Margaret River, and they were right on the inside. So they were probably, you know, a good 150, 200 metres back to the peak. And they kicked and scratched and elbowed their way back to the top of the peak. And Ace won the paddle battle, and Ricardo lost. There was like 3 minutes left on the clock, maybe less, and Ace needed a score. He rode a wave, 2 beautiful turns. He needed the third to finish, and he fell. And I just sort of thought nothing of it. I just sort of thought, oh, you know, like, you know, Ricardo probably didn't need to be in that paddle battle. He kind of had about, you know, 10 metres to make up on Ace. So that's probably the most important part of the story, actually. They weren't that close together. Ricardo was going to lose the paddle battle. But what he did was made Ace kind of redline to the top of the point. I reckon it had something to do with him not making the end of the wave, because Ace doesn't fall off, right? He doesn't fall off on backhand Rios. And when Ricardo put it to me like that, I was like, oh my God, like every paddle battle matters. Even if you don't get priority.
But what about
push your competitor to his edge and see if he can then still ride his next wave to his full potential. And it came off for Rick that day.
That's amazing. And also getting, you know, Ace Buchan in a position where he's not mentally aware of what's being played, that's a rarity.
I reckon big rarity. Because
he's one of the great tacticians.
Chessboard player and fit, healthy, trains a lot, obviously an incredible surfer. But then when I thought of it like that, I was like, oh, where did that unforced error come from? I reckon it was because of the paddle battle.
Yeah, well, one of the best paddle battles I ever saw was Gabe Medina. I can't remember if it was a final or a semi at Cloudbreak. And he just paddled whoever he was up against, I can't remember. Kalohe. So
just
far
into
up
the
point, into the abyss, caught a little cross wave of nothing, whitewash back to the takeoff zone.
And then got an 8 on the next wave.
Unbelievable.
And you'd just be crying if that happened to you. It's just,
It's just one of those tactics that you can bend and stretch in any way you want. If you've got that sort of, that evil streak.
It is, right? It's wave knowledge, it's fitness, it's everything to know where you are on the bank. You know, Mick was always pretty good for that at like Bells. He'd sit his competitor like a little deeper than they needed to be and watch them go the first wave of the set and be caught behind, and then he'd just shuffle over 20 metres to the bowl and get a 9. Like, just absolute wizardry.
It's so cool. It's so cool to watch, you know, the chess match play out as well as the great surfing. We've got 2 guys right now who are real experts at both. Geordie Lawler, a 6.67 for the big backside nooner. He really did adjust in the very last micro centimetre of that turn to just give it that extra bit of sting. The judges giving it a lot of props, a 6.67. And has he found another opportunity on the inside here without priority? No, just a small one. When you get a good score, Stace, are you one of those? I guess it's a momentum thing, and you sort of react to however you're feeling at the time. But you see it so often. Someone will get a good score, and on the paddle back out, another wave just comes to them, and they just all of a sudden, you know, what has been a close heat can just run away from. Run away from you.
It's incredible how the ocean just offers up those opportunities, because you see it so more often than not. Like, someone does something cool, and all of a sudden they just get presented with another opportunity in a part of the bank that was never there, and you know, away they go with it. So yeah, and I think too, you've just got to be open to that. Like, even if you're having a shocking heat, like particularly in conditions like this, you can have a 3-minute heat out here. You will see people do that today, just turn the clock around. So yeah, as long as you don't get too down in the dumps if you miss the start, I feel like there should be enough opportunities today for everyone.
Well, it's a beautiful day. The Tweed Coast is shining like the jewel that it is on the east coast, the far north coast of New South Wales. It's about as far north as you can possibly get. You go a little bit further north and you basically hit the border into Queensland. Tinseltown, yeah, the Gold Coast Surfers Paradise. We're heading up there tonight.
Yeah, you got a big night on the cards.
One of the all-time greats, Taj Burrow, into the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame. That's going to be a lot of fun. But right now, let's stay with Geordie Lawler. Oh, crispy first turn, straight out of the lip. He's put this one together beautifully. Punctuation mark.
The big exclamation, and in fact, and that is as good as you'll see it put together. 3 high-speed turns, high-quality turns.
This was a mix of spray coming off this wave as well as Cooper Davies' tears, because he had priority for this, and Geordie just snuck up underneath him, and you can see Cooper watching in the background there. He's watching this whole wave. He's looking at every single turn, just going, "Oh no!
Yeah.
How did he just do that?"
I mean, I could read his lips from here.
Yeah. Expletives.
It wasn't stuff you'd repeat on air, that's for sure. So look at this, just a beautiful talk in the body language of Geordie Lawler. He was feeling the flow, there's no doubt. This thing kept standing up, giving him opportunities. Drives through that little flat section, but it had enough push and enough water in the top section of the wave for him to really throw a big bucket.
Definitely.
And I think that there's going to be a big score, and it is an 8.83. To back up that 6.67, and Cooper Davies has some work to do here. A 10-point ride.
You called that. You called that. Is it, someone just goes on a bit of a roll? That wave just came to him 20 metres deeper than Cooper. Like, it's just the ocean is a cruel mistress. But Geordie was able to wrangle it there.
Without priority, oh man, that stings. When you've got the P next to your name and you start seeing, big sprays flying off the back of the wave you let through.
Yep.
Oh, it stings.
Yeah, and you know what? On the contrary, Geordie, he just got 2 inches taller. That's got to feel so good to sneak a near 9-point ride. You reckon he's just going to paddle up? You see that one, mate? What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Is there much banter in heats? I mean, you know better than anyone. A lot of these surfers do sort of keep to themselves, but Slater is famously chirpy in heats. Tries to get a convo going. I think one of the real advantages that Mick had over Kelly in some of their matchups was just he refused to bite.
Yep.
Never ever bit. Just steely, icy, stone cold killer, and Kelly could not get him chirping.
No.
But you hear famous stories of other people, getting stuck, in a convo with Kelly, and all of a sudden his eyes are shifting around, and he's got a couple of 8s on you, and you just, mate, what?
Hang on, how'd that happen?
How good is the GOAT, by the way?
He's
we're so lucky that he's still on tour. He'll have a heat today, will he? Maybe?
Well, speaking of banter, at Sunset, there's plenty of banter, but it's in the channel with the coaches and the caddies. It's actually amazing to be out there and caddying at any point at that contest, because it's like a live podcast between just the world's best surf brains. It's a cool part of the sport. We don't get off that too often.
Cooper Davies, the float up and over. Excuse me, there's a little bit of frustration starting to creep in here. He's got time. He doesn't need to let it run away from him. Let's take a quick break here from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Quarterfinal number 2 is heating up. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products that understay the elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
It's the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and it's quarterfinal number 2, and Geordie Lawler is ripping the bag out of it. He's got an 8.83 and a 6.67. Cooper Davies, who, Stace, as you mentioned, has been on its hair, especially with wave selection. He's been picking them off, but Geordie has just sort of run rings around him here, and it's been creeping into his mindset a bit, because there's been a few falls. He throws a big tail. It's almost like he's, I don't know, it's like he's sort of just lost a bit of composure. He just needs to get back to basics, put a couple of good ones together, and get himself back in the heat, because he needs a 10.
He can.
He can, of course he can.
He split this down the middle. He could definitely chase it down, but it's a funny thing what hearing scores, get read out, and you can't, the common theme is, you're blocking it out, you're blocking it out. It's just impossible. You're just not blocking it out isn't the thing when you've got the beach announcer jamming it down your throat. 8.83 last of blue. You can't block that out. Good luck. So you've got to learn to sort of harness it and just stick to his strengths, we haven't seen him go above the lip too much this event. I know he's got it in him, but I do know that he can get big scores by just keeping it real on the face. So I'd love to see him do that.
I've got a question for you.
Fire away.
I've never thought about this before, but 8 minutes to go, is it worse to hear surfer in red you need an 11, or is it worse to hear surfer in red you need a 9? I know that might sound a bit silly, you'd rather have it within one wave, but do you know what I mean?
No, it happened in the Reef Hazelwood heat. He needed a 9. And it's a great question because Reef's, he knows, we know, he's capable of a 9. But the smart money would be to break it in 2. And if you hear that, you definitely got to think, maybe I can do it in 1. And then it just changes your whole psyche of what wave you're looking for. Whereas Reef could have, in my mind, easily chased down Caius's total if the opportunity for a couple of 7s had presented itself. It didn't really, but it definitely would mess with you, I reckon.
Yeah, I feel like if you know you need a combo, you're going to roll up your sleeves a bit. You're not just going to sort of throw everything at one big turn and hope you can get it done in a single ride. So, especially with this much time on the clock, you can fully just put your worker's hat on, your hard hat,
chuck
back
the tool belt on.
Yeah.
Because if you're not going to get the tool belt on here, you're probably going to have to get the tool belt back on next Monday, and no one wants to do that. Rather win this comp and take the week off. It's a great thing about this series, though. These young competitors, the men and the women, they're able to create lives for themselves around the Kiwi, whereas 4 or 5 years ago it was see you later, 12-month season, you're bouncing from Brazil to Japan and Europe and credit cards maxed out and finishing 50th in the world and feeling like you've had a good year but you're 100 grand in debt, and it's quite a challenging thing to manage. This regional series is set up beautifully. They go hard for sort of 6 weeks and they can sort of structure their year around that.
It's been a real revelation. I just love the new system. Yeah, it asks so little, really. You can focus all your energy instead of just stressing about finances and all this other stuff. You can just focus on your surfing. So that's what everyone wants. That's when you bring out your best surfing, when you're relaxed and happy and really just giving it your all. And, it was almost impossible to do that in the past. The way the system was, you had to commit to a full year of travel. The stresses on everyone. Even just being away from home that long, the stress on yourself.
Totally.
Kind of too much. So this new system developed by the WSL, the WAS, as we call it, here in Australia.
What are you calling the regional series, Vorno? Have you got a nickname for that yet?
I actually haven't really thought about it. I was just about thinking I might just call it on the reg. But I can't know, mate. It's cool because, the Changers has really taken off as the colloquial sort of fun term for the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And, but I think if we just keep it on the reg, that'd work.
Well, you're on the reg, that's right. And all these guys and girls are on the reg, and they don't want to be on the reg. They want to be on the Changers, and then they want to be on the WAS Big Tour.
That's right.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes here, and a little bit of downtime in this heat. Just, what's this?
Here we go.
A little bit of sportsmanship between Kehu and Mikey McDonough from Lennox Head.
Like a bull at a gate, scruffing up the yard, spraying Kehu in the face there. No, just kidding. These boys, a lot of respect for each other. They travelled last year together on the Changers. Like you said, there was that Anzac spirit there. The boys just going through their pre-heat routines. Going to be fireworks.
That's actually one of my other favourite things about being on the reg is you develop camaraderie. Even though you're competing with all these crew, you get to know them all properly. You're hanging out, you're doing these little tours. Cooper Davies having a look here. So by the time you actually get onto the Challenger Series, which is, let's face it, it's basically one comp ends, the Challenger Series starts.
Totally, yeah.
You develop a team mentality because all the crew come from all over the world with their regional series teams as well. And that camaraderie has changed the makeup of the QS. It's not you're on your own program anymore. It's like you have a big support network, and everyone, a win for one is a win for all, and everyone starts to
fuel into that belief.
Yeah, definitely. I think, too, winding it back even more, another great initiative from the World Tour is that, or the Commissioner's Office, they put the junior age back up again. For a while there, like through the Ethan Ewing era, it was 18 and under. And I just think that's such a missed opportunity because you're still like at school, you're still learning about yourself. Like, do I want to travel with mum and dad? Do I want to travel with my friends? Do I want to just pack up the rig and go solo? Like, all these options are available to you, but some kids were just ending up on the QE and having to figure that out. Whereas now you can do the junior till you're 20, you jump on the reg, and you can just sort of structure your kind of career that way rather than just sort of trying to figure it out and going like, that team environment is amazing, but some crew love being solo rollers, and you can get to learn that through the junior series. You learn about yourself, and yeah, it's great. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a time like I judged all the junior events, and there was one on every weekend, and the crew that were doing them were making coin, and it set them up beautifully, and it's sort of shifting back to that now. It's good to see.
That's cool. That really has the health of everyone who's competing in mind.
Definitely.
First and foremost, because let's face it, your John Johns, your Philippe's, your Gabe Medinas who qualify at 17. It doesn't always work like that, and last year's rookie class is a perfect example of just, how you can blossom late and make an amazing career for yourself. Here goes Geordie Lawler, 2 minutes 30. We're watching this with interest because if he gets over a 6.67, it's almost closed the gate time for Cooper Davies. He's got to get something done, and he's got to do it right now. A perfect wave in this sort of surf is so unlikely, Stace. I mean, what do you have to do to get a 10-point ride out of here? It's got to be almost astronomical.
Yeah, I'm going to reserve comment because I don't know if it's even possible. We've seen a lot of great scores, but we need to see something out of this world for that to happen. So, we will see, but I still think that Coops would need to do this in 2 cracks, and as the clock counts down, it's just looking less and less likely. But, beautiful couple of setup turns here for George. Did well to time the backwash with the wave. It's sort of half luck, half skill, because you can sort of see it coming towards you, but you never really know when the top of the wave's going to move, and, it's all fun and games here at the moment. Only a 5.23 for Geordie, so Cooper could still do it in 1 wave, technically and mathematically, but it's going to be, you need to see some sort of like missed O'Kelly, Slater, Tom Curran barrel or something.
Yeah, or some sort of crazy, like, flip. I don't know. The body language is not looking all that excited here from Cooper Davies, and it's a bummer. A 5.5 and a 3.93. He's showcased so much more than those 2 scores throughout this event, and I just think back to that wave with the backwash that kicked him off. It was one he had with priority. It could have turned his heat. It was really the moment, wasn't it? It was the knife edge that he fell onto the wrong side of.
Yeah, definitely. And just like a momentum in the whole heat too, like he would have then paddled back out with his chest puffed up. Geordie then hears huge score, like, would Geordie take the risk to go up the point after that? I mean, all these hypotheticals you could talk about all day, but it was a momentum moment in the heat for sure.
And it was, as you just said, that backwash. It was like a regulation end section finner that he was going for, but it had a massive big backwash come up into it, and it just threw him completely off balance, and unfortunately that was where the big shift went missing. So 15 seconds here, full props to Geordie Lawler. North Narrabeen will be celebrating another surfer into the semi-finals. And he's just put it together, surgeon-like, really. He just never looked panicked.
No, he's looking dangerous.
He got it done, and a couple of big scores. Always good to move into the semis with an excellent score. An 8.83 for Geordie Lawler to defeat Cooper Davies. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 in just a moment with Ronnie and the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we have a great finals day unfolding for us. The quarterfinals have been heavily stacked. Mikey McDonough is out there at the moment, the surfer from Lennox Head. He'll be up against one of the form surfers in the contest, Kihu Butler, the Kiwi, who's putting together an inspired performance here at the contest, wanting to really represent his country well. They're dealing with a lot over there at the moment in the way of floods. We're sending our love over the ditch, but during the break we had a couple of waves to kick this one off. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne, Rabbit Bartholomew and Bugs. This one for Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey has been in great form. As he gets down the line on this one and just catches a rail. And here's Kihu Butler. And Kihu has been surfing with so much sting in his surfing. It's incredible what he's done so far in this event. Oh, that's a recovery if you've ever seen one.
Yeah, he was so on yesterday, wasn't he? He just got better and better as the day wore on. And have a look here as we go through these replays at just how sharp Mikey's rail work is. He also probably put together his best heat in the round of 16.
Yeah, Mikey was really solid in that round of 16. That interview when he said it was the previous round and he made that point. He said, I'm twice the surfer I was last year mentally.
Oh, that stuck with you.
It did, because he just spent a year out there on the Challenger Series. He's kind of getting belted around, as you do when you're kind of a rookie season, say, in the big leagues. And he's come back from that and he's learnt and he's matured. And
finished 47th on the Challenger Series last year. Best result was a 9th. And Kihu Butler last year, he finished 55th. So both these guys didn't do too well on the Challengers last year. And Kihu's best results were 17ths. But interesting to note, these guys were in this same round against one another last year, a quarterfinal battle, and it was Kihu who got the edge over Mikey. So I'll be looking to get one back here.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's got a similar look to last year's finals day. You know, when Caius King went on to win, and he started out this morning in exactly the same mode. He's just dialed in, got the best waves and surfed them brilliantly.
Well, two of the star performers on this regional qualifying series last year. It was Mikey McDonough finishing in 7th place. He did have a victory in one of those minor QS events last season.
I think it was at Port Stephens, or one of those ones anyway. Maybe not Port Stephens, but he won one.
Yep. He did. He got a victory. Kihu Butler hasn't had a QS win before, so this is a big finals day for him. Huge opportunity. He ended up finishing 5th on the regional QS last year and had a semi-final finish here. That was his keeper result, really.
And that's right. And really, it was based on these results in this event that boosted them into that top 10, into that top 9.
So looking at the numbers from the opening exchange, it's Kihu getting the edge, a 6-point ride in the bag already. Mikey's trying to make up some ground. He's got a couple of waves. He has the lead, but probably not for long here, because the Kiwi only needs a 1.83 to get himself into the lead. Loading up some speed. He's got those airs he can call on, but he's just going to blast through that first section and get out of this one. That'll get him in front.
Yeah, well, we saw that as he was paddling in from the drone angle there, that it was a very walled wave. He had to get down into that next looping section quite quickly, and he only got the one manoeuvre in. So this wave here, you can see he's travelling down the line. He just gets one blast in, and a blast it is, and he pulls through. So just a quick in and out.
3 points for this one, though. That sees him up into first. As we see it again from that front-on angle. I mean, so much punch in his surfing. As you said, so much sting. He couldn't put a foot wrong yesterday here. He'll want to tap back into that kind of magic, because I mentioned he hasn't broken through for the big finishes at the QS level just yet. Quarters and semi-finals have kind of been where he's come undone in the past. He wants to change that in this opening major event of the year.
And Mikey's just been really, really solid. Like, he's been basically, you know, posting a couple of 6.5s every heat, and it's well and truly been enough to get him through. And it's really what it's presented during his heats. But he's just been really solid in his surfing without, you know, getting into that excellent range yet.
He's a celebrated surfer. I mean, I think his best is yet to come in the competitive sense, but you know, the potential has always been recognised. Both these two surfers, but Mikey's been gifted a wildcard opportunity in a championship tour event before. That was back in 2018. And I mean, if he's twice the surfer competitively, he was last year. If you go back to 2018, he's 10 times the surfer he was when he competed with that wildcard opportunity. I'd love to see him in a CT again. He's got such big turns.
He sure does, and he's got a beautiful flowing style, really moulded on those point breaks down Lennox area.
Bugs, you know, occasionally a character comes along who you just want to see getting heat wins, just so you're treated to the post-heat interviews. They're kind of rare, those individuals, but Kehu is certainly one of them.
Oh.
He's just been so fun to catch up with after the big performances.
Yeah, it's so fun. You really look forward to the interviews, and he comes up with something fresh every time. You know, really, you know, strong message, compassionate, and hilarious at the same time. It's wonderful. He's really sharp.
He is. Yeah, there's been some good ones over the year. I used to always love Kai Otten's interviews because he was just so emotional about his results, but just, you know, his heart was on his sleeve. He'd always just let you know if he was frustrated, and let you know he was frustrated his rivals. As we see Kehu there swinging that tail, it just kind of dug in the tail dive. He uses it to spin the board back around, but he lost all that speed.
Yeah, well, that wave, he got it a fair way up the point. Mikey didn't even look at it, simply because it didn't even have the substance in it to reach where Mikey was. This wave dies out so quickly right here anyway. There's really nothing left to it. As we see this angle here, you can see there's Mikey. The wave's not even lifting on the bank where Mikey is. So it was never really going to be much. He might have had a slight improvement on the 3 if he'd ridden it all the way out.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that both these guys, you know, we recognise real potential in these individuals. Competitively, Mikey's kind of been breaking through for some bigger finishes in events. Kehu's got some consistency, but needs to get that winning feeling back, and he had it as a youngster. In fact, just only a small group of foreign surfers have come to Australian shores and wrestled away the Australasian junior title from the Aussies. Kehu's one of them. He got that win back in 2018. It had been 20 years since a New Zealander had achieved that on the male side. It was Maz Quinn way back, I think, in '98, who got himself an Australasian junior title.
Yeah, look at this. There's going to be a slashing cutback here by Mikey McDonald. This is a good wave for him. He'll milk this for everything it's worth. I dare say this is definitely his best ride yet.
Yeah, I mean, for Kehu, he's got a strong forehand as well, Bugs, but for a point break surfer to get the opportunity on a long-running right at the first major QS event of the year, it's a huge advantage, and one that he has to capitalise on. I mean, we talk about surfers, you know, really delivering when the conditions play to their strengths. This is Mikey's big opportunity to get himself really high on the ratings.
It is, and he really, he comes into this with such speed. That's such a slushing cutback. And then he just, just milks this one for everything it's worth. Make sure he gets the finish in with a little bit of flair. See, Kehu had a good look at that wave and got off it very nice and early so as to avoid the interference. And from this angle, you can just see that slashing cutty. A lot of white water here that's going to, probably have a bit of a effect on the scoring potential, but it is the best wave yet so far. Mikey McDonough, a 6.67.
Yeah, this quarterfinal clash is really starting to take shape now. Both surfers with a good score on the board. And we'll see where they take it in the next exchange, but a great ride there for Mikey. Well put together.
They both had celebrated junior careers, though.
They did.
Mikey's been... I remember Mikey, going down to the BL Blast-Off, down there at Avalon, and seeing Mikey, he was in the final, with my son, and in the under-10s. And I went, oh, my God, this kid is so savvy. 9 years of age, and like ever since then, he knows how to win a final. You get him in a final, he knows how to win.
Well, let's see if he can hold off the charge of Kehu Butler here today. Just under 18 minutes remaining here. Let's hear from one of the star performers of the event. It was a strong showing stage from Cooper Davies.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Ron. Coops, 5th place. How's it feel, mate?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's always want to do that little bit more, but it feels good to be able to make a few heats in the first QE for me. So yeah, stoked.
Yeah, you're not holding any results from last year. You're going to stick to the big guns. No 1000s for you. So what's the plan between now and the next event?
Yeah, take it easy. Watch Reg hopefully dominate this next heat for the sunny coasters, and then also Coco. She's in the semi-finals, but. Not going to do Burley, going to head straight down to Boomers and spend a bit of time there early and kind of get the boards dialed and get a bit of practice in down there before that kicks off, and then come home for a break and then back down for Voca and Nui. So, yeah, pretty keen to get into it.
Speaking of boards, you're on World Championship winning equipment, World Title winning equipment, but that's usually in the 9 foot plus category. Talk to us about Thomas's shortboards.
Yeah, they're in the biggest size for sure, but no, I've been working with Thomas for about 5 years now, and we've been kind of getting into it, dialing a few things, and boards are starting to feel pretty good, so it's been a plus for me. I had a bit of a snappage yesterday in the heat, so heat kind of turned into a bit of a triathlon, but it's good to, got a few nice epoxies that I'm really keen to try for down in Boomers. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident with the quiver at the moment. So, yeah, happy.
Good on you, mate. Well done, Coops. We'll see you down at Boomers.
Appreciate it, Stace. Good to catch up with one of the star performers here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and he's going to take 2,282 points. The advantage, Bugs, of getting yourself that big result, it kind of does kind of relieve the pressure in having to chase down maybe points and a final finish, say at a QS 1000, and he can really set his sights on the 3000 now.
Well, I mean, okay, let's look at what it's worth. Just in these events in New South Wales, if you just take those 4 events, the 2 5s and the 2 3s, 16,000 points on offer. You compare that to you win a QS 1000, you get 1,000, and then it filters down from there. Unless you win at one, you're not even going to count it.
That's right, yeah. It's a massive start for Cooper Davies, but an even better one for Geordie Lawler, who won that first quarterfinal clash, or that second quarterfinal clash, I should say. It's going to be an epic semi-final. And we've got so much to look forward to. 15 minutes remaining here. Mikey McDonough's in the lead. Kehu Butler needs a 5.51.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast. Just been blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Finals day on the Tweed Coast. Doesn't get much better. Big thanks to Oakberry getting behind this stage of the qualifying series, and right behind the Australian leg. They're going to be at each of the stops, dishing out the good stuff. And let's see if Mikey Madonna's got something special for us on this wave during the break bugs, trying to get rid of a 4.83 here.
Such good surfing. Just, just surfing within himself, and he knew that wave wasn't going to do the old double up on the bank, but he's in fine form.
You're never sure what he's going to attempt when he gets to those big sections. He can lean on that layback. He's got a beautiful drawn-out whipping carve. He can get that release in the tail, and he knows how to square up when the wave gets nice and steep.
Well, it looks like he's just got it to himself out here right now.
Where is Kehoe?
I mean, that's a 5.5 on the last one, and that was a bigger wave. So this is a incredible surfing by Mikey McDonough. Definitely a bigger wave. 3 great turns. He's really feeling it now.
Well, the classic Ali ride there, the float like a butterfly, stinging on the second turn and getting the third as well. Looking to get rid of the 5.5 here to increase his lead and push the requirement higher for Kehoe Butler, who I don't think he'll get too flustered at this point. Still plenty of time on the clock. He's got big numbers in him. His surfing's been sharp.
He went up the point, and Mikey just stayed wide. Got waves underneath priority, and he's got he's got the best score of the heat so far, 6.67 and a 6.6.
Bugs, I mean, ancient history now. A year ago, these two came together in the quarterfinals, but for Kehoe getting the win there, does it give you an edge? You've been in that situation where you've got competitive history against your nemesis. Do you go out there with an extra bit of confidence?
Yeah, there's two parts to it. One is that confidence, and I used to find that, once I got through that round of 16, I used to find a real comfort in being in the quarterfinals. I saw it as being, okay, I'm on my way to the final. I won't accept anything less than a semi-final finish, and that was kind of my attitude. It didn't matter who I was against, really. And so some people, get to this stage of the event and they go, yeah, I'm really on the right path. I'm feeling in my comfort zone, and I'm going to strike. But then, of course, you do have those rivalries, and they make it rich.
I love talking to you about your rivalries. Obviously, you had plenty of them. You were on tour for an age. But, who's someone that maybe got the edge on you, that shifted your focus a little bit, made you think about who you're up against rather than your own surfing at times?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did have some... man to man, I actually had a pretty good winning record against a lot of the top guys, but I did have some amazing clashes with Mark Richards, and there was one in particular that it was all time. I'd actually won the surf about, went to South Africa, the Gunston 500. It was Kehoe, because this is a bit of a funny bit of a yarn here.
Love it. Well, Kehoe using his priority here, loading up. He's thinking air, and oh my goodness!
Oh wow,
that was
too close.
That was dicey. The board flipped, fins up, and he seemed to come down on it. Let's see if he flips that board over and has a look. That was so close.
Yeah, no, that was too close. It was a weak kind of looking wave too. Look, he has to pump it even just to get down the line here. It's a one manoeuvre wave, so yeah, no, that would have been a really bad finish if he'd leaned on the fins. See how he has to just even pump to get over that? Mikey's waves were so superior to this.
Oh, man. I mean, that.
From this angle here is going to look really dangerous.
Oh, that.
Board flips over. Wow, he just landed behind those fins. one, he would have damaged the board, but two, the bottom of the feet. Wow, he could have really sliced it up.
Well, he didn't even look at the board, so obviously didn't get that heavy contact with the equipment. That one obviously doesn't factor in. The requirement remains pretty hefty here. The numbers come through for Mikey McDonough on that last ride, 6.6. The requirement for Kehu now, 7.27. Priority with the Lennox Head surfer.
Yeah, Kehu's looking wide now. Is Mikey interested in this one? He's trying to sell it to him. Mikey's definitely not buying into that.
But yeah, coming up against someone who you've got competitive history with, it can throw some competitors. Oh,
well, you can, and it depends on your mindset going in. I mean, I found I had two mindsets when I was surfing with Mark Richards. One worked and one failed abysmally. And in the one in the Gunston 500, I'd just actually beaten Tommy Carroll in a best-of-3 semi, feeling good, into the final. Mark Richards is there, as we see Kehu having a look at this one. I've come down. Buzzy Kerbucks actually has got this whole thing filmed. I had the bandana on. I'm doing the bug shuffle. I'm putting on a bit of a show, and of course he went out and flogged me. And then there was other times when I went out there and just sort of melted into the ocean, just feeling really groovy, and I could be successful in those times. But for me, it didn't work when with Tim and the other. I got kind of like nearly too full of myself, but I was kind of trying to entertain the people, and it came undone badly.
Oh, mate. Well, the mindset is going to have to change here for Kehu Butler, because he's really had a great momentum through each of his heats up into this quarterfinal heat. And even though he's got the great memories of getting the jump on Mikey McDonough here in the quarterfinals last year, right now, Mikey's trying to serve one back on him, and he does need a decent score now. And you can just see he's looked a little more frantic in these last kind of few minutes than what we've seen him throughout the rest of the contest. But it's the time of the event that you're going to be pushed. You're going to have to step up. These are the form surfers.
Sure is. I mean, Kehu really let Mikey get away on this one. In the middle of this quarterfinal, Mikey posted both his scores there, the 6.67 and the 6.60 there. And really, that's really what Mikey's been doing the whole tournament. Those two scores have got him through every single heat. So he's just so consistent and so solid. And in this particular heat here, he's got priority. He's got the run of the board. Now there's not many sets coming through. Kehu's gone to the outside bank. He's going to need a little pulse of waves here to get himself in the right priority. So I don't see Mikey giving him a bomb. And here it comes.
Well, he's got that.
Is he going to try and sell Mikey on this? Mikey's not even flinching.
He's got that warrior spirit, Kehu Butler. He'll be up for the challenge here.
He might stand a better chance of going a little wider here. Mikey's having a look. No, Mikey's not going to be interested in this. So Kehu's really a little bit of a mind game going on here, but it's out of desperation. He knows that he's allowed Mikey under his guard. The priority being deep, waiting for that bomb. He got the 6 to start with, has not been able to capitalise in it. Mikey did his great work under priority.
Well, Butler has gone into the excellent range on more than a couple of occasions in this event already. So that 7.27, while it's a certain type of wave that he's after, the performance has been there.
See, now he's going super deep, looking for one of those ones that taper off, that Mikey could only get the tail end of, maybe just to shut down the ride. But this will be one that Mikey's definitely going to have a look at this one and take it off him. But he's not.
No, he's letting it go. Let's see if Kehu can get himself in it. Loads up one big section. And just when you're forcing those rotations, sometimes you don't get your body in that perfect position. So right on out, he's gone down again.
But will he stay down a bit wider? Because this is where Mikey actually got back in this heat and actually took the lead, and is now in a reasonably commanding position. As you said, Kehu Butler's been getting excellent scores throughout the tournament. But today, not as much energy out there, Ronnie.
So just lost his front foot on that occasion. Kehu out there looking for a score against Mikey McDonough, and the winner of this quarterfinal clash is going to go up against the winner of quarter 4, obviously, Alistair Reginato and Kalani Ball. We saw them making their way out, but here it is again on the replay. And
yeah, it was a reasonably good launch.
Yeah, he's pretty reliable with that move. But again, there wasn't a whole lot of speed and energy taken into that section.
Mikey, no, he's too smart.
Yeah, he's looked really strong in his last couple of appearances. Mikey's warmed up. He's paced himself nicely through this contest.
Now with 3.5 minutes remaining, he'll probably stick on him a bit closer. He won't let Kehoe go too deep. It's a real, on the chess game now, it's a real advantage to Mikey McDonough. He knows it. Before he gave him a little bit of latitude, but not now, because it's come down to one wave.
Yeah, no, there is every chance that we only see one more kind of decent wall roll in here in this final 3 minutes. You just know Mikey will swoop on it if he sees a bit of scoring opportunity down the line. Even if he just sees one steep section, I don't think he'd want to gift Kehu an opportunity to turn this heat in the final stages with a big turn, because he is a surfer that you give him enough sections, he's going to end up sticking something.
Oh, he sure is. And yeah, Mikey's just calm, and he's got all that experience from the last couple of seasons on the campaign. And this wave here, yeah, Kehu's, that's about the only move he could do, is just take a little escalator ride down the beach and try and snavel a wide one. Is he looking inside? Yes, he has to.
Tactically, he's kind of making the right moves. He hasn't stuck the big individual turn to dig him out of trouble, but the pressure was kind of applied with the brilliant surfing that Mikey did earlier in the heat. I mean, Kehoe was right there on pace with him.
Yeah, now there's trouble, because Mikey's definitely not going to let him out of his sight now. There is a little bit of a lump. It's hard to tell whether these are going to turn into something, but it is definitely. There is definitely two waves here. The first one looks really flat.
You got to commend.
He's going to try and sell Mikey on this one. Look at the one behind.
You got to commend just the activity from Kehoe in these last 5 minutes. He's just stayed so busy. He finds some room to move here. Big section standing up. Belts it once. Drives out onto the open face. A whipping carve and a big float to finish. Lands on his feet. The number required is a 7.27. And that was a major gamble from Mikey to let Kehoe have that ride. With just 1 minute to go here, is he going to turn this heat, Bugs?
I tell you what, this wave here, well, you got to compare it to Mikey's waves. This is 3 really big moves. That's huge.
Is it the best wave of the heat?
I feel it was.
So is it going to get him there, though? I mean, it could be the best wave of the heat and still not be the required score.
Ah, that's a big move.
Kept the down-the-line flow, so he had speed for this next whip off the top.
Wow, this is good surfing. And this is a difficult section.
Wow, 20 seconds to go. 7.84. Mikey is so frustrated. He's wigging out. You can see that he had control of the lineup. That was his wave to take, and he could have easily improved on the 6.6 he was hanging on to. There has been a situation change. 8.5 for Kehoe Butler, and under priority. He's gifted the opportunity. He unwraps the present, and it's a beauty, Bugs. Big score.
Oh, my gosh, that was unbelievable. What a turnaround. Oh, yeah, acknowledgement from Mikey, and gosh.
Man.
What a ride. And, you know, where we were, that wave looked kind of flat. It looked like there was a better wave outside. There looked like a bigger lump behind it. I was expecting to see Mikey on the wave behind it, but it must have flattened out.
It looked, for all the money in the world, like Kehoe Butler had completely burned himself out and lost composure. through the later stages of that heat, but he held his nerve. He found some room to move. It was a massive priority blunder there from Mikey McDonough. Kehu Butler has got the jump on him in the quarterfinals for the second year in a row, and he is on his way to the semis here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. If you've just joined us, one of the highlight moments of the event for Kehu Butler, seriously big low light for Mikey McDonough, who threw that quarterfinal heat away, had priority, had control, but you do have to give props to the last minute heroics there of Kehu Butler, who has got himself into the semi-finals again here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Bugs, that was awesome.
It was a clutch ride. Just, you know, 3 outrageous manoeuvres, such good surfing, and just a real shock.
Well, during the break, we got quarterfinal 4 underway with Alistair Reginato, who's been one of the top scorers in this event. Just loses his balancer a little on that hit. And it's just a 1.67 for him. He's up against Kalani Ball, the surfer from the just south of Sydney at Stanwell Park. And a bit of a state of origin battle, this one, Bugs.
Look, Reggie has proven to be the most dangerous surfer in the draw by far. He can just manufacture scores like this wave here.
Oh, my goodness.
His 1-2 combo has got him back into so many heats. It's incredible. He's really extended his surfing. I'd say he's been the form surfer of the whole event.
Yeah, these matchups have been fantastic. This one, it's a battle of the big 1-2 combos, because Kalani Ball's been throwing down some really explosive 2-turn combos too. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. These guys are 2 of the heavyweights of the qualifying series in this region. Have a look at that flare.
Yeah, that's super flare. You know, Alice's finishing manoeuvre has been, I just feel it's been the strongest manoeuvre of anyone. Look at this, he just extends. He flares every time.
Very punctual, isn't he, with his timing? Always right on time with that hit. And, yeah, super explosive.
And I've seen him in heats where, you know, he's one of the few surfers who can get a 7.5 on a 2-foot wave, which means that makes him so dangerous. So to get himself back in a heat, he doesn't need a bombing set wave. that is such an asset.
Oh, that's such a great observation. We've seen it a couple of times. He's always been regarded as a great clubman, representing the North Shore Board Riders Club so well at the Australian Board Riders Battle, any Board Riders event he's in, and it's really been about bringing those big performances under immense pressure to his individual quest to get himself on the Challenger Series.
And I feel that Kalani is really aware of the danger factor, and I think Kalani's just going to sit out there and wait for the bombs, and whereas he's going to allow Reg to be down the beach and just be in such dangerous form. He might put a big number on Kalani before Kalani gets out of the blocks here. And look at it, Kalani's looking on the outside. He is looking for sets.
25 years of age, Kalani Ball, and he had a great run on the Challenger Series last year, some big results, finished 26th.
He came on late. Like, he had a pretty slow start.
He did.
He didn't get through any heats for a bunch, and then it all turned for him, and he came on really strong.
Bagged a big result at Haleiwa, and at one point, the way he was surfing, it was like, hey, he might just make it. He might scratch his way into a final here. But here he is, back again to give it a good nudge on the QS. Nice swoop off the top, bashes through the lip there, and there it is, the 1-2. These guys have had a couple of the best. But yeah, he had a big QS victory last season down there on the Central Coast, won a 3,000, beat Billy Stammen in the final. Alistair Reginato hasn't had a QS victory just yet, but he is so ripe. He's ready for it.
He's so primed to win an event.
It's Alistair's birthday tomorrow as well. He'll be turning 22. Wouldn't he love to celebrate that occasion with a victory here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro? Here's the replay of Kalani's ride.
Yeah, it's a solid ride. This is where he really, that turn there, and then he swoops on one more beautiful finishing turn. So you definitely feel that was the strongest ride of the heat so far.
Yeah, the judges liked it. He does get a point on Reginato there, 6.33 up against Alistair's 5.33 opener.
It's a good foundation for Kalani. One feels that it won't be enough to hold off the rampaging Alistair Reginato, but it's a good start for Kalani Ball.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday, Alistair in the round of 16, he was done. He was gone. He had a lot of work to do to get himself out of that spot that he was in, but he showed us that he can rely on those really powerful, fast twitch carves and big end section hits, but he's also got it above the lip. Took off on a left, which we hadn't seen too much of, and launched the move of the contest.
I mean, it was amazing. He got a 9.5 to turn it, and that knocked out George Pittar.
Here he is again, live action, just chipping away at this one. While we're on the subject of birthday, Sierra Kerr's birthday. She was victorious in the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro Junior. And yeah, sending her all the best. Hope you have a good day, Sierra. So numbers starting to roll through for that last ride for Alistair Reginato, trying to get rid of a 1.67. He'll do that easily as we see the replay now.
He comes around this section here, and this is a bit of a money move. You think he was wanting more. He wanted some more to really get the big score going.
Yeah, it's come through, 3.33, so the requirement for Kalani. Not huge at this point, just after a 2.33. We were talking about how much we've been loving Kehu Butler's post-heat interviews, Bugs. This one should be a beauty. He's with Stace down there.
Oh, my days.
Ai he hariko ana hau te mahi te ata nei. Ai ahua pūrere ahau. Ai ahua pūrere ngā pūrere hua ahau. Engari ai hariko ana hau.
You've had Troy Brooks sitting on you for months in practice for that, Kehu. How good did that feel to nail that at the end there?
Feels good to finally make it work, but it wasn't on Brooko, so I was stoked there to get that at the end. Had a really bad heat, let's put it that way, a lot of mistakes, but last 8 minutes we've practiced heats for it, just about positioning and how to, try and get yourself away or give yourself an opportunity, and I finally did and made the most of it.
Mikey, a fantastic surfer. He had a great start, but you just kept asking questions at the end, didn't you?
yeah, you know, the more head noise you give him, he's going to start making some bad decisions as well, which he done so well all the way to the end, and yeah, just got lucky to make the most of it. And yeah, Mikey's a good mate of ours. We had fun on the Changas last year, so he served a really good heat.
You're on the reg this year. You've got nothing carrying over from the 2023 season. You're into the semis here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. What's it going to take to go all the way?
Same stuff, same mahi. You know, do the mahi, get the treats. Hopefully get the treats. I feel like I've done the mahi. Well, Brooko's made me do the mahi, and I bloody never won a heat there. So hopefully get the treats.
We hope so too. Well done, Kihu.
Oh, mate. Thank you, Stace, and thank you, Kihu. And, mate, best of luck. And he's talking about getting the work done.
Oh, yeah.
He wants the treats, Bugs, and he's surfing so well. But, you know, we commented and we picked up on it. You know, you've got to give him credit for how active he was in those last 5 minutes. And he did start to ask some questions. And because he wasn't converting, Mikey was sort of saying, I'm better off in a position of priority in the later stages of this heat. I don't see him turning it. He hasn't done it in about 4 attempts. And he made the last one count.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. I think he might have lulled Mikey into a bit of a sense of security, a false sense of security in the end, because Kihu had just a whole bunch of one-off waves and, you know, paddles for ones, pulled back, and they were nothing rides. And then that one, it didn't look like anything.
He just kept buzzing around. And, man, just, you know, to use up all that energy, but to still have the strength and the stamina to plant 3 solid turns and turn that quarterfinal heat in the final stages was really commendable, and it's going to give him a lot of momentum as he now moves into the semis. And you just don't see him leaving it that late again in the semis. So whoever progresses out of this quarterfinal clash, I think is going to have their hands full.
Yeah, I believe so too. I mean, you know, you wouldn't think he'd leave it so late once again. As we see down the beach, we see Alistair looking at this wall was offering a bit more down here, but it didn't really lift up. They've got to lift up off the bank down here, so you've got to chip into them, and then like you're looking to come over that double up. He's having a bit of a sniff at this one too.
Mate, a really fun heat when you look at the numbers for each surfer logged in. So Kalani Ball's, he's got a 1 point advantage. So he'll want to really ramp things up. Alistair Reginato on his next wave.
Yeah, and I feel that Kalani's got this game plan. He's just going to wait for the sets. And here goes Reg. He's got a big wall in front of him. Yeah, that wave was a one manoeuvre. But as he keeps fishing around down here, there's Kalani sitting up there having a bit of one strategy, and that is to wait for the bombs.
Well, Coco Cairns there on screen. Current Aussie champ. Just on her way to a best finish in a major QS event here.
What a step up. I mean, Charlie Brooks.
Charlie Stokes.
Charlie Stokes and Coco, they just recently did the under-18 amateurs.
Amazing. So that's going to be a fantastic clash as Kalani finds the wave he's been waiting for here, Bucks. So much speed. He is flying down the line.
No scores yet, though.
Oh, he's not going to get in front of it.
Now, that wave there, one observation is that that wave would have been definitely perfect for Reggie because he was way further down the line. So from the aerial view, I could see this wave was so walled that right there's Reggie there. He would have taken that and actually made it.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here as far as the positioning goes is that these surfers who've been able to watch all the other quarterfinal heats today are positioning themselves based on their strength. We've got Alistair Reginato, doesn't need as much room to turn in a great number. He obviously has that big 1-2 combo that he's been leaning into. And Kalani Ball, well, he likes the look of these waves from deep.
Reggie just lost priority.
Unbelievable. Big mistake.
He paddled for that wave, and now's the change. You see Reggie honing up the point. He's motoring up the point. Kalani Ball behind him. That is a real shift in this heat because it should have been flipped straight to Reginato. He did, and he had a bit of a sniff at a wave that was, I felt was a bit questionable. that, you know, he knows he can turn it into a score. He paddled for it with intent for sure. I was wondering, was Kalani Bull in the priority zone when that happened? The judges deemed it was.
Yeah, well, we've had surfers taking off down there too. The predominant takeoff zone is really quite large.
Right.
So you've had surfers capitalising on the end of these rides. Kalani was sitting really deep before, so he wasn't in the takeoff zone that he was sitting in, but he wasn't far away from where Reginato had paddled into a couple of rides down the line.
So, you know, what happened there was, first of all, Kalani Bull got a wave that was absolutely nothing for him. No score whatsoever. I do believe it was perfectly in Alistair Reginato's wheelhouse. He was sitting wide. He would have taken off in a different position. It was a bigger wave, right? Then Reggie paddled for the one behind it, missed it, and there's been a priority shift in there. Kalani's... We're seeing a slightly similar situation to the last heat now, with one competitor going deep. See, this wave here, it mightn't have the wall, but there's Kalani moving over to stop the progress here. He'll go this, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Alistair Reginato, smart not to get too close to Kalani Ball here, who loads up, punches through this first section, kicks those fins a couple of times, and he is solid for the finish.
Solid for the finish. It was only a 1-2 combo, but as you said, these are the 1-2 combo kings.
Oh man, that's you know, great defensive work. But once he got on the wave, he was on the attack. It was offensive.
Boom. And this move here, this is really flaring. There was a high degree of difficulty in that one. Reggie made sure he got out very quickly. Just
yeah, key turning points in every heat. Heat bugs really determines the outcome usually. We had to wait a long time for the turning point in quarterfinal 3, but you know, it was the reluctance of Mikey McDonough to utilise his priority that ended up being the big turning point, and the brilliant surfing of Kehu obviously, but just getting priority back then, just gifted back for Kalani Ball then, and capitalising on that wave was huge. He's just dropped the biggest number of the heat, 6.67, and now Alistair Reginato really does have to fight back in a big way. He needs a 7.67.
Yeah, well, he's the guy who's been getting him.
I think it's the same score that Kehu Butler was chasing in that last heat.
I believe so, yeah. That's very similar scores to...
Here we go. Let's see if Reginato can get himself back in it or chip away at the requirement here. Just a floating, fins-free transition turn. He's bashing this wall down the line. The wave keeps kind of providing. What kind of finish can he put on this one? It's a solid wave.
Gosh, as I said, on a 2-foot wave, he can get a 7.5. The guy is surfing, he's so on song.
Just in the flatter sections, it took a bit of the flow away from this ride.
Yeah.
Kalani Ball was able to go one turn into the next, but still, each of these moves was done with a lot of intent.
Yeah, and now he comes into his section. And this is where he just goes to town. He's got such good drive out of his turns. All that surfing on the sunny coast and beaches.
Man, how's the clout?
It's incredible.
Really strong. Let's have a look on the regional New South Wales flight cam. This is where the wave starts to gather a bit more steepness.
These two turns here, right here, and bang, more. Wow.
He is so rock solid, waiting on that number to come through now.
Where is that going to go? But I mean, look how dangerous he is. He just got himself in trouble, and he just struck.
Yeah, well, at least he's going to better the 5.33. He's going to narrow the requirement if he doesn't get the score he needs to go to the lead. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro quarterfinal number 4. Still has 10.5 minutes to go before we decide our semi-finalists.
Well then.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Welcome back. As you can see there on the regional New South Wales flight cam, we have just picturesque conditions today. Sure, there's been a drop in the energy, but the surfers are making up for that with inspired performances, chasing down a big result in this first major QS 5000 on the regional tour here. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro Finals well and truly underway. And Alistair Reginato, just before the break, we were waiting for the score to drop. It's come through, Bugs. What a recovery. 8.17. He's got himself in the excellent range, and he's turned around a bad mistake earlier on.
And it's what he's been doing the whole tournament. He's just so dangerous. As I said, like, the guy can get a 7.5 on a 2-foot wave. He's just got an 8.17 on a 2-foot wave.
What we've seen from Alistair Reginato at this event, and you know, it's something that we haven't always seen from him, is, you know, he's proven to be a momentum surfer. If he gets the lead, he's got the confidence to go on with it, but he's also backed himself when he's against the ropes. Let's see if Kalani can respond now. Beautiful fin throw there, just really punching through the lip with a lot of power. He's not going away. He needs a 6.84. But yeah, Alistair's also saved himself when he's been well behind and needed big numbers. So he's come at this event from a couple of different angles and come out on top.
He's done it so differently each time. Once again, he has to give way, but it's worked in his favour. There's been something better every time for him, or he's made it better. And this is a great ride by Kalani. Like, as you said, it won't go away.
Yeah, I feel like Kalani, he's more committed in his turns. What that does is take a bit of that spark away in transition. Alistair Reginato, he really points his board down the line and punches through the sections. But I think the judges are loving just that commitment to each of those sections. We've seen another switch up in the order here.
We sure have. A 7.27 for Kalani Ball. See, I think the judging scale just got upped. And here's going Reggie. Oh, this is an interesting looking wave. And again, he starts out with that slow, but then he comes onto the bank. And this is where he got dangerous last time. Is this wave going to do the same thing? He's going to go to the air. No.
Oh, look at this. Great attack on the inside. That's where he's been working the combos. And he is looking to get himself a 5.77 to get back in front. Alistair doesn't rush those first sections.
No.
He sees the wave forming up down the line. He knows it's going to hit that bank and steepen, and that's where he saves the energy.
He sure does. He just sets it up. You know, nothing at all here, like another bit of a slow cutback, and then he sees it. Here it comes. I don't think it's going to reach the heights of the last one. That was a bit of a soft move, but that's nice.
Oh, that's a
nice turn. You know, 5.77, sure.
And again, here we see it. I mean, this carve here, it's a flatter section, but he does put a bit more oomph into the end of that move. So there's some points in that. Then he moves down the line. What impresses me is in transition, still manages to move some water. That's just that clout and that kick on the tail that he has.
And that kick on the tail, even on the in-between moves, he's still sending up a rooster tail. He's got that squeeze. It's, you know, I've seen him developing that over the years.
Oh! Have a look at the number. Sorry, Bugs. He needed a 5.77. He got a 5.8. He only just got the number he needed. And now Kalani's going to have to respond again. He needs a 6.71. Unbelievable seesawing battle unfolding here in quarter four.
Oh, wow. 5.8. He needed a 5.77. Amazing.
Well, this is the...
he just seems destined, doesn't he, today?
Classic State of Origin battle, Bugs.
Oh, it really is.
Kalani's in the blue jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie's in the red. I'll call it maroon.
Yeah, he's in the
Might get a Queenslander chant out of him at the end, Billy Moore style. But this is huge. Massive points jump in just getting out of the quarters and getting yourself into those semi-finals. It's a monster jump, in fact. A quarter-final finish, 2,282 points. Almost 800 points more.
Oh, yeah.
If you get yourself into the semis.
Oh, it's a steep ascent. You get through this, you've won it. It's like a QS 1000 win just to get through this one heat.
So 4 minutes to go here. Kalani's done so well to hold his nerve when he's been chasing scores. They've both done fantastic under pressure. Reginato on the inside. We saw what he did yesterday. But he was late to that section, doesn't get the spin. And he's trying to get rid of a 5.8. That's kind of left the door open a little bit here for Kalani. He's certainly got the surfing to turn in that 6.71.
Will there be another set in this heat? We're down to 3:45. Advantage has gone to Alistair Reginato. He needed a 5.77. He got the 5.8 to go with his 8.17 on small waves. Brilliantly surfed.
You said it early on, Bugs. The real key to the success for Alistair Reginato in his run up to this event, which was in board riders contest, was his ability to turn average waves into keeper scores. And on some of these rides, on tapering walls that he has no business in turning heats, he's still got the clout and the punch to get the number he needs.
And I don't believe anyone can do it as well. I don't believe there's anyone in the field that can get an 8 on a 2-foot wave like he can.
Yeah, super impressive stuff.
Maybe Geordie Lawler. Like, Geordie has really impressed me with his small wave surfing.
Geordie's on the other side of the draw, already into the semi-finals. What a clash that'll be up against Kaius King. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining on this one. Will Kalani get that opportunity?
It's looking very quiet.
Big change up in just the positioning. These guys are taking these rides from pretty deep now.
Yeah, Kalani's really deep, but that's been his go-to spot, and he'll stick it out. I mean, he's got one game plan. It was to get sets. And, you know, will we see a bit more action on the outside? It's looking very quiet. There is some lines out there. Sometimes it's an illusion, though, here at Cabarita. You see stuff on the outside and it just flattens out, but there's a promise of something.
Yeah, there sure is. Might be something sort of rolling our way at the moment. Kalani's sort of making a move.
He's paddling out.
Yeah.
He'll have to come wide, I think. He'd have to start. No, he's going to go deep. It's got a wall, though. What is it going to do?
Oh, here we go. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and this is Kalani's opportunity. Fades on the takeoff. Wants to make the most of this first section, and does. Nice swoop. Needs a bit more, though. He's after a 6.71. This wave is starting to get a bit frothy. Loading up, punches through the pocket once again, and finishes it off. Behind him, Alistair Reginato. Just obliterates that oncoming section. Just over a minute to go. That might have been Kalani's shot at it. Are you convinced?
No, not convinced. It's a good ride. It's a solid ride. That's a beautiful setup move. He keeps his speed. Another nice slash. Just this part here, is it dynamic enough? That was great. Four good moves. Now, look, it turned into a 2-foot wave or less.
Oh, gosh.
Look at Reggie. Look what he can do on these little waves.
Man,
did he improve on the 5.8?
Oh, I think he does. Oh, man, there's just something in that transition when he hits the lip. It is so quick. He goes from sort of being in a slumber as he makes his way down the line to just, you know, basically just jumping out of his skin off the lip.
I saw it develop over, say, the last 2 or 3 years. He used to go up and have this squeeze out of the top, but he didn't have the carve to go with it. And now he's got both.
He looks deadly, so it wasn't enough for Kalani Ball, and we're still waiting on the score for Alistair Reginato, but I don't think it's going to matter now. 5 seconds to go. Quarterfinal 4 is going to be a wrap. And Alistair Reginato is going to jump into the semi-finals here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, onto his best finish in this contest, and maybe on to his first QS victory. the way he's surfing, Bugs, he's going to be hard to stop.
Really hard to stop. He's a juggernaut. He's doing everything at the right time. He responds when he's in trouble. He can dig his way out of trouble. He doesn't need a set wave. That spells danger for the opposition.
What a performance. We've got the semi-finals for the women just around the corner. Heat 1's going to feature Coco Cairns up against the teenage sensation, Charlie Stokes. Will bring in Jess Grimwood and Stace for the call.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Finals day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we are into the first of the semi-finals. Bunjalung country right there, Cabarita Beach headland, and we have been blessed with conditions. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Stacey Galbraith back into the mix of it. Semi-finals, Stace, Coco Cairns and Charlie Stokes. The battle of the Super
Coast
Drums.
Junior takeover, as we see the bracket here. They've had to take down some big sort of, certified names in this draw to get to this point. And then on the other side of the draw, semi-final 2, a lot of experience there. So we will see one grommet and one experienced campaigner in the final. Who that'll be, we do not know yet. I'll tell you in an hour's time.
Yeah, it doesn't really give you all the way back the amount of work that these 4 women have had to go through to get to this point in time, but here we go. Charlie Stokes draws first blood here in the semi-finals. Oh, a little bit of a slow, clunky one there, but by the end of this 27 minutes, it's not going to count in that top 2 of these 2 ladies.
No, definitely not. Not with how consistent they've been, and not with how well they've been able to navigate this lineup. Both surfing through pretty tricky conditions, I'd say, this morning, and they made light work of it. I reckon the conditions have improved since then, so they'll hopefully be looking to up their performance. But yeah, they've both been on fire. Deserve to be here. It's a huge result. Like, both of these 2 still in the junior ranks, and to be in the semis at a QS 5000, the first one of this leg, is really good going.
Here goes Charlie Stokes, straight to the bottom, clicks the turn off the top, warming up. You can see both of these women have been really, really good at improving momentum throughout the heat. That's what I noticed in the 2 previous rounds for both of them. They built and built and built. I mean, rather than you see a lot of those big names that we've seen kind of crumble under that momentum pressure that the other competitor has been able to hold, but these 2 have been the best at building throughout the round so far. And look, just a really beautiful day. I mean, even saw some of the coaches down there, Stace, they're just frothing on the conditions. We're so lucky to have this rippable wave right in front of that headland there.
Totally. It makes it an enjoyable day on the tools when you've got options to pick apart and things to think about. It's nothing worse than rolling up to an event. Obviously, we are in the hands of Mother Nature and not having anything to work with. But today, plenty on offer, plenty of scoring opportunity. We've seen, excellent rides at the top of the point. We've seen excellent rides in the middle, and then even a steeper kind of closeout air ramp right at the end, as we see an in and out there for Coco. So a couple of sort of, I'd say, just grommy starts here for these young ladies. You saw earlier in the day with the men, Caius King waiting his turn, Mikey Madonna waiting his turn, and like there are really quality waves out there. So I can't wait to see them get a hold of one of these waves when they come through. And unfortunately, that sort of costs Coco her priority as she paddles back up the point.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake early on, but these two ladies, they've known each other quite well throughout the junior series, even sharing the final together at the under-18 Aussie titles last year. But here goes Coco Cairns up and riding. Beautiful looking wave face ahead of her. Sets up with a couple of just stylish carves. You can tell she just spends so much time tuning in those forehand carves and rail work on the point breaks up north. A little quick up and out there as well for Charlie Stokes, but Coco, she had the one up on Charlie the last time they met in those under-18 ones. She finished, I think, in the round of 16 last year here at Tweed.
Yeah, right.
So have a look at this one.
Yeah, you're right. Beautiful, beautiful style here towards the end of this ride. Just relaxed, you know, it's a classic point break surfer who never looks too relaxed. It's probably the hallmark of a lot of these East Coast surfers that grow up either on the Gold Coast or the Sunshine Coast, and Coco's definitely one of them. She never looks too rushed. And Charlie behind. It's probably something that a lot of parents don't like to hear. They like to see their kids looking busy on waves, but I think as you know, as time goes on, it's a hallmark of a great surfer. Someone who can kind of look composed on a wave, as well as putting major manoeuvres together. It's not all about you know, looking busy. You want to just be looking quality, and yeah, Coco's definitely got those moments. So we'll wait to see those scores come in.
Yeah, I think they're just going to kind of be, well, hopefully throwaways. I feel like we've seen this flurry of action towards the end of all those quarterfinals. Oh, here's another set too. Charlie with priority up and riding. First slash up in the lip, draws it into a bit more of a vertical manoeuvre there and tees it up again. Not much speed going into that final manoeuvre. I think it's going to be really good, obviously, for a scoreline, but similar thing that I was saying at the start stage, she just relaxes into these heats as she goes. Every 5 minutes or so she gets more aggressive, and when she starts to really push that nose around on that backhand, that's when I've seen her best surfing already.
Yeah, totally. No, that'll be her best, but like you said, just not really able to carry the speed through the whole ride. Nice opening carve there, and a nice second turn in the lip, but just getting the last one up. You know, spray's not the only indication of a good turn, but it sometimes is a telltale sign, and you know, not a lot of spray coming off the back of that last turn as we see a beautiful drone angle here. Might have to go for a dip in between these heats. It's day of the year. Coco behind Jess.
Yeah, this is the replay that just happened right then. There you see that. Oh, almost sneaking in for a little cover-up. Looks like she's on a twin fin or a single fin half the time with how much flow she's able to bring in between. She kind of let, I think, a few points go unridden there, Stace. I see you digesting that wave. I'm interested to see where your perspective falls on that last one for Coco.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in that wave. That's a bummer for Coco. Beautiful first turn, like just again classic hallmarks of a point break surfer, where that she's able to check her speed down the line and carry it around that corner. But like most of us, I think she got lured into the pit, and I don't think the barrel was really there. You know, it takes a pretty special wave to be getting barreled out here at Cabarita, and I don't know if that wave had it on offer. I think she probably left a few points on the board on that one, but nevertheless, like you said, looked like she was just cruising on a 20.
Yeah, good style from her. 21.5 minutes on the clock. Vorno, you're down there with Alistair Reginato, quarterfinal number 4 winner.
Thanks very much, Jess. Alistair Reginato booking a place in the semis. Mate, you have been building and building that huge air full rotor yesterday into the flats. A nice little confidence boost coming into that quarterfinal.
Yeah, definitely. Coming from behind in that heat, clutching when I need to clutch really felt good, and that was a gnarly heat with K-ballies, kind of the gold class in these events, so it was a good tough battle back and forth, so yeah, it feels nice to get a win.
Mate, we've seen what you can do in that team environment. You know, it just really brings out your best, but it's so cool to see you bringing that same energy and that performance level into this QS 5000.
Yeah, it's been probably a long time coming for me. Like I've said in my early interviews, it's been the downfall surf good in those events and haven't put an individual performance together, but yeah, I'm sure just motivation from everyone from the club and everyone from on the sunny coast, it really helped at this event, and yeah, pretty keen for a big year.
Seems to be a big movement coming out of that sunny coast at the moment, mate. So much talent, a lot of crew making it into the quarters of this draw. What would it mean to you to break through into that final?
Yeah, it'd mean everything. This is what I trained for. It's been 6 months since the QS finished, and I've been training pretty hard for this event and this whole leg. So that's my goal. So yeah, that's what I'm here to do. It'd mean everything.
Into the semis, mate. Best of luck. Really hoping that you can get that flag flying for the sunny coast.
Thanks, Vaughan. Cheers.
Good on you, Reggie. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughno. 20 minutes on the clock, Stace.
Reggie on the reg, as Vaughno's termed it here, the regional series. It's an absolute honour to sit next to all you guys in the booth, and particularly Vaughan. He's just a thesaurus of surf wordery.
A bit of his skills rubbing off on you as well. I mean, he's pretty much single-handedly curated surf culture for our generation without even knowing it, I think. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, like, where's the Film of the Year award for Doped Youth? Like, I don't think that's had enough of a light shone upon it. I actually named my indoor cricket team after that movie. Yeah, had a profound effect on my life, as it did yours, Jess. Yeah, it definitely did. Definitely inspired me to begin the tattoo series of my own personal life. At 19 minutes on the clock, these two women trying to find themselves their berth into the finals here at the QS 5000. And at the moment, Charlie Stokes, a 5.67 and a 3.33. This is the answer back from Coco Cairns, chasing a 4.84, really soft, kind of mushy sections, and it's not going to deliver for her. She's sitting on a 4.17 and a 3.4. It's great vision here, though. On top of that, turquoisey, green, beautiful water here. It's so warm outside as well, and there is quite a good crowd starting to collect along for finals afternoon. I know heaps of the Grommies locally don't seem to be at school. They seem to be here on the rocks. I'm probably guilty of that. I rang a few yesterday and said, hey, if you're going to take one day off school this week, make it tomorrow, because the wave's going to be fun. You get to see great amount of Aussie talent on the men and women's side, and yeah, I think that watching the World Tour events, I was super lucky enough to grow up with a CT right in my front yard there at Snapper Rock, and it's great to see that level of surfing with your own eyeballs. It's one thing to watch it on a video screen, but to see it like unfold before you is it's another kettle of fish. And the Groms will get to see that today. They get to see some of their local heroes and talented pros from around the country tee off on their home break. Yeah, you can't really put a price on that, can you? Like actually being at the event and getting the feel for what it looks like for your heroes and what they get up to behind the scenes, like not just in the jersey, but the 3 hours before their big finals day heats. You can't really put a price on that as a competitor, can you? No, I remember walking past Andy Irons when I was like 13 or something, and he had the biggest, scariest looking entourage around him, and I was like, oh my God, that is the coolest guy on planet Earth. Like, you just can't get any cooler than that. Like, I didn't even watch him surf. He just had that aura about him, and yeah, look, I'll be honest, I don't know if anyone's getting around with a big entourage here today, but it is a similar vibe, for these young Groms, they definitely got some people they look up to in this draw. Well, Coco Cairns having a look at this lump of swell rolling on through. There's that style, a little bit more freedom through that first snap, and pretty light on her feet. Just, I don't know, complete or incomplete, that last manoeuvre, Stace? Yeah, to use Jake Patterson's favourite term, not at this level. Yeah, incomplete there on the second for me. But I do love the fact that she was keen to kind of get her hands dirty and try to ride out of it. I do see a lot of juniors with like nice styles such as Coco's that kind of tend to give up pretty easy, but it was cool to see her try her best to ride out of it, and unfortunately just getting hung up in the foam. But yeah, big shout out to her boards here. I was talking to her off air earlier. She's riding Campbell Design surfboard. I forget Ryan Campbell's father's name, but that's who runs the show up there on the sunny coast, and great sparky looking epoxy boards. He's got some interesting surfboard reviews online. You can check them out there if you search Campbell Designs. They've got like this spring-loaded kind of like yacht fin technology or something, if I'm not mistaken, and it's got this like epoxy blank with this carbon kind of piece through the middle that sort of helps it load and unload, and you can see it there in that first turn, like coming off the bottom really stiff and connected, but then through the turn she had beautiful release and spray going everywhere. So yeah, it's equipment today is super important with that dying swell. Well, it's not really dying, still kind of pump it, but smaller than yesterday. Anyone that can get that little bit of extra speed out of Cabarita will be taking it a long way, and I think Coco's equipment's looking amazing today. Here goes Charlie Stokes with priority in the lead, 15 minutes on the clock. There you see it just unloading a bit, but perhaps a mistake, Stacey. 15 minutes with priority, and that didn't look too much over a three-point ride to me at all.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned it earlier, she's built really well into her heats, but it's not that hard to build when you're only dropping ones and twos. It's just never going to be in your scoreline. And yeah, you can add a 3 and it might be better than your last wave, but you're probably never going to keep that 3. Whereas we see Coco here, she's using the whole wave, she's looking fast on her feet and able to get the finish there on her second turn. So
it's so graceful and so nice. You can almost feel that first speed lift through generating that speed for her and then going into that wrap. It's just, I can't help but see Steph in this, Stace.
Yeah, look, I was remiss to throw that out, but you're right. It's just that timing on the wave. She doesn't look rust. And, like, I haven't actually been paying attention to the scores too much in this heat. It's a surprise to me that she's in second. She's been on the better waves, and I think she's looked better on her board. But Charlie, with the strength of that 5, 6, 7, is still in that commanding position. And Coco needs a score here. And I think Charlie's got to be careful that she just keeps going. Like her last 3 waves, a 0.5, a 1.13, and a 2.27. She really needs to drop another big score here.
Just under 14 minutes, semi-finals of the women in the water. It is heat number 1. We're going to see who's able to book their spot into the finals of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 right after this. We'll be back with you and the live action.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast. Just been blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. Finals day here, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro WSL QS 5000 event for the Australia Oceania Regional Qualifying Series. It is the chance for these men and women to get themselves onto the Challenger Series. Semi-final number 1 of the women are in the water. 12 minutes on the clock. There's the beautiful aerial shot of the Tweed Coast, Bundjalung country right here. And we've been blessed with some of the best weather we've had throughout the event right here on finals day as well. Myself, Jess Grimwell, joining Stacey Galbraith in the booth, and we've just had the frothiest days of competition. Oh, here we go, Charlie.
It's a good-looking wave.
Wow, look at the wave face up against her. It's just so glassy.
Oh, that's better from Charlie, even though she had the fall, you know, like a set wave and big drawn-out manoeuvres and really getting to showcase her surfing. That's the kind of wave rhythm that she needs to be on.
Here's what happened during the break. Coco Cairns on another wave, just looking to generate speed down the line. Really stylish forehand carve downs for her. She's going to have to find something way more critical if she's going to take it to the backhand. We already saw it in the quarterfinals. When you match up that down the line surfing in the forehand with the backhand like this, Stace.
Yeah, that was a sick combo. Carved down the double up into the snap. Unfortunately coming unstuck there, but I still think it's going to be a pretty strong score, just given the size of the wave and that ability to kind of combo it up. 3.93, there we go. I'm absolutely tripping. But I just think for me, it just was a better intention from Charlie. You know, set wave, couple of nice turns. She did have the fall, but she was able to get some, a bit more points out of that wave and not have to try so hard. She let the wave do the talking. Unfortunately, she come unstuck and left a few points on the board, but that was, good intentions there from Charlie.
I mean, the scoreline actually gives Coco the nod in that last exchange too. So her best wave so far and the second best wave of the heat, the 4.73. I think probably relying on the strength of her flow and the ability to generate speed throughout the rail use there on the forehand. But I do think the best thing about this semi-final, the first one for the women, is that their best surfing is ahead of us in the next 10 minutes, Stace.
Definitely. As we see Charlie, she used this bank to good use earlier. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there, but she had a heat early this morning, I think, against Kobe Enright. And she was just sitting a bit further down, and it served her well. I think when you get kind of 2 quick turns up on the front side, it doesn't look that pronounced, but on the backhand, you can kind of work it to your advantage where you kind of get one quick one up there and then ride the closeout, and it does look, you know, nice and dramatic, which is what the judges love. Unfortunately, Charlie just too late on that second turn there, coming unstuck. But you can see the steepness on the wave further down the line, just a lot more critical section, as opposed to the wave that Coco's riding up the top, which is getting smaller. The judges don't love that. They love it when you can finish on a big, beefy end section.
So just over 9 minutes on the clock. Charlie Stokes still in the lead, the 5.67, 3.93. Coco with priority. Looks like there's energy in the lineup as well. She needs a 4.88 to take the lead off Charlie. It's been slow kind of 21 minutes for this opening heat of the semi-finals of the women, and both of these 2 ladies will be making their maiden voyage, whoever comes out on top, to the QS 5000 finals.
For sure they're thinking about it right now. The long kind of waits in between the proper set waves, although they've been frothing around on some insiders. Anytime they sit still, they'll be thinking about it. We've got 1 foot in the door here, and man, it'd be a massive, massive result for either one of these 2 juniors. It's a massive result as it is, but when you get this far, you're never satisfied. You just always want to make one more. You're never satisfied until you take the thing out. So, yeah, we'll see how this next sort of 8.5 minutes rolls out. We've got some sets rolling out the top. It's been a bit of a deceptive day, though, Jess. Some sets will roll down the inside, some will pass wide. It's no guarantee that you see whitewash out the back, and it's going to be a good wave on the inside.
Oh, look at this one. Looks like a bigger lump rolling on through. Big open face for Coco to get started on. Jumps on the accelerator. You can see she's chasing this section. Cracks it off under the lip early. Another slash on the face. Starts to open up the wingspan there. This is a much better wave from Coco Cairns. Jams a little bit more on a tail in that end section. I thought she might have got a little bit caught between decision-making there, almost at that end section, and she just puts the foot down right at the end, Stace.
If you want to talk about decision-making, something she did really well was she paddled back to the spot where she wanted to be. Kehu Butler earlier in the day was being dictated to by Mike and Madonna, and luckily enough he got out of jail there, but Coco back to the top of the point. She found this medium-sized runner. She wasn't worried about Charlie down the end. She sat where she wanted to sit, and she found an amazing wave with plenty of scoring opportunity. Beautiful finish. You'd have to think that's going to be a quite clear situation change.
Yeah, have a look at this angle as well from the replay. You can see how much distance she travels. There's so many different sections going on, and she really does well to put it up into the lip and throw some spray, get some work done. This final manoeuvre, though, too, is kind of where the money's at for this one for Coco.
Definitely. She had a similar finish to that earlier in the day. Great turn. She got that on lock. Beautiful slow-mo vision here from our boy Benny down on the rocks. You just sort of mistimed that one there, but it sort of kept her going down the line, I guess you could say. She did need to get around that section, and when you've got that much speed going into a section, the judges, they're not going to reward you fully for the turn, but they're also going to appreciate the fact that you were able to kind of keep the board moving down the line, keep the speed, and then it did ultimately put her into this section here. Nice carve as the water flattens out.
What about the contact she has with the wave face? I've noticed continuously on all her rides that right hand always kind of, where possible, little tap to the face. I love that technique and that style. I think it looks really nice to watch.
Yeah, it's technique 101 there. If you can get your hand in the water when you're doing a a front side or a backside bottom turn, it's just going to help you lower that centre of gravity and help you lean rather than stay flat. And I think that anytime that you're leaning on the rail and throwing spray off your fins and off every part of your board, it sort of becomes like calligraphy in the water rather than like hop, 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 snap.
That's a beautiful analogy, Stace. I love that one. Calligraphy in the water for Coco Cairns. It is 7.33, so the bar's been lifted. It's going to come down to these 5 minutes, 5.5 on the clock. Charlie has priority, needs a 6.4. She's going to have to wait, and we'll see if she can stay calm and show that maturity with priority and take it and answer back to Coco 7.33, because she's going to need a bigger wave as well.
Charlie had a bit of calligraphy earlier on the 393. Carved down the double up and then no pump into the bottom turn to the snap before she fell. That was a nice combo. I valued that a bit higher than what the judges gave that. I don't think it was better than her 5, 6, 7, but I still thought that was a pretty neat combo before she fell. But to her credit, same as Coco, they've paddled back to where I kind of feel the best waves are. And it's nervous to sit up there by yourself. It can feel better to kind of sit near your competitor. But that's where the better waves are. And, you know, it takes nerves of steel to stick to your game plan. And she's doing that really well right now. So, you know, we saw Coco Cairns get a 7.33 from up there before. If that wave comes through, Charlie's going to get her chance, and we know what she's capable of.
I saw a similar thing go down as well in Sarah Baum's quarterfinal, where Dim kind of pushed a little bit wider and was finding score after score, 6+ rides on that end section, and Baumie kind of sat there, eyes to the horizon. She would have been hearing the beach comms blasting through her head as well, talking about how good Dim's rides were, but to be able to show that in that pressure situation. Look, Coco straight up the inside again.
So this is Coco trying to drag Charlie off the spot. This is nothing other than that, and also trying to get her to now make a few decisions. It's great tactics. You know, Coco's, you've seen with a lot of these young women, most of them are pretty bubbly, pretty fun. They take things pretty light-hearted, but once they get the jersey on, man, they're definitely calculated. It's yeah, it's cool to see, because you do need it all. You need to be on the World Tour, you've got to be a great surfer, but you've also got to be a master tactician. So I like the fact that she's shot up the inside there, and all she's doing is just trying to put doubt into Charlie's head. She's going to try and go a few waves and see if Charlie wants to make a decision.
It's really interesting as well that you talk about them being so bubbly and just so lighthearted around the event. I saw this glimmer of just like competitive nature and competitive animal in Coco's eyes before. And, you know, I try and get around the contest and have a little chat with everyone just to see how they're feeling. And they know I'm collecting intel for what we're observing here, scouring for any clue. But here we go, Charlie, bigger looking wave ahead, drops to the bottom here, clicks into that backhand attack that we've been talking about, up into the pocket.
Timing.
Oh, that's a beautiful answer back to Coco's 7.33 right there, Stace.
6.4. I'm going to stay well away from that one. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
Well, let's think about the replay. When it pops up, have a look at that middle turn. I think there's like 4+ points on the middle bit alone.
Yeah, she's certainly done well to set it up there. You talking about this turn here?
And the next one.
Yeah, it's a nice combo. Beautiful. Yeah, that was a great combination of turns in the middle there.
I think she's got it. I think she's getting the nod for that, and I think it's going to really challenge Coco to push it a bit harder.
See how high the judges go. She needs a 6.4 to turn the heat here. There's 2 minutes on the clock. So if you're Coco and you're waiting for this score to come in, you'd have to be thinking that you'd have to, you know, want to up your requirement. So she'll be looking for another opportunity out the back. My only concern is it was a little flat to start, but this combo through the middle here was really nice. It's just a tricky wave to surf on your backhand when they're that flat. It's hard to show variety. That's probably the only thing that I would say about that wave. But it looks like we've got scores to come. And here's a replay of the wave behind. Coco looking to improve her situation. Beautiful snap out of the top there. Another carve. She's just not going to manage to double up here. Unfortunately coming unstuck. She's only got a better 4.73 though. And then Charlie, this is another wave. 2-turn combo. There's the last score for Charlie Stokes, Jess, a 6.17. I'm feeling it was going to be close. And, you know, the judges, they're kind of giving her the nod in a sense of saying, look, it was good surfing. 6.17 is a good score, but she just needed a little bit more to turn the heat in her favour. It's been a competitive heat, as all these heats have been.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the clock. No priority established, so the ladies are going to have to really hustle to find a little jump, or they're just going to get straight back to work. I mean, this could go down in this last exchange. I don't know about Coco's last wave. It's probably going to go into a top 2 and make the requirement for Charlie a little higher. I definitely agree with that 6.17. I thought she was really asking for that 6.4 or higher, and it's right around that bit, but I think you were spot on with saying that that first section kind of left a little bit. and 15 seconds on the clock. Gosh, Coco's holding on to the lead at the moment. She's still got a number to drop, and there it is, Stace. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think like one difference for me about these two heats is just like speed through the ride. Charlie's had this nice tempo through her waves where it's sort of evenly matched with the wave, whereas Coco sort of has this accelerating moment and then a check turn and then an accelerating turn, and that just sort of is adding that extra bit of flair to the wave, whereas Charlie's been nice and consistent. Every turn's been really nice, but she hasn't had that one crazy, you know, moment where there's just like spray going everywhere. So a tight heat would have been a fun one to judge, and as you see there,
yeah, they're
pretty stoked with the victory.
They've got to be feeling good right now. That was a great semi-final for the young ladies, and Coco Cairns will be the first woman banking their spot in the finals of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Congratulations. She's been on an absolute dream run. She's got more to go, though. She has to come up against one of these ladies coming up in this next semi-final. Ellie Brooks and Sarah Baum will be live. Coming back to you right after this is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. There's your first finalist, Coco Cairns.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back. Finals day, and the froth is alive here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Cabarita Beach headland right there. What a beautiful day for finals competition. We did just book the first woman into the final spot, Coco Cairns, taking out semi-final #1 of the women. Semi-final #2 in the water right now, Ellie Brooks, Sarah Baum, myself, Jess Grimwell, joining Stacey Galbraith. And Stace, there was a flurry of action at the end of that first semi-final. A lot went down. But I think that in this second semi, it's going to be a whole different story. Here we go, Ellie.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a lot of waves in that heat that both the surfers didn't really need to be on, and I just think that was that inexperience sort of showing through there. They've got the surfing, but sometimes the pressure of the moment might have taken over. With these two ladies here, they've been in this position before. They know how to win these big events. I think they'll be a little more selective and put up some big scores on less waves ridden would be my pick for this heat.
I also kind of have the feeling, oh, here we go, Ellie. That was live action right there, but it didn't really pan out for her on the end. But I have the feeling that there was a bit of a maybe 10, 15 minute lull period in that first semi-final. So maybe as the story goes, this second semi-final might enjoy a few more sets.
Heat on, heat off.
Yeah,
we'll see. So Ellie, pretty much a quick in and out here, but she's been looking great. This is a fantastic matchup. Two goofy foot powerhouses.
Oh.
There's just, that natural show of power whenever they go anywhere near the lip, particularly, from Ellie and Baumie, once they get a bit of speed under their board. Well, Ellie got a 4.33 on that wave, and that was her not even getting the engine started. So we'll wait to see them get on their kind of second and third opportunities.
Ellie's been on a bit of a flare lately, I think, across this event. I've seen a lot of Ellie surf over the last 10 plus years, and there's been real moments of shining through and breakthrough kind of heats. But generally, she's just been that consistent kind of surfer for me when I look through the draw. But throughout this event, I see something different in her backhand approach, and I do see a lot more power and energy coming into this QS series, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. Ellie flares, see her out snap her all the time, belting it. You know, she deep down, she wants to be doing better in these events. She knows she's got the skill set to be there, but I think it's just between the ears for Ellie, and I think it's you know, it's good to see it shining through here. I know she wants it bad. She to win a big QS like this for her would be massive. You know, she's got the talent to do it. It's just a matter of whether she can put it together in these next sort of 50 heats if she's got 2 more heats to surf. Oh, excuse me, 50 minutes, not 50 heats. I could commentate another 50 heats. I've been loving it down here.
Quick in and out there for Ellie. Sarah's holding priority. Like you said earlier, Stace, this is a huge matchup of the goofy footers. I see the advantage playing into both of their games throughout the week as well. They've just been, like, I think you said, the luck was rubbed, you know, really well into the goofy footers' favour a lot of the times, because their approach to surfing this wave in this end section has really been what the judges have put above the rest and such a standout for us watching.
Yeah, definitely. Like, as a goofy footer, or going backside to any kind of section, I think you can let the lip just fall a little bit or come up a little bit more, whereas frontside you sort of need to get there a little earlier. Not in every instance, but in most instances. And I thought Dimity surfed an amazing heat. Like, she was on fire, but it bore me to take that opportunity on an 817 where her opening term was just undeniably super strong. And I think the judges, you know, they do look at 2 waves and they do look at every turn, but I think in close heats like that, you do look for that standout moment, and it's the goofy footers here who seem to be able to take the most out of those kind of critical sections.
Well, a standout moment for Coco Can. She's been on a dream run, Vaughan, and she has booked herself a spot in the finals very shortly, actually.
It's so exciting, Jess. You know, every time we have a regional QS, someone will stand up and announce themselves to the surfing world. And right now, I think everyone in Noosa and on the sunny coast is stomping their feet and lighting a match for Coco Cans. Congratulations. What a heat.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it was a sick heat. It was super good to surf with Jarly. She's like one of my favourite surfers ever. We have so many heats together, and she's definitely like one of my biggest inspirations. So I wish I could have had that as a final, but so sick.
I was going to say, you know, you two both from the sunny coast, part of a big push that's coming out of there. Reginato coming up soon in his semi-final. I'm curious, is it more comfortable for you to surf a semi-final at this level against someone you know, or would you prefer to have surfed against someone else completely?
No way, like I was so nervous to surf against Jarly because she's beaten me so many times, and like we have a gnarly rivalry, but it's always good. We're always pushing each other, so super good.
And here you are in the final of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. I mean, was this the goal when you first entered this competition?
My goal was to make the quarters because I got knocked in the round of 16 last year. So, yeah, I'm very happy I succeeded in my goal and got to the final, which is even better.
I reckon you could reset for just one more goal for the day.
Yeah, I think so.
Congratulations, Coco. Best of luck in the final. We're so stoked for you, and up the sunny coast.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughno. I wonder if she's keeping one ear dialed into this heat as well.
Yeah, potentially. I think you have to. You definitely have to profile your competitors at some point in your career. You got to know who you're coming up against. Like she would have profiled Jarly, so have so many heats against them. You kind of profile them without even knowing. But hang on a minute here, pig dog action. That was sick.
Yeah, she's pretty good on the pig dog.
That was mental.
Yeah.
We don't get to see a lot of it on the queue. That was sick. That was really cool. I mean, you can see the technique. She's got it. Just unfortunately the waves sort of let it down. But yeah, getting back to that rivalry you have with your mates. It's sort of hard to surf against people like that, I think, because you kind of know them so well, and you're like, oh, I think I could do it, you know. And so it's cool to see those two youngsters getting an equal third for Jarly, which is huge, and then Coco's in the final, one heat to go.
She definitely looked a lot looser and a lot more comfortable behind the camera then too. I liked having that bit more personality come through from her. She's been pretty steely, like pretty tight-lipped throughout the first few rounds.
A bit nervous laughy. I don't think you got many words out of her the other week. It was more just laughter. Yeah. But no, I think she's starting to realise, like, hang on a minute, I could do this, you know. And I think Vaughan, obviously, he gets the best out of everyone.
Oh, he's so good.
Yeah.
He's a treasure. Can we bottle him up? Keep him for a billion years.
Vaughan aftershave.
Oh, that's an interesting mask. Yeah.
20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Stace. Ellie Brooks out in the lead. That 4.33 doubled up with her second wave score as well. So wide open at the moment. Priority is sitting with Sarah Baum. You can see their positioning in the lineup. Ellie's just been able to find herself. I think a few opportunities out here away from Priority. Here she goes, up and riding. So much flow down the line for her.
Oh, wow. That was a sick half.
Oh,
yeah.
She just looks confident. She looks really solid to me. I think she's got really, really great down the line flow on her back end, where I find watching Baumie surf, she's a bit more like pointed in where she's hitting.
Totally.
Here goes Baumie up and riding.
Wow.
2 turns. You can see the spray flying off, the amount of power.
Are you kidding me? That's a 9.
That's a pretty sick wave.
She smashed that wave. Holy smokes. Just looked so alive in between her turns.
Compare them for me, Stace. What do you see?
Just wave, really.
Yeah,
like
wave.
They both got the talent to get big scores. It's just that wave was really difficult to ride, and Ellie did well to get to the end of it. I think it's probably another 4.33, like a score around that number. But Baumie here, just like her engagement in between her turns, like getting that extra bit of like, you see her just waiting and unweighting her board and picking the perfect sections to hit. I mean, I might have been a bit excited with the early call, but I still think it's going to be an excellent score. I don't think she could have surfed that wave any better. She looks so... I think it's a real hallmark of a great surfer when they can look light in transition, but heavy in their turns. And I think Baumie over the years has just looked heavy in her turns always, but been a little kind of slow in transition. And, a 7.83 there. I personally love that wave, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few of those judges had an excellent score on their scorecard for that wave.
Yeah, spot on the money too. You can see, and you can hear the beach comms in the background there. And Baumie just soaking up that feedback from the judges, and she's got to be thinking to herself, that was a pretty small wave when you look at the sets that have been coming through already this morning.
Yeah, but the sets are fat. Like, I don't really put too much value on those set waves today. I'll be looking for more of those waves that she just got, and just maybe cutting out 1 or 2 of those turns. Maybe one of them was too much of a check and just putting all your money into that last section. But other than that, like, I don't think you could have surfed that wave too much better. The judges are looking for curve of wave, not so much height, which is surprising to me that score wasn't a little bit higher. I really like that wave.
So Ellie Brooks with Priority, she's going to need a 6.04. So much time in these 30-minute heats, and the distance between, I mean, there's pretty much, you could have 2 competition areas with the span and the spread that's going on out here this morning, but in the last kind of half of this heat, I feel like it's going to be another tale like we had with Baumie versus Dimity.
Yep.
It's just that I love watching that surfing, that bang for buck, and just goes hit for hit for hit. And I think that's what really fires up competitors like Sarah and Ellie, is they don't want to have to rely on their kind of strategy. I mean, they've got the full package. They've got the ability to use their Priority, when they need to, and they're so lethal with it. But I think that they want to rely on the fact of their surfing for doing the talking, and just those huge, big, powerful backhand turns that we've seen from both of them. So
I'm definitely in Camp Brooks here, Gold Coaster.
Yep.
But one for Baumie, which you're obviously in Camp Baum. I reckon she's the most underscored surfer of the 2021 Challenger Series. Well, I've tuned into a few of her heats, but she had a couple of like 1-turn hit moments that were incredible.
I think you said it before, Stace, like there was that period, I think, when she made that leap in skill set and like ability, and when she went from like, she was good and then she got really, really good really quick in that season before, in the 21 season, and she still kind of looked heavy. I think maybe her training kind of changed over the last year or 2, and giving her that, she kind of has a similar approach like Reef Hazelwood, kind of that real light, and you don't really know where she's going to go, and then all of a sudden there's like 90 kilos.
Big moment. Yeah, totally. What's her story? How old's Baumie?
She's pretty old. Nah, I don't know. We'll get back to the Bormy history after this. 16 minutes on the clock. It is semi-final number 2 in the water. The women battling it out for their spot in the final against Coco Cairns. A beautiful shot. We are at Cabarita Beach headland for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with the show very shortly.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. It is finals day here for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro in the water. Semi-final number 2. There she is. I'm getting absolutely scolded, Stace.
Good, I love it. I've been getting scolded the whole comp. Phone's been blowing up off the hook.
Oh, man, I've been watching Bormy surf since she was about 13 or 14 when she first came across from South Africa, and she is still young, still in, mid-20s, early 20s. I couldn't put an exact finger on the number.
Yeah, she's just been around, it seems, for a while. Like, I've seen her name pop up in these big heats for such a long time. And, the average age of the rookie class on the women's tour is like 12, so I know she's not that young.
Nah, she's in the early 20s, and she's just kind of hitting that part of her life, where I've seen it with a few of the other athletes where they get settled in, they experience success in other parts, and she's got a really good partner, she's got a really supportive crew around her, and she's got the O'Neill sticker on the front of the board as well. And I think all of that stuff's come together with her training and her ambition, and that's why we're seeing this culmination of performance here with that 7.83 and a 2.53. So similar kind of story to Ellie Brooks though. I mean, Ellie's been around for ages as well. I can think of watching her surfing when she was a super grom, and it feels like it was 20 years ago, but she's just had so many reps in the jersey. And I think, I just think this stage of life for both of these athletes is such a good part for their performance, because
it's kind of time, isn't it? Yeah. They're just cutting out the crap and they're getting to work. It is time. Ellie had an amazing performance at the Usher Cup. The team's event up there on the Gold Coast, and her club and her performance in that event was incredible. They won the teams challenge on the final day, and I think it's those little things that can just go from get you on a bit of a roll. And now she's in the semi-finals down here, and she's with a great chance to make the final, and you just kind of. Yeah, you never know where you're going to get that little slingshot from, but I definitely think you can, between the Usher Cup and the ABB and these team styles of events, it definitely sets up the crew for, individual success, I think.
Under priority right now, 12 minutes on the clock. She's in the lead. Oh, the power through those 2 turns. What a pleasure to watch her surf on her back end and up against
this
Ellie
is dangerous for Ellie now, because Bormy's only got to replace a 2.5 here, which she's done that in the first turn.
Seemingly from nothing too, Stacey was saying how important those inside ones are, that all got way more curvature about them. That score, I don't know, 5 6s. It's going to go into the 2-turn.
It probably will be that. It's a 6.17, and I don't know. I mean, I kind of sound like a broken record, but to me, there's way more daylight than that wave than the 7.83. Her total's 14 points, but. It's nothing to be sneezed at, but I think it could even be higher. So Ellie now needs a 9.67. We were talking about this, Vaughan and I, earlier. It's one of those things you could do it in 1, but I think it's probably a smarter play to really try to break it down into 2. And what we were kind of referring to was just keep surfing. there's no, let's try and lock down that 6.57 range, which she's more than capable of doing as she has a look at a big set wave here.
Whoa, big open face ahead of her. Ellie Brooks up and riding, slashes through the lip of the first section, floats over that crumble, looks to get out in front of it.
Oh, kind of robbed there. Just that second section was so chattery and bumpy.
Well, that's an 8+ ride if she gets that end section, isn't
Totally.
it?
First turn was beautiful. She just needed one of those big, critical Kihu Butler kind of end sections with it. She could just get underneath it, but beautiful opening, snapping carve turn. Just this section here, there's just not much going on. She did well to keep her feet. Like, there's nothing she could have done about that. So that's unfortunately, just more than anything, just going to eat time off the clock for her. Like, I don't know that there was a better wave behind it, but yeah, that was a frustrating one for her. Just couldn't get that second turn off.
You can imagine Ellie out at, Snapper in the Challenger Series and just having that real massive leap across all the other regions that would have to come and kind of learn that lineup and learn that wave. Seeing Ellie's backhand out at Snapper with only, another woman or a couple of people in the lineup would be so incredible. I think there's a big jump to make to the challenge to the championship tour for her. But I think that with that pathway and the stepping stone in the Challenger Series, at a wave like that would help her tune it in.
Definitely. Yeah, as you can see, she got 5 for pretty much one turn on that last wave. She's got the skills. She just needs to find a good opportunity. Oh, wow, that was sick. And here we go.
Oh,
wow, there we go.
Game on.
Yeah, she knows. Little look up at the judges. And as you said, like finding that smaller inside cupped out wave, it offers more scoring opportunity than say these bigger waves that are a bit fatter. Like Bormy here doing great surfing, but the wave face is just a lot flatter than those inside waves. She's done well. Like, she looks great on her board, but I don't think Bormy's gonna better her situation, which both of her waves were those like inside double ups. This last score at Ellie's going to be massive.
Sure, if Bormy's was a 7.83, and this last one for Ellie's got to be really, really asking that 9-point question, Stace.
It almost is. Like, there's just a bit of a power difference.
Oh.
Big turn through the lip there, keeping her speed down the line.
That
and
thing.
A big finish. That's going to be... We're getting close to being the number required there.
I reckon it's game on right now. You can see, like, this is just going to push these two. This wave, like you said, it just holds her back, but she just looks good.
She does.
You can feel how she feels on that board. It's
like,
just stuck.
Even that little backhand floater, you don't see a lot of floaters in I think women's surfing. Like Courtney Conlog, Nikki Van Dyke, a few names I can think of, but they're just underutilised, I reckon. Nothing like a good float. Unfortunately, nothing after that.
I mean,
as we thought, it wasn't enough to turn the heat, but it is the new best wave of the heat. An 8.4 for Ellie Brooks. She now only needs a 5.6. Her previous ride to that was a 5 for pretty much one turn, so she's definitely got it in her. She's sort of having like a 2-minute heat at the moment. Last two waves have been great for Ellie Brooks.
So sick to see. Game on here for both the goofy footers. When you're talking about floaters in women's surfing too, the first name that sprung into my mind was Source. Serena Brook loved a floater in competition, and she was like one of the best at it.
Yeah.
I remember having posters of her and all, like Skaz and all those girls up on the walls as a little grommy and thinking, God, that's so sick, those floaters. I mean, they don't even score pretty much anymore, but
if they're a big section,
in the right section, but those like drop tail, like rock and rolling in the iron style floaters, they're the sickest things to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
7 minutes on the clock. Priority is sitting with Sarah Baum. 7.83 and a 6.17. Ellie Brooks just posted the best wave score of this semi-final, 8.40. Backs it up with a 5. Now looking for a 5.6 under priority. Just under 7 minutes, and
here we go.
Game on
Important
again.
Wave.
Oh, up and riding, beautiful looking section ahead of her. Ellie Brooks mid-face slash, just that.
Go again.
Ooh. I think I'd love to see that from the front, Stace. I think we'll lose the criticalness of that final manoeuvre. I think there's a 5+ in that.
Yeah, if we're going to lose criticalness from the first, we're going to lose criticalness from the second. Excuse me. Yeah, there just wasn't much critical section on that wave, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We'll see where it comes in. Kai's King warming up there.
Yeah, I love watching his.
Big semi-final coming up between him and Geordie Lawler.
He looks so good after that. I mean, the work that he must have done in the off-season to get back from injury to this point, where you don't even see like a flicker of it.
Totally.
Like reminiscent in the surfing at all, is just like hats off to the amount of work he would have done to push that injury to the curb.
Not enough, Ellie J. Brooks, 4.23.
This is going to be one of the most important 5 minutes and 40 seconds for Bormy's life in that priority seat.
Oh, yeah, it's just like Morno said yesterday, just biting your fingernails off to the elbow. And just, you know, for Ellie, it's just about like trying to create options for yourself. And if you're not creating options for yourself, are you putting doubt into Bormy's mind? Can you maybe get that priority back off her? She looks like she's sitting a bit further down the line than Bormy at the moment. She knows she can get it done on an inferior wave. She doesn't need a set wave to get this score. She just needs something with a bit of opportunity on it.
I think this situation as well with 5 minutes to go has been something that's been...
Where is Bormy?
She's way up.
Way up.
Yeah, that's why Ellie hasn't regained any type of priority next to her name, because she's so far away from Bormy. And I think she is kind of probably searching to do what you were talking about, just get away from her and create that, like a 5.6 for her. I mean, you're looking at an opening carve
she
and a
could
big
get off the
crack.
end of this set here.
Yeah, this situation I think is what Bormy's been working on most. She's had a couple of QS wins. She's had that taste of lifting up her surfing to kind of the Challenger Series level, but I think managing these situations like this has been what she's been getting better at over the last 12 months. It definitely is what let her down in the early years of the QS. She'd like make those priority blunders or even sell herself into things that just didn't get the scores. But now bringing this surfing plus this tactic into play here, I mean, she wants that spot in the final. She wants the 5,000 points because you know her sights are set on the championship tour. Challenger Series is just a stepping stone, I think, in this part for her mind. I think Ellie...
Like you said, they're not grommets anymore. They're at that age where they are looking for the CT.
Yeah.
Like, they're not happy to be on the Challenger. They want to be smashing out the regional series and then having a good swing at making the championship tour. That's where you can make really good money and obviously improve your skill set out of sight. So, yeah, this is, like you said, it is just a stepping stone. So now it's just your classic priority situation where, you know, Ellie's going to have to try to create some doubt in Bormy's mind and... try and sell her, get that priority back off her, or ultimately hope that Bormy doesn't want a wave that Ellie does. And we have seen that today on a few occasions.
That 5-2, like that 5-6 is just, it's like the danger number for Bormy to be playing on, because it's so, you can make it happen or you can just be off at that one section and you've pretty much given it. So it's like the ocean has to come to the party for Ellie, as well as this like priority to fall her way, the situation. I mean, 3 minutes on the clock, it's going to be so quickly passed for Ellie. We always say it just goes so quickly for the person trailing and goes so long for the person in the lead. Like, it'd feel like 20 minutes to Bormy.
Totally, and Bormy's in a situation too where she's up against the surfer in the heat who has the better single wave score. So ultimately what that means is Bormy is kind of most likely will just end up blocking Ellie. She won't end up improving her score because Ellie can take a pretty average wave to get a 5-6, whereas Bormy's looking to better the 6-1-7. So it will just be purely tactical, I believe, this next decision. I don't know if Bormy will get a chance to necessarily better a score. Just on the rule book, she's got to be careful that she doesn't drift too far down the point, otherwise the priority judge will suspend priority. You can't just sit like, you know, that far down all the time. You kind of have to be nearby. So we'll see this decision get made here. Oh, wow. And that's where Bormy's got to be careful. Like, she wasn't even looking at the wave. She was just looking at Ellie.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that wave was a closeout, as is this one. So it's a great leave there from Sarah. She's doing an amazing job so far. But, wow, every decision at this point is just crucial.
You get a good appreciation for it too, don't you, from the top end? Like,
I don't know what Bormy was thinking there, paddling up and underneath her.
That easily could have been a section for Ellie. I think Bormy's lucky with 1.5 minutes on the clock, but now it's going to create this space. She's got to get foot on the pedal. You can see her putting the chin down and just getting a little kick on, because she's going to have to really push. Ellie is going to bring everything she has to the table in this last minute, and it looks like there's going to be another set as well.
Could be a couple opportunities here.
This is fireworks.
Bormy's head is on an absolute swivel.
Oh, she's going to chase her and just push the point here. 1 minute on the clock. A little lump rolling on through.
You see Sarah take that outside position now, and earlier paddling underneath the surfer, it just doesn't give you any advantage to block, because you kind of have to make a decision on the wave before your competitor, and it kind of leaves you in that, or are they going, aren't they going moment. But with her being on the outside, she will see Ellie's intention. And like I said earlier, I don't think Bormy's looking to better her situation. She's merely just looking to block. Which is perfectly fine. It's all within the rules, and you know, it takes a skill to be able to learn how to do this properly, and she's doing a great job of it so far.
30 seconds on the clock. Will the opportunity arise for Ellie Brooks? A 5.60 required, under priority. Here she goes. Bormy, let's go on this one. Up and riding. She needs something pretty critical to find the scores. I mean, the surfing has been on for her. The wave and the opportunity didn't show up. Stays 5 seconds to go.
That was a fantastic heat, and Ellie Brooks will just be falling short there on that last exchange. Just the one turn. She's really looking to combo that up. Sarah Baum, unofficially taking it through to the final.
Yeah, she's found herself a spot in the final against Coco Cairns, so we're going to see plenty more surfing from this young lady, Sarah Baum. Congratulations moving on through, and also Ellie Brooks. Great performance throughout the series so far for her. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll take a break and welcome in Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the men's semi-finals.
Being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Game on. Finals day here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The women's final is set. And what a battle it's going to be. The young gun Coco Cairns taking on Sarah Baum. But on the men's side, let's have a look at what is shaping up for our final. Kais King's going to take on Jordan Lawler. Should be a great battle, Bugs.
Oh, it really will. The defending champion, Kais King, who's been in spectacular form on his return to not only professional surfing, but just surfing. I just saw his dad, Kingy, and he went, surfing's, you know, kayak surfing is the win.
Yeah, that's right. He's sort of relieved any pressure or expectation of himself, just happy to be in here, but he'd be feeling it now. This is a big opportunity to claim back-to-back titles here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We know we're going to have a new winner on the women's side, but Kais has that opportunity up against Jordan Lawler, who has been on the Challenger Series before. Kais had the opportunity to surf in the first 3 events last year before injuring his back. But when you reflect on his career, Bucks, it's only the one WSL victory, and it was at this event last year.
Yeah, no, that was a real breakthrough win for Kais, and he wasn't actually having a really successful run through the qualifying series this last year, and this was the second last event last year instead of being the first. And he had the win, the breakthrough win, and he just boosted him into the Challenger Series, and he was really looking forward to a big year, you know, because he trains a lot with my son and that, and with Adam Duffner, and he was just so primed and ready to go, and it was just that unfortunate back injury that really took him out for like 8 months.
We've been seeing great numbers from him, excellent scores. Both these surfers have been really two of the stars throughout the opening rounds of competition. Jordan Lawler, Geordie, he has just looked just classic, you know, just in rare form. That beautiful style, Bugs, matching it with the regular footers, with that variation on his backhand. Sometimes it can be hard to do, but on these long walls, he showed us that he's got the calves, he's got the vertical approach, he's got the floats, he's got it all.
Yeah, he got just caught up on that first wave. Got a 4.33 really for just one manoeuvre, but his earlier heat today, he posted a couple of excellent scores. A very dangerous competitor.
He's had some big finishes on the Challenger Series, 16th in 2021. Of course, 2019 was a great year for him. He got a win in front of his hometown crowd down there at the Sydney Surf Pro. He won a QS 6000. That was in the old qualifying series structure, but it was a win he'll never forget.
Yeah, I remember it well. It was you know, no one celebrates like the NN guys.
Yep. No, they definitely kept the town alive and open for him.
Oh, look at Caius. He's been so good. His first wave's been good every single time.
Whoa! Throwing everything at that first section. Unsuccessful on this occasion. So our semi-finalists, we saw this heat. It is a beauty. And then to decide our other finalists, we're going to watch Alistair Reginato go up against Kehu Butler. But here it is again on the replay. What goes wrong there, Bugs?
Yeah, well, I mean, he just didn't get the full rotation in. You know, I tell you what, though, you got to have your back's got to be in good order to be pulling that stuff off. So that's a great sign right there. Like, he's checking his board. He did this yesterday. I mean, he could so easily break at that, you know, that wafer of a board. But it seems okay.
He seems all right. So still so much time for these guys to lock in big numbers. It's been really the story of the day has been the surfing lifting, even though the conditions have dropped a lot from what we experienced earlier in the week. Bugs, the surfing performances are large, and looks like he may have buckled this board, so there'll be an equipment change. Quite often, you know, if it's a slight buckle, you can still ride the board in.
I think it is a slight buckle. I think he can still surf this board. Otherwise, he definitely would have come straight in, because there's plenty of time. There's still 24 minutes left.
He's thinking, you know what, if you're going to return to the beach, you may as well try and bank a score while you do it. But what these guys have is a really fine touch with their equipment, their fins, and if there is a buckle, he'll feel the flex. It'll be gone in the board.
I'm calling he's going to take off on a wave and do the maddest aerial you've ever seen and just finish that board off.
Yeah, it's mentally it can weigh heavy on you. Sometimes someone will have a favourite board, and you know, between heats they might get it fixed, and even though that flex pattern, the flex pattern in the board might change just a little bit, you know, that they have that familiar feel with that board and they trust it. But it looks like Caius is going to rely on his backup instead, as we see some set waves approaching here. Moving into position, Geordie Lawler, deep on the point.
Oh, Geordie's too deep on this one. He's going to take it, because Caius will if he doesn't.
Yeah, he gets caught behind there, so a bit of a blocking tactic. He was never going to make it down the line there.
That was a serious blocking tactic, full on.
And kind of not really what Caius wanted. He probably just wanted to swoop under priority and get to the beach and change his board up, rather than getting stuck now with priority.
So it was two things. One, it was a blocking tactic, but he goes Caius. He'll go this one.
Let's see what he can do with this board. He looks down the line.
Oh, there might be a spin around here. Will Geordie take it? Yes, he will.
Well, did well to find some momentum on the takeoff.
Yeah.
Didn't do much for him, though, in the long run.
So this is a funny, like, you remember in the heat with Kehu Butler, Mikey McDonald, there was that one wave that Kehu took that I believe stopped Mikey getting a bomb-wide wave. It's a very similar situation to that.
Yeah, it is.
He was never going to get around the section.
No.
But he absolutely stopped his opponent getting, like, what might have been like an excellent score.
At some point in this heat, there's going to be an opportunity potentially for Geordie Lawler to get two opportunities with the lineup with priority, and then if Kais takes some time to get back out, he'll get the lineup to himself for a moment, and if he can capitalise then, it could be a key turning point in this heat.
Yeah, well, that's a slowly winding drama unfolding, because we are fast approaching 1/3 of the way through the heat. No one's really posted anything of significance yet, which is unusual for both these guys. They've come just firing out of the blocks in their quarterfinals.
Yeah, this is one of the slower starts that we've seen. You know, we've just seen the surfers just looking so on from the outset. I don't know if it's conditions change, Bugs, but just that these waves are kind of reeling off a little quicker. It might be with that dropping tide.
There would be probably Rasmus on the beach holding that board for his brother. And Ras, gosh, he just shot up. He was just such a little grommet for such a long time, and I just saw him and I couldn't even recognise him. He does a lot of movies. He's a classic kid.
I don't think that's Rasmus,
okay.
but...
Oh, I don't know.
Micah.
Yeah. Well, we might have to have a little side issue on that.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go here.
Oh,
yeah.
hang on, that's...
Micah Margusson.
Yeah, okay. He did look a bit thicker.
So it's going to be an equipment change at some point.
Wow, look at that board. It's just like a little blade.
I remember having a board like that.
Yeah.
They're a bit bigger these days. So let's see what unfolds here. Kais has got the priority, and we'll see just how buckled that board is as soon as he gets to his feet.
Well, you pointed out the big issue is that you cannot abandon the lineup with priority. That is the issue facing Kais. He's going to have to surf a wave, but it must only be a light buckle. He won't want to come in empty-handed, though. He won't want to be doing the swap over without a board, without a score in his tally. So this is a very kind of, as I said, a slow-burning drama.
These guys are obviously products of the environments that they grew up in, the lineups that they evolved in. Geordie Lawler grew up in one of the most competitive lineups in the country, surrounded by surfers who are on the championship tour, surrounded by world champions. He's been well encouraged. They'd all be tuning in, watching him surf. And he's just finished off a pretty nice ride here. He's just had just beautiful extension off the bottom into the left throughout this contest, putting a lot of space between his turns, which just makes it so easy on the eye.
Yeah, so he's building up a little tally here, so we should definitely see an improvement on that 4.33. He got two pretty slick. We see a bit of movement on the outside. Maybe Kais can see a bit of action here. He sort of moved down from this angle. That action we saw coming in has just disappeared.
Just had so much time to kind of marinate on this, the buckle board and probably just thinking about it. Hopefully he's able to shut it out and still execute something spectacular on his way in, because Geordie's got a score on the way. He's going to extend his lead here.
Now, if there was a big lull situation, the pit stop. This is really a pit stop situation. He's up on his board. He's up on his haunches, looking out the back. Will he just go? I think he's thinking about it. Like going, I might have time to get in there, get the board. He won't lose priority.
No, that's right.
But he'll have to paddle in and not take a wave.
That's right. Well, dominating that last heat, putting up great numbers once again. Sarah Baum is with Vorno.
Sarah, tense semi-final, and Ellie Brooks there taking you right to the limit.
Definitely, she was, in my eyes, probably the one to beat in this event. She's been ripping all event and dropping some big numbers as well. So, yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough match, and yeah, I'm so stoked to just make it through by the skin of my teeth.
It's been, well, it was a real tactical battle towards the end of that one, and it's not always the funnest way to win a heat, but it's satisfying in its own way.
It is. It's like, yeah, it's such a mental game, and I'm happy with the decisions that I made, and yeah, it played out for me in the end, and yeah, hopefully I can keep the ball rolling into the finals.
You surfed on the Challenger Series last year, finished 10th and on a tie with Vaheen Fiera, I think, but just awarded the South African wildcard onto the Challenger Series, which really allows you to just have a lot of fun in these sorts of comps.
Yeah, a lot of fun, and this is where the hard work comes in for me. I feel like in my surfing there's a lot of, things I need to work on in my competitive side, so just ironing out a lot of creases, and yeah, hopefully I can take this momentum into the Challenger Series and hopefully end up top 5 this year.
Your opponent in the final, Coco Cairns, a bit of a smiling assassin, smooth operator. What's it going to take to beat her?
Just keep doing what I'm doing. I don't know Coco too well, but as I said, I just keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm focused on myself and my surfing, and yeah, hopefully get some fun waves.
Well, your surfing's on point, your strategy's on point. You're going to be a tough beat in the final. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Sarah Baum, Bugs. I mean, the surfing's always looked fantastic. As far as a report card goes for just the competitive decision she made in that semi-final heat, it was an A+.
A+, what a performance. And, even though she said she got it through it by the skin of her teeth, I thought she seemed to be travelling really well right through that. She didn't put a foot wrong, kept Ellie at bay.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. You got to be mistake-free when you're up against the form surfer of the event. She identified Ellie as a surfer to beat, and she managed to do it. Geordie finishing off that inside of the judges wanted to get another look at it, and here he is, live action. And he has to succumb to the priority here of Kais King, who's riding a buckled board. He'll go for a board change after this ride. Let's see if he can make this weight worthwhile. The board still looks like it's performing okay. Here he comes for the shift up.
Yeah, I thought that wave had a bit more in it too. Now we're going to see Geordie on the outside. Is he going to capitalise on the departure of his opponent from the lineup?
Well, Bugs, you know better than anyone. Sometimes when you're on that buckled board, you can only push it to a certain level. You know that board's in danger of buckling under your feet.
Exactly.
And maybe couldn't quite rip into it the way he wanted to.
No, and this looks like an old board. This might be the board he won on last year. I obviously don't know, but it looks like a bit of an old board.
An old favourite.
Old faithful.
It's got a bit of a suntan.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, let's see what kind of number he puts up. I think it'll get him in the heat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hopefully both these surfers are able to drop these mid-range scores that they hang on to, but that was a nice turn, bit of whip. Transitions down the line. I mean, one thing that Kais has got working in his favour, and maybe where he can find a bit of an edge, is the sand at the pass during his recovery has been incredible. So as far as his point break flow goes, he would have got a lot of sessions in the lead up to this contest.
Absolutely flawless.
13 minutes remaining here. Kais King waiting on a number. We'll see where it drops in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Ronnie Blake with the host that shares the most, the Tweed Coast Bugs. Thanks for having us. Thank you to Oakberry for getting behind the Australian leg of the tour, the QS. They'll be at each of the CT stops as well. They're huge fans of surfing, and we thank them for their support. Just over 11.5 minutes remaining here. A spot in the final is up for grabs between Geordie Lawler and Kais King, and we just saw Kais rushed to the beach for a board change. Micah Marguson down there helping him with that shift up, and it looks like he might have buckled that equipment. Meanwhile, during the break, Geordie Lawler tapping into this one, Bugs.
Yeah, this is Geordie's third wave. And, you know, you would think definitely an improvement on the 4.33 as his second scoring ride. So they're still waiting for that score to come in, but this has been it's been a low-scoring heat. Kai's now sitting out the back. He's going to go out, get priority. Well, he's got priority. He's going to really hope something comes his way here, because he is really capable of putting a big score on if he gets the right wave.
I don't know what Geordie Lawler's put on the bottom of his board, but it is just moving so smooth, so slick through the water. He's just had amazing projection, something that can be a little harder in conditions like this. He just seems to be in really fine touch at the moment.
Oh, he's incredibly in fine touch. He's been the standout backhand surfer in the field. He's just got a 6-point ride, so that's the high point. Now, Caius is going to have to get into that 6 to 7 point range to take the lead.
You think back to 2019, where Geordie got that major victory down there at the Sydney Surf Pro. Really small conditions, relied on his big frontside airs to get the job done. But here at this venue, he's showing us all kinds of surfing. Very well rounded. And on the bigger days, he just ironed out all the bumps with his smooth, casual approach, but still did big major turns to get huge scores. And now that the swell's dropped, it still looks like he's kind of riding waves that he makes them appear bigger than they are. He's just finding so much room out there.
His ability to gain speed with very little body movement is astounding. He just seems to shift his weight, and he just gets speed and just zips around these sections and then up into the vertical backhand attack. He's really on good form.
The women's final is established. It is going to be Coco Cairns, who is an Australian junior champion, taking on the experienced QS campaigner in Sarah Baum. And it's a fantastic heat. You've got a regular footer. You've got that goofy footer in there. And, you know, I think Coco's going to have to find some bigger numbers in that clash to overcome Sarah, because her backhands just look so tidy throughout, and she's been really well rewarded for huge individual turns too.
Well, she just saw off Ellie Brooks, and I thought Ellie was like the form surfer going into the semi-finals, and yeah, you'd have to think that you know, Coco's going to have to pull something pretty amazing out. It'd be on the set waves for sure. And there's Alistair Reginato going out for semi-final number 2. He seems like it seems like it's his event to win or lose, because this guy here has been the other big scorer.
Oh man, just so accurate with his placement of these backhand hits.
Oh my
moving a lot of water, and there's that unbelievable just swiftness between moves too. I think the great thing about him, he's kind of slowing these waves down with his speed, which is allowing him to really mix up his turns. But he does it with minimal body movement, so it's so pretty to watch.
It's amazing. This is like perfect technique. Perfect backhand technique.
Matty Cattle's down there on the beach. He's got the tissues out. He's crying tears of joy at the moment.
Well, he hasn't got the Matty Cattle prod out.
Great finish. Really strong. The best ride of the heat by far. A 7.33. And just like that, you know, 2 rides, and Geordie Lawler goes way out in front now. Price doesn't have a whole lot of time to turn this around. I think the buckle board sort of put him in 2 minds about what he should do. Return to the beach, get that back up, get back out there, or just be patient with priority and try and bank a score on the way in.
Well, you'd be thinking he'd like to get away before the 5-minute mark. You know, he needs a 9+. How many 9+s have we seen today? They're not really on offer, Ronnie. It's like, you know, we're seeing high 7s.
Well, some motion out there at the moment. Some energy coming our way. Geordie's without priority on the inside. Ducks under this one. Will there be something for Caius on the outside? As Bugs said, he'll want to make a move soon. Give himself plenty of time if he can't get that huge number to chase down a second score.
Because on his return to the lineup, he's going to have a guy there, such a seasoned competitor, holding the priority. As we see Caius now drifting north, the wider bank seems to be attracting the energy at the moment. And he might have a look at this one again. It's coming at him as a left. Geordie's on the other side of that.
Bugs, I mean, when there's only 2 big QS 5000s,
here's Caius.
You've got to be looking at these semi-final results as mad keepers. But I'm sure every competitor feels like they leave a little out there when they don't go on to make the last heat of the contest. Caius is trying to stop that from happening. Whipping his board into the reverse. He does hang on for the finish. Kind of got stuck riding fakie there for a moment. But will it be better than the 4.27? Does he chip away at this 9.06 with that ride?
Well, it was a bigger wave. Let's have a look at it. He had to go it. Kind of gets caught behind, so no points yet. He has to get around that section. That was a bit of a shame. So just a bit of a cutback set up there. And this, as you said, Ronnie, it was, you know, it was completed, but not the cleanest way. You know, they usually don't get too excited about that in the judging tent.
No, I mean, impressive stuff. But he really was kind of forcing it on that ride. Just the fact that he got stuck behind at the beginning meant that he had no speed for that first big wrap.
If he could get it over the 4.5 mark, but then he might need a bit more here because this thing is looking radical.
Well, it's just all falling Geordie Lawler's way at the moment. That might be his best ride yet, and he's still going.
Gosh, he's just on fire. Bang. This angle here. And then this move is the final move. Whack. So vertical and just so sharp and perfect. It's flawless surfing.
Always been a great competitor. Caius now getting his best opportunity. Maybe big section standing up here. Bashes the fins free and rides on out. That's exactly what he needed.
Okay.
4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And Caius had to make a move.
Well, he had to, because if Geordie got more than a 6 then he was getting towards the combo land.
I think Geordie's going to get more than a 6. He's going to go excellent here. 8.83. Great surfing. We heard one of the other surfers that had gone to the Challenger Series saying earlier in the event, Mikey McDonough, that he came back twice the surfer. In his mind, he felt that he'd really learned a lot. Well, Geordie Lawler, excuse me, he's looking unbelievable. He is looking 3 times the surfer that he did last year.
It's flawless surfing, and he did it in his quarterfinal this morning in the smaller waves. We saw him when there was a, you know, like 6 foot of surf down here. He looked phenomenal in the punchy surf, but today he's just blowing doors.
He's just running away with it too. I mean, poor Caius, he turns in his best number, 6.4, to narrow the requirement, but then it grows to a 9.76 now.
Well, he was comboed while he was waiting for that score, so he's within the combo. A 9.76, you know, like a 9.83. That's the sort of the score. You get a 9.77.
3 minutes to go here. Geordie having a bit of a look. Caius too, just one eye on it, but that wave doesn't have enough energy. I was saying earlier, Bugs, these guys are really a product of the lineups that they grew up surfing. Geordie just, you know, so many big names around him every time he surfed and behind him at these events. But Caius had some big influences too. His favourite surfers was similar to his dad's, Matt Archibald, Christian Fletcher.
Oh, wow.
But his dad, Justin, actually lived with Martin Potter in Avalon for years. And Potts is a big fan of Caius's surfing, and you can just see their influence in his style out of the water too.
Yeah, big influence. Now, when Caius came up, you know, he surfed with, you know, from the under 6s with Snapper. Like, they used to drive up. There was not much happening at Byron, and he surfed all his grommet years. He was in the same division as my son. They were in the under 6 division. I remember we were out there. You know, me and Kingy used to be out there pushing the kids. We were trying to get to the inside on each other, walking, pushing the kids in the under 6s. And there was this one day at Rainbow. It was really good surf, and Caius, and I'm in the water. Jagger's just got this long wave, and I was going, wow. Then this kid came up and just did this swooping cutback at 6. And I went, oh my gosh.
Well, these guys have history too. I can remember probably a decade ago now, Mick Fanning pulling together, in his opinion, the best cadets under 16s in the country, and taking them to Foster on a special camp with Red Bull. And Caius and Geordie were both there. And yeah, he ran some heat drills with the kids at that point. And yeah, here they are competing on the qualifying series now. So you can pick them, Mick, but they really sort of made themselves obvious choices for that call-up.
Oh,
Such great talents.
That's right. Well, that was a bit of a hustle going on there. There was a wave before it where they both had had a bit of a sniff at it. Caius definitely made a paddle for it. Geordie didn't. He didn't lose priority. He's coming in.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go here. Caius King, he needs a near perfect score. He's got some speed. Let's see what he can do with this end section. He's going to have to take to the air. Loading up now. Hits the ramp, and man, he was in control through the air, but just lost it trying to stomp that thing.
Well, you know, we saw Alistair Reginato get a 9.5 yesterday in the dying seconds of his round of 16 heat.
Yeah, what a comeback for Caius King. Something he can be really proud of. It's a big keeper result. I know, Bugs, you could speak to it. You get to this point in competition, you have eyes on the trophy. You want the big check.
That's right, but Caius will, you know, when he sits down to reflect on his comeback, a third place in a QS 5000's a keeper.
Yeah, looking fantastic throughout the contest, but this guy, he's on another level today, Geordie Lawler, and he is into the final. What a way to start the year.
Incredible. Like, he is so on song.
Stay with us. After the break, Semi 2, Kihu Butler takes on Alistair Reginato to decide our last spot in the final.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back. This is finals day of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we are into our last semi-final. Can you believe it, Bugs? I mean, we started with the round of 96 for the men, the round of 64 for the women.
Round of 128.
128, excuse me.
That was at Kingscliff.
Oh, yeah, I was only here for the last 8 minutes.
Oh, gosh, it was wicked. Look at this.
So, Kihu Butler getting things started early here in semi-2, up against one of the real tough draws. Alistair Reginato's had great numbers, but Kihu's connected with the gem here, working this one over, hoping for the big finish. This is a replay, this one during the break. What a way to start this second semi.
Wow. Well, there wasn't a wave that good in the whole first semi-final. That's insane.
Oh, where's Alistair Reginato? Looked like there was a wave behind it too.
Yeah, sure does. but it might be one of those wide ones. It's like super wide ones. Gosh, that's above the lip line. Look at that, just silhouetted against the incredible background, the landscape, and look how far down he went.
Well, we've had it all waves-wise. We've had big, unruly conditions, crazy sweep that the surfers have had to deal with. Big days with, you know, monumental duck dives on the outside here at Cabarita, but it's a magic day today and really manageable, this lineup. So it's turned into a bit of a chess game. You've got to be spot on with your choice of priority and your positioning in this lineup.
Now, you mentioned earlier about them sort of punishing you if you don't do that really massive big finish, and I thought he just took his foot off the gas a little bit on that one. I mean, a 5.83, I guess that's the score, and you'd think it would have got more, but that last turn just wasn't as dynamic as some of his earlier ones, where he really throws it out there. You know,
he's not fighting for his life yet on that one, is he?
No.
But there was that high quality fin throw, that punch through the lip and slide across the roof on that ride, and I think that's where the guts of the points came from. 5.83 still. The judges might just be reserving a bit of room in their scale for these two competitors, because they are both capable of throwing excellent numbers at us. They've had excellent surfing right through to this semi-final clash.
Yeah, see, I look at that and I go, well, okay, that's the scale. That's the scale for the whole 30 minutes at that 5.83. Does that mean it's going to be a lower scale, or was he punished a little bit for not having the fully dynamic, or as you said, are they just leaving plenty of room because these guys have both thrown excellent scores? The waves look like they're pretty consistent right now, Ronnie. Look at this wave. Here's Reggie paddling sideways, and he's going to get this one. Oh. He's a bit deep, but he'll get around that section as he usually does anyway.
Yeah, look, it's a good-sized wall standing up. Punches through the first section. Makes something of a pretty flat piece of water. Now goes to the cutback, staying back with it.
Here it goes onto the bank. Still back. He's not ready yet. Now he's ready to unleash.
Strong finishing turn once again for Reginato. 21 years of age. He'll click over to 22 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, first good turn. Now there's a lot of, that's a nice turn there. Now he comes back and brings it back, and again further onto the bank, not happy yet. Now he sees the section for him down here. Nice clean finish. Again, just solid surfing within himself.
I think it's going to be a really similar number to Kehu's.
I do too.
Both these surfers had that, just the one kind of strong turn on that ride. But in saying that, the judges have been eating up the strong finish, and that's where Alistair Reginato kind of reserved that manoeuvre for and executed beautifully.
Yeah, he had a stronger finish, that's for sure. But it's below. It's a 5.
Yeah.
No, but it was thereabouts. I mean, you were right, Ronnie. It's thereabouts.
Yeah, I think that when you reflect on the first two turns from Alistair on the outside, it was a flat section of water that he was getting work done, but I think Kehu's wave just had a bit more in it from start to finish.
Yeah,
just gets a slight edge.
Yeah, slight edge. You don't think both these guys won't be counting those waves towards the end of the heat? You would think.
Okay, well, the winner of this heat is going to come up against Geordie Lawler. Stace, just a beautifully surfed semi-final clash, start to finish.
That's right, Ron. The cream is certainly rising to the top. Geordie, how's the heart rate, mate?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so yeah, it's pretty mellow.
Great sportsmanship between you and Kais there. Obviously happy to share a heat together.
Yeah, definitely. We did a lot of trips growing up together, so yeah, he's a good friend of mine, and yeah, I think that's our first heat together, and yeah, to come out on top is pretty special because he's an amazing surfer. So.
Apart from Alistair Reginato, everyone that was on the Challenger Series last year is in the semi-finals here. What does that tell you about that experience of even being at that level and even yourself getting a sniff at the CT?
Yeah, I didn't know that actually. I think, I don't know, yeah, I guess having those comps and to like, because the level of surfing there is pretty crazy, and we all know we got to put in hard work, and I don't know, not that all the other guys aren't putting in enough work, but it seems like whenever I'm up here, all the Challenger dudes are in the gym. I don't know, yeah, I'm sure the rest of the crew are putting in hard work too, but yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, just experience and yeah.
Of that group, none of you guys are carrying a result in this regional leg. Must feel good to come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, I don't know what the go is with that, because we've been doing Challenger events and then obviously there's been regional events going on, so I don't know what's going on with that. But
well, you raise an interesting point. The region's just so strong, and people in this part of the world want to be running surf events, which is obviously great in one hand and difficult for you guys. It just makes it all that more special here, though, right, to be starting with the big one.
Yeah, for sure. I probably wouldn't be complaining too much now, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. But yeah, I'm just focusing on the next heat, and yeah.
You won the Australian Open at Manly a few years ago. You know how to take out these big events. What's it going to take?
Just the right waves, I guess. And I'm just having so much fun this event. It's crazy. It's such a beautiful day, and the water's warm. There's little right point, and I'm just really enjoying myself. So, I mean, yeah, if I just keep enjoying myself, then yeah, should be able to get it done.
Absolutely. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you, Stace. Geordie Lawler, to see how he just referred to it as a heat in my next heat.
Yeah.
It's a final. But he has been there before. During the interview, Bugs, Kehu Butler, he really got his campaign started.
He sure did. This is a beautifully surf wave, Ronnie. And he flared that one. Oh,
yeah. Little cross step.
That's so cool.
He liked it.
6.57.
Yeah, so now Alistair Reginato, we've seen him in this situation so many times, chasing a score, pretty decent one to get himself back in the heat. I don't think he'll be too perplexed just yet. Plenty of time on the clock, 19 and a half minutes to go. You see Alistair on the outside there, he didn't get much out of that ride, but he'll be holding priority as Kehu looks to stay busy here on the inside. Interesting to note, these guys, they're very accomplished. They've had big results as juniors, but neither of them has had a QS victory just yet. As we see Kehu throwing everything at it on the end section. That would have been huge if he stuck that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a speculator. Yeah, he'll check his board, but didn't seem like it was in too much stress.
So Stace brought up the point, you know, of the four surfers that made it through to these semi-finals, Alistair Reginato, the only one that didn't get on the Challenger Series last year, but he did get to surf in a few events, a couple of events. And, yeah, as you mentioned earlier on the Gold Coast, he got the call-up. He had a 17th place finish there, but he was dropping good scores.
Yeah, well, he won the trials to get that spot, and then he definitely did not look out of place. He surfed really well in that snapper event.
Here's Kehu on the replay. I mean, had to go for it. Limited space. Big turn like that. Would have scored pretty well. But he's, you know, much like Alistair Reginato, when he hits the lip at the moment, there's just so much sting there. And he just looks like he's in great form.
He sure does. And Reggie's moving down the beach a little bit. One thing about Alistair is that we have known to never count him out in this event. He has been able to rack together huge scores in 5 to 7 minutes on several occasions. Yesterday was looking gone for all money. Pulled out a 9.5 in the dying seconds of the heat. So he's got a lot of game.
He's going to have to call on it. Who has the edge at the moment. A couple of pretty decent scores.
He's checking out what's happening down yonder, and that's why.
The concern will probably start to creep in for Alistair Reginato if Kehu Butler can get himself a score in the sevens or maybe in the excellent range, and he might be about to do that here, Bugs, smashing this wall a number of times. And Alistair Reginato just looking all out of sorts on the outside section there.
I thought he was like the old Cabarita head dip.
Yeah.
Where's the head dip gone?
Well, let's have a look at this wave, though, because this was solid pocket work.
Sure was. That's a money turn right there. And he comes around this section. That turn is amazing. And he gets one more in. Yeah, so that's got to be his best ride, isn't it?
What happens to Alistair on this one? Oh, just caught a rail trying to ride out that turn on that toe side. Lost all speed.
7.33.
Wow.
Now he's starting to build.
Now on cue, I said if Kehu Butler can drop something in the 7-point range, it'll start to put the pressure, the fire under Alistair Reginato, who's going to have priority sitting on the outside.
Well, you know he can very easily dispatch that 5 and get himself back into the heat. It's a fairly big score he's requiring, though.
Thursdays don't get much better, Stace. You got a good seat in the house down here?
It's heating up in the water, it's heating up on land, and there's a massive queue of grommets at the Oakberry Acai caravan. What did you get, young fella?
So I got the banana and the strawberry acai medium with the honey toasted oats and the chia seeds and the add-on of the peanut butter.
Oh my God, can we times that by 5 for our commentary team? That sounds absolutely delightful. Alex, how's your day been, mate?
Perfect, the sun is out, almost 40 degrees here. Well, couldn't ask for more, right?
I think the acai start flying out the door at about 25 degrees down here, so we're well over that threshold, Ron Dog.
We sure are. It might be time for a third round for the day. But yeah, 15 minutes to go here. Kehu Butler starting to put the foot down, Bugs. It's kind of worked in his favour to hunt around on the inside while Reginato's held that priority on the outside bank.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of starts, Alistair. That last wave he had a bit of a misstep. Probably would have got him back in the heat in getting rid of that 5. That's sort of what he needs to do. I know he's capable of getting the whole score in one, but I think he'd like to do it in 2 ways for sure. We're into the second half now. Looks like a few lines coming through. It's got a little bit more consistency as we approach this low tide.
Sure has. Definitely more consistent than that last heat. It was a little starve for opportunities for Kais King to get himself back in the game. And Alistair Reginato on the outside just hasn't been able to sort of capitalise on the consistency of these set waves.
Yeah, they've the low tide, they've swung a bit wider and right into Kehu Butler's wheelhouse.
Yeah, just there's that cupped out face starting to become a little bit more common out here. So we're seeing that the assault just get a little bit more critical in the pocket of these walls.
Because, you know, that last wave really proved the point that, like, you get away from deep, a lot of it's a lot of foam climbs, a lot of setting up, and then you come over that double up into that where that section was Kehu. So he just went straight to the money bin. He went to the honey pot, exactly where the wave doubles up, and there was no mucking around on that one. He just got a 7.33. Just tore it apart.
He sure did. Just on 13 minutes to go. Reginato chasing an 8.9 at this stage. You're watching semi-final 2, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
People just smoke camels all the way.
Here we go. Time for Alistair Reginato to make his move. 11 and a half minutes remaining here, and he did get a wave during the break. We'll bring you a replay of that shortly. Kehu Butler, though, he's been on fire throughout this semi-final clash so far. Reginato just tapping out of that one. That was live action. But Bugs, such a great battle to watch unfold.
Yeah,
These two surfers have just been so on.
Oh, so on. Here's Reggie. He's made his move on this one. He needs a good finish.
Wow.
Yeah, solid surfing. So that'll get rid of the 5. And outside on a smooth-looking wall. Wow. He's trying to put a bit of daylight between him and Reginato.
How's that flow?
And that's a stronger ride again. Yeah, he was stoked with that one.
He's really feeling it at the moment. I mean, early on, I think he was thinking of what was going on back home, and he put in some inspired performances. He wanted to get those post-heat interviews, much like his countryman Billy Stairmand early on. They wanted to send their love back home because there's some radical flooding happening over there in NZ. But he's just managed to keep bringing this inspired performance. The motivation's high for Kehu Butler at the moment. He just dropped a 7.73. Reginato's in it though. He got a 7.27. Even though he fell on that ride, he's chipped away at the requirement here. He's back in this heat with 10 minutes to go.
He sure is. I mean, that 7.27, Kehu Butler really actually had to answer that wave because he got himself so well and truly back in the heat. Just goes to show how dangerous he is. Kehu Butler just shaded him with a 7.73, but he required probably a couple more manoeuvres on that wave. So Reggie, he can score 8s in a very short space of time and space of wave.
Well, both these competitors just looking so comfortable amongst this field of campaigners. I mean, really confident. You can tell Reginato's gone to a new place this year, just looking so solid, ready for a big push on the qualifying series. But Kehu Butler, I think, much like Mikey McDonough, much like Geordie Lawler, they just look like the Challenger Series just, filled their brains with so much competitive knowledge to go with the big performances, and the work's been done in the pre-season. They look so on.
No, they're all of them. All the Challenger Series guys look so on.
So just under 9 minutes to go here, and Kehu Butler, in his last heat, his quarter-final clash, he was the surfer in Reginato's position. He was without priority, and he was moving around the lineup fiercely. Reginato, though, he's staunch out there at this point. 8.5 minutes to go. He's just sitting there. He's waiting for the opportunity. He will try and sell Kehu on a wave, but he's not gassing himself just yet.
But the danger is that Kehu knows that Reggie can get an 8 without it being a bomb. That's the difference. That's why he's so dangerous. Even right now, he got a 7.27. It was really only 2 manoeuvres on that wave.
Yeah, you've been really picking up on that as a real strength in Reginato's game throughout the contest, Bugs. When other people are kind of looking for those taller walls and looking for waves that have multiple opportunities down the line, Reginato's able to find it on a wave half the size with half the opportunity.
And really, maybe the only other guy that can really do that is maybe Dakota Walters. Like, just completely unpredictable. You go that wave and he turns it into like a 7.8.
Yeah, it's true. But it's just been impressive, the combinations. Alistair did rely on a big individual turn to get his best number of the event, the 9.5 in the round of 16. But for the most part, he's just getting it done with 2 monster turns. And they've been so fun to watch. Real good strike rate with finishing his waves off in a strong fashion too.
Yeah, there's a real test for Kehoe because he knows he's got a very dangerous customer who's now well and truly in the heat. And he's going to try and sell him on this one. And he did. Kehoe said, no, buddy, you're not having this one.
Let's see if he can convert this wave. I mean, great start. Threw it all out there. It's a smaller ride, so he does have to push hard here. Drawing off the bottom into the lip. Stomps the section, but he is trying to better a 7.33. So that might have been the perfect example of what you were talking about, Bugs. Not a wave where Kehoe could up his scoreline, but he didn't want to risk giving that wave to Regginato.
Precisely, and that's what makes Reggie so dangerous. Like Kehoe, no way in the world would he have gone against quite a few other opponents would he have gone this wave. He just swung around so quickly and went, nah, this guy's so dangerous, I can't allow him to have it. But he's not going to be able to stop him now because Reggie's going to have priority.
I mean, you look at the most dominant competitive surfers in the history of the sport, Bugs, and so often they came from areas that don't get a whole lot of swell. The Floridians, for example, but from the Sunshine Coast, you know, where they get the big cyclone swells, but I think consistently it's a little smaller than everywhere else on the east coast up there.
You go for months at a time surfing knee-high waves on the sunny coast. Like you get up there in, say, August, September, October, November, you're surfing small beaches, and that's why these guys, like Reef Hazelwood, I mean, they're so deadly, you know.
We just saw Sarah Baum just entering the zone, Bugs. Yeah. She looks so calm and cool. She doesn't know much of her rival in the women's final, Coco Cairns. She won't take it for granted, though. She won't be complacent about Coco's chances. But she's definitely got the edge, experience-wise.
Well, it looks like a few waves, a few swells starting to wrap in here. Will they lift up on the bank? This one behind, this one's an interesting one. It looks a bit wider. Is Reggie going to see it? Yes, he is. He's paddling out towards it. Okay, here's another wave. I think he knows he needs to make a bit more daylight. Now this wave for Reggie, oh, he's in and out. Kehoe could have just stayed out there and gained priority there, but then again, maybe Reggie wouldn't have gone that one. He knows what he's doing.
4.5 minutes to go. 4.5 minutes for Alistair Regginato to turn it round, and
Kehoe knows exactly how dangerous he is. So Reggie has regained priority, so danger is still imminent.
Well, he capitalised, Kehoe, on a mistake from his rival in the quarterfinals, and now he's kind of hoping that there's another error here from Regginato, an error in the use of that priority wave selection, maybe, or a fall.
Yeah.
But you know, the fall's unlikely. I will say that.
The fall is not on the cards. And the other thing is that now on that situation there, like Kehoe had a bit of a look at that wave, took it. It was a nothing wave. Would Reggie have even taken off on that wave if priority was on the line? I'm not sure.
This is fun. This has been a fun event to call because, you know, you look at the draw for the men and women here at this QS 5000 and you see the depth, but the performance levels have been so high in tricky conditions too. There's been excellent surfing on show, even from those who bowed out early. They pushed these form surfers to great heights.
Yeah, they sure did. So there's a call on for time. 3 minutes, we can tell you that.
Yeah, at this point, Kehoe's thinking, oh, surely there's not that long. Well, have I not done enough?
Oh.
I'm hanging in there. Regginato, though, he's just, again, I just think the way he sits on his board and stares out to sea, it just screams composure. He just looks so solid and staunch out there at the moment.
Well, you know, this morning I said, you know, I said this guy can get a 7.5 on a 2-foot wave, and he got an 8.23.
Let's see what he can do here in the final stages. Let's hope he gets that opportunity. That's what you want to see. The battle go right down to the wire.
Yeah, I'd love to see one more exchange. Both surfers getting in one more exchange, and because that'd be it. Then those 7.73 and the 7.23 would be the scores in play.
These are big results for these competitors, whether they bow out here in the semi-finals or make it on to that last heat. It's a massive way to start the year. Everyone else is trying to chase you now, and you know they're likely going to be chasing you for at least the next couple of events, because the next two major contests are the 3,000, so you're going to have to work hard to make up ground on these 4 surfers that have made it into the semis.
Oh, precisely. The threes, you know, you really like looking to semis and finals to make up a bit of ground, or to just hang in there. It will come down to Newcastle, I believe. This is going to be an incredible event down in Newey this year, that QS 5000. That is where it's going to happen.
I'll be there, Bugs. Come on down, mate.
Yeah, I've got to come.
Please.
I'll get the stagecoach down through the Bulladila Mountains.
There you go. Just over a minute to go here. Will Reginato get this shot? The 21-year-old who's just desperate for a big QS victory. The elusive win on the QS. Look at Kehu. His head's on a swivel.
Yeah, he's going quick, hurry. The longest minute of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like trying to hold your breath for a long time, and you're counting in your head. And
Reggie's paddling out. He's paddling out.
The clock just ticks so slowly in that instance. For Reginato, it's just falling off the clock at the moment.
We don't know what it looks like from his angle. We did see him paddling out a little bit, so...
20 seconds to go. Reginato chasing a 7.79.
He sees something. He sees something.
Oh, he's paddling out. That's not a good sign. He's going looking for a wave.
Well, see, sometimes you've got to paddle out with those seconds, because you've got to go to the wave, because it won't come to you, but time's going to run out.
He's not going to get the shot at it, unfortunately. The work was done from Kehu Butler earlier on, and he is going to get himself into the final and get a shot at his first QS victory. He'll be up against Geordie Lawler. What a matchup that's going to be. But what a performance from Kehu. He's just been so strong, and he's going to be a handful for Geordie Lawler in that final.
He surfed a smart heat.
Stick around. After the break, we will get the women's final underway here. Coco Cairns taking on Sarah Baum.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
The time is upon us. It is finals time for the women. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Cabarita Beach, right here on Geelong Country. Huge day of competition, and these two women have battled it right from the get-go. Myself, Jess Grimwell, joining Vaughan Blakey, and look, this is what they've had to overcome to find their spots in the final, Vaughno.
What a heat! What a heat this final heat is, and it is reflective of the goings-on in world surfing, particularly women's surfing. There is a big generational shift at play as we see Coco Cairns on an absolute screamer to kick off this final. Make no mistake about it, Jess Grimwood, this is a beautiful opening ride from our surfer in red. 17 years old, off the bottom, snaps it out of the lip. What a start here for Coco Cairns. And, mate, she's the underdog in this final by a long, long stretch. She is up against a powerhouse performer in Sarah Baum.
Yeah, beware the underdog, though. Beware that dark horse in the draw, because all of a sudden she's putting turns like that on the board and jamming the tail through and just finding... I think these might have been the best waves of their campaign so far, moving through to this point, Vorno, in the final, because that was a wave from Baumy's semi-final that found her right here in the finals, as was Coco's. Hopefully they get the opportunity. There's the Shaka from Baumy, but they really did have to overcome such a huge amount of surfing talent to find themselves at a chance. QS 5,000, 10,000 Australian dollars on the line, but more importantly for both of these two, that Challenger Series. 533 for opening wave of Coco Cairns.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity here for Coco Cairns. This is, her first final, her first ever QS final, 17 from Tewantin, just out the back of Noosa Heads. She's been on the come up, but this is actually our first wave of the final. So beautiful style and just voguing past Sarah Baum there. Two completely different approaches from both these women. The natural footer, she's smooth. She's very, very calm. And Sarah Baum is more like a pit bull. She's just going to fly off the bottom and attack everything with that big vertical snap. That's her power move. And a little wobbly, not as smooth as we've seen. But as I was saying, Jess, this is reflective. Oh, so look out. Coco's found another one on the inside. Slash. Oh, wow. She's feeling this. Looking really light, nimble on her feet. But this heat, as I said, is reflective of, what we're seeing on a global level in women's surfing at the moment.
Yeah, this is the perfect tale of two really completely different careers and stories at this particular point in time on final stage. These are the replays as well. I mean, she's surfing, I think, out of her skin, and she knows that she's going to have to do that work. She's going to have to find the top of the excellent range to take it to somebody like Sarah Baum in a final, because Baumy's just been waiting and waiting for the opportunity to light this up. There's so much that has gone on for her career so far. She's probably right in the thick of it at the moment, right in the middle where you can't see the end and you can't see the start. She's like right in the meat, and she's been through so much already on the Challenger Series. She's had a few seasons up and down on the rankings, but she's going to be bringing some huge turns, Vaughn. I mean, Coco, we said it at the start, beware. Beware that underdog story or the dark horse coming through, in those races where you just kind of... I said it, I think, watching her in one of her earliest rounds, like round of 32, I was like, I kind of really didn't asterisk Coco's name, and then all of a sudden she's really taken it to the final and she's leading at this moment.
That's right, but there's no doubt Sarah Baum is surfer of this event on the women's side of things. She's just been so powerful, so committed. Another huge advantage she's got in this final, Jess, is that she's already qualified for this year's Challenger Series. She's got a wild card through the South African region, surfs for South Africa, has the South African flag next to her name when she's competing internationally. But she's an adopted Australian. She surfs for East End Board Riders down there in Newey. And we have really taken her on as one of our own. Who are your favourites, some of your favourite South African-born Australian adoptees? Craig and Philippa Anderson?
Oh, yeah. I can't even remember most of the time that those people are South African. They're
That's right.
so Novocastrian these days.
Pretty classic. Martin Potter, he went that route as well. And there's a few of them, actually. But, Sarah Baum, she's currently at the top of everyone's list. And this is a beautiful up and over to get things going here. But that one runs away.
24 minutes on the clock. It is the final of the women's in the water. Coco Cairns with priority. Here's the replay. The Baumy's last wave. She looks good. She looks solid. No opportunity there at the end of that wave, but she is looking ready to strike for me. I mean, we were talking about too, it's just the story of her career to this point. I mean, we'll get back to that shortly as live action right now. Coco, the flow to burn, flying down the line and nothing on offer there. So Stacey, wow, we see a huge hanger from Sarah Baum on the backhand. Stacey, you are with Kehu. He's found himself a spot in the final.
Correct. One to go, cuz.
Ai tino hariko ana hau. He ahua nei kua pau te hauke. Engari, ai kei konei a hau ko tahi anō. Ko tahi anō. I think you know what that means.
I think I can figure that one out. Quarterfinal, there's a couple cuzzies getting around. Semis, the car park starts filling up. The final's about to roll out, mate. You got half the Gold Coast down here. Tell us about that support.
Yeah, it's good to have all the we call them Aussies, the Māori Aussies over here, to come down and support us. So, it's awesome to have that support. You know, it makes me surf harder, especially in this heat. It's pretty hot, you get pretty tired pretty quick, but hearing the boys on the inside makes you, dig in the mana and give it a bit more.
Buzzer beater earlier in the event. You controlled that one from start to finish. What's the plan for the final?
I just enjoy myself. That's all I've pretty much done. Be tactical when I have to be, but just enjoy myself and surf, and just let the surfing do the talking.
So far, so good. Best of luck, G.
Oh man, I'm excited for this final. As well as having the two form surfers in the final right here. This young woman is so impressive. Her read down the line and the way she's been able to sort of just style and shimmy past sections without having to really push hard has been fun to watch. What's this? A little left here for Baumy.
Forehand for Sarah Baum, and this is a danger point right in front of, I think, probably the eyes of Coco. She wouldn't be that far away from that little spot there in the takeoff. This is the previous ride, 6.83. One turn and a 6.83 in the score line. This one not really eventuating for Coco, but look at that solely style there.
I know there's not many points in that, but that was fun to watch. Just a full Steph Gilmore, little shimmy high line. The wave doesn't open up, but there's a lot to like about the surfing of Coco Cairns. A full decade between these two competitors. And Coco, I believe she's still in school. I mean, if she isn't, she's only just left. So from that Noosa region, surfs for the Noosa Board Riders Club. Currently rated 53rd with only a couple of hundred backup points. Nice little stylish carve down in the final. It's a lot of little chip shots at the moment. Not a lot of long waves. But off the bottom, little foam tap, and puts the power down, but falls on that one. And then this is a replay of the left. Steeper wave here for Sarah Baum, up and over. Oh, she's a Terminator. She's just been putting it together like that with full belief. Well-constructed heats. It was a worrying sign for everyone when she was just meditating quietly under the trees, putting the blueprint into prime focus. And it looks like she's executing things nicely here. A 6.83 and a 5.33 to kick things off.
Wow, we have such a deep, storyline just within this final alone between these two ladies. But just looking at that scale line set in the first 10 minutes, for Sarah to be able to score the 6.83 on a backhand turn, and then I don't know when the last time she went left was, probably was when she was at home a few weeks ago. She scores a 5.33 on a left that we haven't seen. That normally, I think, when you see those lefts come into play, they're really iffy in the judging scale. Like, you can't really tell because we haven't really seen many numbers being thrown at them. So to be able to find those two in the first 10 minutes, that's going to take the pressure off her. She's already sorted the priority situation over the last 12 months. She made that obvious in the semi-final. Here she goes again, Vorno.
Gets the double up, off the bottom, nice speedy carve out of the top, bashes it on the inside and starting to build real momentum here. Really powerful approach. I love that speed check. It's something that, really high-class surfers do. They can sort of load up on the inside if they just do a little speed check. And you'll see that on the replay here, Jess.
Yeah, really nicely surf wave. There it is right there, Vorno, the speed check. There wasn't a lot of points on that wave, and I think, it goes into a top two, so 6.17 for this. It's pretty much an insider, and she's already bettered that situation. So tactically, regardless of this result of the final, look at that little setup. check snap just under her feet there. Just sets her up perfectly to open up her shoulders and really rotate at that pinging point of that wave. Like, she really, really created that score out of that, and it just puts Coco in a position now where she's going to have to bring like a lot more variety to her forehand, because we've seen it. I mean, Dimity was one of the standout surfers of the whole event, but coming up against Bormy's backhand in that semi was her undoing, and it was like the slightest point of difference of putting yourself in the pocket versus projecting down the line through the end of those turns.
So much to like about Sarah Baum's performances throughout this event. I think, you know, if we think of pressure, having already qualified for the Challenger Series, the points aren't going to be factoring into her head here. She's not thinking, I've got to get these points, they're so valuable. The QS leg in Australia is just kicking off, I can get a good lead. All of that, that's gone. She doesn't even have to think about that. She can just relax into this final, enjoy it. We heard in an interview earlier, she was just saying, you know, there's a lot to improve on in my surfing. So she's just focusing on the details, how she can get the most out of any opportunity that comes her way, limit her mistakes, and hit that Challenger Series with good momentum, good form.
I think really importantly, and this is for a lot of the Challenger Series girls, hang on, let's have a look at this one. A big looking set ahead of her. Ooh, kind of chops and stabs that turn. Maybe stuck looking down the line a little too much there. But for a lot of these Challenger Series women right up at this level, it's a little bit about the funds for them. I mean, Bormy's had to do the crowdfunding herself. Like I was saying, there's just such a big difference between these two athletes at the stage of their career. She's done the crowdfunding to make sure she jumps on that Challenger Series, and it's that gap in between really marking yourself out on the championship tour and being at the top of this QS level. Is you've got to make that gap up financially to get yourself. You surf your way into the opportunity, but you have to financially push yourself into the opportunity as well. And it's this huge, big thing. Like it's such a hard. There's so many of the girls that are around the event that are talking about it, because there's $10,000 on the line here. There's 5,000 points, but I know that's going to go well into their purses going into that Challenger Series.
Yeah, $10,000 is a big deal. Bormy, she did it off her own back for a long time there. No major sponsor. She's been backed now by O'Neill. Bainey down there running the ship. G'day, the Masters World Champ. And he likes what he sees here in Sarah Baum. So great to see her getting some support. And at the moment, she is in the lead, a 6.83 and a 6.17, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back in just a moment to wrap up this final. Stay with us.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Ooh, funky finals are on. The women in the water. Sarah Baum out in the lead of this thing at the moment, but it has been the miracle story of young gun hotshot Coco Cairns chasing up her maiden QS win here at the 5,000 event. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and there she is right now leading 6.83 and a 6.17. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey. Gosh, it's been a good week of competition, Vaughan.
It has, yeah. The ocean has thrown all sorts of mischief at it this week. We've had, you know, waves at Kingscliff that were more like rapids. It was just a huge, you know, torrent of water moving down this bank with that giant cyclone swell just pounding the east coast. We moved here to Cabarita a few days ago, and now we've just got the funnest looking surf you can imagine. And Coco Cairns is looking for a 7.67. High line off this one. Draws off the bottom. Monstrous snap. Wow, and this is exactly what she needed to just feel her way back into this heat. Stop that momentum that Bormy's running away with and get herself just a little bit of energy back in the blood. This is a massive turn. I think the judges are going to love it.
Oh, this is so sick. I will watch this young woman surf all day. Look at the setup on it as well. And the line timed so perfectly, drawn out on that hillside. And honestly, you can't get enough of watching the flow and that precision from her. Like, that's well above her years. When you talk about experience, and there's like two categories in the QS. There's the up-and-coming Grumman Junior, and there's the experienced competitor. And we've got one of each in the final. But Coco is surfing way beyond her accolades at the moment. I mean, I don't know if Sarah's just trying to listen out for her own scores, or maybe that last score at Coco Cairns, because it was a really nice turn, and it was a 6.10.
So there you go. I mean, we saw Sarah Baum get a 6.83 for her one turn off the lip. And I believe that Coco Cairns has answered back with a one turn 6.1 of her own. The under-18 Aussie champ, Coco Cairns, and, you know, she gets around a little bit. She's done a lot of junior surfing in the Australian system, I guess you'd call it. You know, there's a lot of opportunity to surf heats right throughout your grommet life, your school life. To win that Aussie championship, it was such a massive accolade, and still is. You know, it's a huge achievement. There's so many great surfers in this country. But, you know, for her now to be here, she could have surfed in the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro Junior earlier in the week, but she brushed it. And she just thought, yeah, I'll just throw my hat in the ring with the big dogs and see how I go. And here she is in the final. And I'm so impressed. That sort of just the ability to be patient on a wave, not look hurried or desperate for points. Like the way she set that up with that nice high line. Oh, like, as you said, watch it all day long.
Yeah.
Pure gravy. Yeah,
all day long for sure. Like if she's putting out free surfing clips as well, like this is how she surfs in one of the most high stake events here in Australia, especially at this point in the season. Like imagine her free surfs as well, because I mean there's not a lot of surfers that do their best surfing under the pump in final surfing. Maybe it is her. I probably haven't seen enough years of her surfing to know whether she falls into which camp or the other, but just her, oh yeah, it's just sick. I could just watch it all day, Vorno.
Sarah Baum, here she is off the bottom, huge upside down hook. Oh, there is no bonus section, but a lot of meat on that bone. Hacks it out of the lip with pure speed, flow, confidence, and power. And, you know, these two surfers are bringing something completely different to the table. This is just a really confident turn, a beautiful slice, incredible body projection up into the lip of that wave, and just a, you know, big rooster tail, always the sign of good surfing.
Let's see where that sits into the judging panel. I think that's a really big hook. If Coco's got the 6.1, I dare say it's going to replace some of Bormy's. 10 minutes here in the final. Which one of these women? I mean, I love that we've gotten to the part that it's actually become a slogfest. Like it's just going hit for hit. I mean, they are really, really different styles of surfing, obviously, but the fact that they've both lifted to the occasion. There's so many times, I mean, if you think about their work, the amount of work they had to both put in to get here, you could have forgiven them for getting to the final and just going, I'm so exhausted, and just putting together a couple of scores. But to bring out their best, kind of everything at the table, surfing, is so sick to see.
It's interesting to think about. We haven't really seen a wave open up in this final. Both these women are relying on big sections to get their points. And what that's doing, it's compressing the scale. We're seeing scores in the sixes range, 5s and 6s. So this is just one turn surfing. You know, the big difference that could go down and separate these two women will be if a wave opens up and gives multiple opportunities, because it's very clear that both these women are on the attack. They're on the front foot. Neither of them seem very tentative or worried. That's another thing about Coco. You know, I was talking about Sarah handling stress. not really even having to deal with much because of that qualification already there. Yes, the money is a bonus, but it's not going to factor into sort of that anxiety about the result. She just wants to serve her best. But for Coco, you know, she's just been having an absolute ball in this comp. She's been laughing her head off, goofing off with her mates, and now she's in the final, and she's just kind of got a bit of a serious head on, but I really like it. It's like, you know, you need to be ready to attack. You don't want to be out there just taking it flippantly, and she will have massive points for the Challengers Series qualification coming out of this QS 5000.
Even just this one, like, it's a smaller wave. There's probably not much damage done on that. She's chasing a 6.96, but just that alone, just the showing of her surfing, the 3.37 for that last ride, just the creativity that I think that we haven't even seen out of her yet. I reckon she's probably got some really crazy front side, like drifty kind of moves, and maybe some like tweaky rotation kind of things going on as well. Maybe not necessarily way above the lip, but I think that she's got that somewhere in her repertoire that hasn't even come into play yet.
She's kind of got this, you know, her big scores, her excellent rides in this event have come from this mix of Tyler and Steph, where it's like a carve that goes into a slide, and Tyler's big turn is the snap to slide. Like, she's the queen of that turn. Steph's big turn is the full rail top to bottom carve. So she's right in the middle there with her best, you know, scoring, her weapon basically. Her big weapon is this kind of mix of those two. So if she can rack off a couple of those on a set wave, you know, that's going to make life difficult for Sarah, because at the moment Sarah is, you know, in the box seat here. A 6.83, a 6.23. Both her locked-in rides are higher than Coco's best score. So, you know, it's an advantage, but Coco only needing a 6.96. We're just not seeing anyone really run away with it just yet.
No, the doors are wide open here. You saw the men getting prepped for their final. Geordie Lawler and Kehu Butler will be coming up directly after this with 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes on the clock. It's a similar situation to the semi-final again. Sarah finds herself in priority. We'll be speaking about the work that she's been doing tactically, and working on the use of it and the blocking and, you know, not pushing the boundaries too far and losing that handle on the box seat at this point in the heat. It's been her focus, I think, for a while, and in the past she's worked with, you know, former tour surfers like Amy Donoghue at Central Coast Surfing Academy. Oh, so I'm holding my breath because I'm looking to see if this thing's actually, I think Coco's trying to sell her in, and equally at this point in the heats, in every single one of Coco's heats, she's turned into like a tactician as well. Tacticianer or whatever. I don't even know what you call her, but she plays into the priority as well really hard.
Got such a good competitive head on her shoulders. Coco Cairns really defies her years in some ways. But that's one of the great things about the pathways we have in this country. You can really learn a lot if you get into that system young, and a lot of crew do. They identify talent pretty early at the HPC. And they really, you know, school them, not just on tactics, but also on having fun. That's been, you know, Coco's attitude, and the way she's been able to have fun in her heats has been a real cool thing to see as Sarah uses priority, holds Coco off on this one, and don't tell me that Gromit has sold the seasoned veteran.
Love it.
There was no points in that wave.
That was a beautiful, that just kind of shows the respect that Bormy has towards Coco surfing in this setup, but it is a mistake with priority because Coco's left wide open. If this thing opens up for her on the inside, danger on for the last few minutes. Nice big open wall. Look at that down the line projection through her rail work as well. A little bit kind of slow and compressed maybe through that bit of rail work. She kind of didn't get that pushback, I think, from the lip and from that part of the wave that she was expecting. What do you think, Forno?
Totally agree. I mean, Sarah Bourne would be breathing a big sigh of relief, a big sign of respect from her, as you said, to, you know, just block Coco off that smaller inside one. And for a second, it looked like it might have backfired, but now she regains control with priority. And she'll be in position for the next set wave. Is she going to pull the trigger? No, she'll just sit out there. 3 minutes 50. So use of priority is crucial right now. And Coco needing a 6.96. It's been a little bit of a slow heat. You know, we haven't seen just waves that stand up and run. It's been a lot of one-turn hits so far, and I mean, incredible surfing. We can replay the highlights of this heat and you'll just be going, wow, this was a bell ringer, but just need one or two to open up here in the dying stages, and let's see a big shootout to finish this one.
Oh, yeah, let's see 3 minutes of, like, we can't even keep up with the scores kind of final surfing. Here you see, I mean, Coco's got nothing to lose here. 3 minutes on the clock, under priority. She can generate a 6.96 out of one section. If she puts something down, I mean, Bormy's towing the line right here of losing priority or not. And I think when I watch the top level of the championship tour, the best do that, and they teeter right on the line of, like, decision on or losing priority. I find it's like heart in the mouth type of surfing in competition, and I think Bormy's finding herself in this situation as well, but she has to be careful with that priority in 2.5 minutes, because yeah, Coco's just still so dangerous. Nothing to lose. She knows herself. Bormy's got a 6.83 for one turn. If Coco puts down a similar section, she's definitely on that 7-point range. Like, she's just got a psycho bit about a flair to her forehand especially.
Oh, this is just cat and mouse. This is amazing to watch. You can see Coco kind of bluffing to go for waves. Sarah sitting right underneath her, just saying, are you on, and just doesn't want to make that move and lose priority, because it'll have a huge effect on this heat if she does, or at the very least it'll open the door for a last second snatcheroo from Coco Cairns. But
oh, this might be it.
This one is looking like a set wave, and watch this. Sarah is just going to use priority.
She almost could have not gone then, but she's used it up. Oh no, the door's open. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like Coco might have just pulled out at the last second there. And this just shows these young ladies coming up through the Australian series and the pathways are obviously just so on the money. This seems casual for her. This seems easy to me for Coco.
Oh, that is a huge moment in the context of this heat. Coco has fully, created a no-choice opportunity. Or sorry, a no...
Yeah.
Yeah, like basically Sarah couldn't turn around and not go. She had to, and now she's out the back. 53 seconds. Coco Cairns looking for a 6.96, I believe. She's made Sarah use the priority, so that was very, very clever. And with 40 seconds, she's just looking to the horizon and saying, please, come on, ocean, give me something. Sarah Baum on the inside, she pulled trigger. She had to use priority. And Coco Cairns, it's been such a great performance from her strategically. It's just that Sarah has had the two big hits, and we look like we have a paddle here. A 6.96. Is Coco going to get a chance? First turn, puts the big foot down. It's a one-turn sort of hack, but is there 6.96 points in it? It's not looking like it's going to get there to me.
Applause. Definitely well deserved on the table for Coco Cairns, because she threw everything in that last section. You have to wait for the scores. I think it's really asked the question, and I think that last little minute priority switch up between them is the difference. Look at this Forno. Oh, it's so beautifully read and just puts it. I don't know if they're going to deem that a little bit of a loss of control or just complete commitment to the riskiest turn that she's done throughout this whole final. We're waiting.
This is dense.
I have a feeling, based on that emotion, I'm tentative to call it if that score's been dropped or not. But it does look like it's done and dusted, Vorno.
Yeah, not enough. Not enough. And your champion, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro champ, is going to be Sarah Baum. And what a commanding performance. So impressive right throughout the draw. And just never really doubted herself, did she? Yes, all her heats were so well put together. She took down the defending champion in a real clash to get through this morning, and here she is. And the smile says it all. That is a great result for Sarah Baum.
Oh, there's Freya Prum as well. I mean, all the crew that have been there supporting her along the way would be tuning in at home, and that is a massive, massive win. Like, I have goosebumps and almost tears in my own eyes. Like, I know how much that would mean to Sarah. I mean, huge performance as well from Coco Cairns. Like, that is an incredible run to the finals. But there is the champion, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, 5,000 points for Sarah Baum. 10,000 Australian dollars goes into the pocket, and you can see why we've been talking about her surfing along the championship tour. I do believe that we might have Stacey down there sideline with the new champ for the women's. There she is, Stace. Take it away.
Yeah, that's right. Baumie, you weapon.
Oh, I can't even believe it. It hasn't sunk in yet. Yeah, I kind of struggled out there. I just didn't find any that would open up, and but you know, I got a couple hacks in there, and yeah, so stoked.
We're stoked for you. Talk to us about that last 2 minutes. Must be nerve-wracking.
Gosh, I was looking at the watch like a million times. Like, come on, just time went down so quickly, and I saw some sets coming, and then Coco went for that one, and I was like, oh no. It's like, quickly I can maybe back it up in 7 seconds, but yeah, I'm just, yeah, so stoked.
So stoked, well done. You are our champion. We're going to tuck into the men's final.
Thanks so much, Dace, and congratulations, Sarah Baum, taking out the women's final at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're going to be right back with the men's final. Ronnie Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, huge final up ahead. Geordie Lawler, Kehu Butler.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
There she is, Sarah Baum, the champion of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro and your new #1 on the regional qualifying series. What a great performance through this contest, Bug. She just looks so stylish, so smooth, but also really threw some big power turns at us.
What a great event to have your maiden win. I mean, she's had a lot of runner-ups, a lot of top threes, but
Yeah.
this is the big one.
And she's won some of those lower-rated qualifying series events, but this is the biggest result and the most important for her, and it's going to really put her on the path to qualifying for those Challenger Series events. Right now, though, it is time to get the final of the men's event underway. We've got Kehu Butler from New Zealand out there against Jordan Lawler, the Australian. And look at this start for Kehu. This is a replay, this during the break. He's just been so strong, Bugs, and has started each of his heats pretty well. And he's done it again here in the final.
He sure has. What a great start. And outside, Geordie Lawler on his opener. So this is going to go blow for blow, Ronnie.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. What a finish for the 28-year-old. Who has had some success in major qualifying series events in the past. We mentioned that earlier. A victory back in 2019 and a QS 6000. And he's had 3 other minor qualifying series victories. So he's pretty accomplished at this level. And Kehu Butler, well, he's chasing his first qualifying series win. He's certainly an accomplished surfer in his own right, had some major competitive success, including an Australasian junior title. And, you know, when he wrestled that victory away from the field, it was against a lot of the surfers that are now competing on this qualifying series. Kehu getting started again, but he kicked things off with a 7.67, and he's backed it up nicely here. Geordie Lawler, a 6.67 for that first ride.
Yeah, and that was only a quick ride too, so Geordie, will he get...
Oh, my goodness.
How does he do that? Like, that's the quickest 1-2 combo of the tournament.
So classy. And just, man, the ability. I thought he'd left that run to the final section too late, but he just has so much, you know, swiftness, so much electricity in his surfing that he just went flying up into it. But here's the replay of Kehu's ride. What a final so far.
Oh, blow for blow, hammer and tong. This is amazing. And this wave here for Geordie, I kind of feel... Kehu got the better of the exchange in the first wave. I feel Geordie might have got the better of the exchange on the second wave, Ronnie. This combo here, look how the short space he does this. Wow, that's awesome.
The danger of going for the two moves is that you don't get one major turn done and you're kind of just chipping away at it. Even though he's in transition with that setup turn, he made that last turn count. He really got the fins free.
And I think only on your backhand could you have done it in such a short space, because on your forehand you still would have had to draw it a bit towards the bottom a bit more. And you know, Alistair Reginato was, you know, the best at it. Kalani Ball, but that was the best one I've seen yet.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to drop. What a great exchange. A couple of good exchanges to kick off this final. Kehu Butler gets the edge on the opening rides. But it's Geordie Lawler who answers back and gets the edge on that second score. However, the advantage is still with Kehu. He's still hanging on to the lead at the moment. Geordie Lawler needs a 6.51 to get himself into the lead, wanting the updates from the onside announcer.
Gosh, I mean, you think about it, Ronnie, and, you know, it's come out, they've come firing out of the gates with some nice sets to start. That's what we'd like to see. You know, and then there were two. This event started, we had Cyclone Gabrielle roaring down the coast, big 8-foot wash-throughs at Cabarita, moved the event to Kingscliff. The Pro Junior event, the first 2 days of the tournament, Sunday, Monday, Kingscliff, a raging current, some very challenging conditions for the round of 128 and 96 of the men's, the round of 64 for the women's. Then we moved to the spiritual home of this event, the Cabarita. And we have seen some fantastic days, Tuesday, Wednesday, in its glory, and today, small but super clean.
Unbelievable. We've gotten through so much. But if you've just joined us, this is the final of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Great to have the support of Oakberry getting behind this next crop of rising talent on their road to qualification, Bugs. It is an epic final. These two surfers have been so sharp on their road through to this point. And look at the way they've kicked this final off.
You got to love it. This is a super exciting. It's living up to its hype. They, you know, they're clearly the best two surfers in the tournament. Kehu Butler coming from the bottom half of the draw, Geordie Lawler from the top half of the draw. They've come together now. They had some fantastic semi-final wins. Well, who could you know, forget Kehu Butler's win in the quarterfinal with Mikey McDonough this morning? That was outrageous.
Yeah, that was the moment, I mean, of the event, really. Just such a high-pressure situation, strategically to wrestle that rider away from Mikey and still have the composure to surf that wave so brilliantly, start to finish, was awesome. But this is a big moment for Kehu. He's on the verge of breaking through for his first ever qualifying series win.
Wow, this is amazing. And, you know, priority with Geordie Lawler. They're straining to hear the commentator. We've got pretty light winds today. They should be able to pick this up.
You got to remember too that the event set up here it towers above the lineup, and sometimes you could see the surfers just listening in really carefully, just trying to understand what's going on, because the situation's so close out there at the moment. You have a look at it, 0.27 separating these two competitors. Not a whole lot in it, Bugs. Really close on the exchanges.
There's absolutely nothing in it. The only thing I can see is that Kehu Butler has got that 7.67. That's the difference.
That's the edge. For sure.
That was his opening ride. It was a scintillating ride.
Oh, the Cove.
Yeah.
You got fond memories of this place, Bugs, travelling down the coast?
Dude, he's coming down here, you know, club contest with Michael Peterson, Peter Townend, surfing the Cove back in the day in 1970, 71. It was unreal. And, like, you know, we'd come down from the Gold Coast and there'd be no one here on a Sunday. It was so good.
And the last couple of years, you know, we've created a lot of competitive history just in the last few years.
Oh.
And this Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, it's a favoured stop on the qualifying series schedule in Australia, Oceania, in our region.
Back in the early 90s, I had this little thing called the Rabbit Circuit. We had an event at Cabarita, sponsored by the Cabarita Hotel, mind you. And the prezos were fantastic.
Oh, I bet they were. I think we're going to have a fun presentation and celebration after today, because it has been like a marathon for the competitors, this event, and they should be celebrating. They've put on a fantastic show for us.
They've put on a wonderful show. The hospitality's been amazing. It's a friendly beach. You know what? That was a big move by Kihu Butler. He was paddling out there right next. They paddled up and up and up and up the point, and then he took that tiny little wave, got the escalator ride down to his wide bank. This is what served him so well in his semi-final.
Yeah, he's tactically been razor sharp on his road through to this final. I mean, even when he's been pushed by surfers who are turning it on, he's just kept it cool and had a game plan to get himself out of trouble each time.
You know, both these guys have used this wide bank to their advantage. I mean, Geordie racked up a couple of big scores in his quarter and semi-final this morning on this wide bank. Kihu's made his way down here. Now, Geordie is just sitting out there in the traditional pathway for the sets. We've started with 2 back-to-back sets. We might have a bit of a lull here.
Geordie Lawler, he's got the edge, he's got the experience. And we'll see if he can make it count. He's got a few years on Kihu's, 22 years of age.
Now, with Geordie, Ronnie, you know, back in the day, 28, you know, that was starting to, you know, kind of get considered, you know, a bit long in the tooth. You felt like a young man. It was considered long in the tooth. But now, at 28, you're really just coming into your prime years. And I remember Derek Dornan telling me in Hawaii one time, he said, no, we don't peak till our early to mid-30s. And I went, great news. I was in my early to mid-30s at the time. So you got to remember, back in the day, Nat Young and Midget Farrelly, they won their world titles as teenagers. You know, surfing was like swimming. You know, you were nearly considered old at 22. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's been completely blown out by the likes of Kelly Slater, Stephanie Gilmore, who are still right up there claiming events.
You know, when I took on ASP, that was one thing. Part of the cleaning house thing, I said that mindset's going to go. And you know, getting rid of that mindset, even on the judging panel, I've got to tell you, was like it allowed guys like Mark Okalupe to make his comeback, Sonny Garcia to be surfing well into his late 30s. Then, of course, Kelly Slater, generationally, you know, you got to remember, Kelly came back in 2002. He retired in the end of 1998. Came back and won 5 more world titles.
What a freak.
And then at 51, he's going again.
Amazing. Just under 18 minutes remaining here. Geordie Lawler chasing down Kihu Butler. He's after a 6.51. You're watching the final, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
We're back into the final here, 16 and a half minutes remaining. And NZ's Kihu Butler is off to a great start, 7.67 on his opening ride. He's backed it up with a 5.5 to hold a slight advantage over Geordie Lawler.
Well, during the break, Kihu's got another wave. We're waiting for that score. We'll catch the replay.
It's another exchange. Let's see what Geordie got done. Well, just the one turn, the wave shuts down, so he doesn't get the big combo swinging. And now Kihu in the answer.
Whoa. A searing turn by Kihu Butler. Another one. 2 big turns. He's got himself another score. It's a better score, the best of the heat so far. A 7.77, Ronnie Blake.
Oh, man, look at the replay here. Beautiful slice. This turn's going to look unreal from this angle. And we didn't get to see it. But he threw the fins so high out of the face of the wave and had enough time to really inspect the tail of his board and just enjoy the view.
You've got to love the slow-mo. And here's a left by Geordie. Uh-oh, this could be all time.
Hits the ramp, gets the rotation, and hangs on for the finish.
Oh, the classic mystical cabaret to left.
Wow, it's actually given us some highlight moments. It helped Sarah Baum set up her final with a big dynamic turn, but Geordie's taken that one to another level. Just the rotation bugs. It was so quick. He got a long way through the 360 degrees in the air.
He's throwing a spanner in the works here. This is outrageous. Geordie Lawler.
Oh, you could see it coming from a mile away too.
But how fast was it? How fast was it? And I think that was the beach commentator just losing it.
Well, I think he's got some support down here on the beach. What a great angle. The regional New South Wales flight cam shows us just how tough that landing was. He had the impacting whitewater. He dealt with it beautifully. He's been really well rewarded here, a 9.07. And Geordie Lawler has answered, and he has got himself in front.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Kihu Butler just made some distance between him and Geordie Lawler. A 7.77, a 7.67, and he's trailing.
Last time Geordie Lawler had a QS victory in a contest of this magnitude, it was the front side rotations that helped him get the victory. He's got a fantastic strike rate, but that weapon has sort of been robbed from him throughout this event. There just hasn't been too many lefts, but with the dropping swell, those lefts have become an option over the past 2 days, and wow, Geordie just made it count. He just came from nowhere to put himself in the lead there.
There was absolutely none of those available when the swell was booming in the cove, the big surging coming off the rocks. It was just all carving. No lefts whatsoever. So that is so innovative, so creative, incredible.
Oh, I'm so impressed, obviously, by all the competitors in the field, Bugs. As we said, class surfers fell out of the mix early on with high numbers. But the last 4 surfers remaining in this event, just the way that they held their nerve when their back was against the ropes and they were taking hits, it's just so impressive. We've seen some mad resolve throughout this contest, and the mettle that the surfers have displayed has been really entertaining.
Now, does that take the wind out of Kihu's sails? Because really, he was cruising to victory. He was just building. You look at how the performance of Kihu Butler in this final, and now he's up against it. He needs an 8.
The exchanges are what is making this final, one of the best we've seen. It's certainly shaping up to be the best final we've ever seen at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. But have a look at the numbers. It's always an exchange. Every time someone gets a ride, the opponent gets the opportunity to answer, and it keeps seesawing. Kihu won the first exchange, got a point on Geordie Lawler. Then on their second rides, Geordie Lawler almost got that point back. However, on the third, Geordie put a bit of space between the 2 rides, and that's why he's out in front at the moment. But this is a great battle, blow for blow.
And you know that Geordie, he's got to improve on those 6.67, which is going to, make it up. Kihu's going to need a 9 soon. It's a possibility that could happen pretty soon, because he doesn't have priority, this kid.
So Geordie, he's sizing it up. he's going to opt out of this one. Kihu swoops on it down the line.
Yeah, it's a good-looking wave.
First priority is to find this big first section. Transition hit there, but loading up for something big down the line. Grabs that rail. He'll ride out of a rotation of his own.
Oh, wow, that was pretty cool.
After a 7.98, so both going to the air, the front side rotations bugs.
Yep.
But I think that when we look at the two rides, even though Kihu gets that first turn in, I feel like the individual turn alone, the nod probably still goes to Geordie, just how much of the rotation he completed in the sky.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. This was pretty clean, but not perfectly clean on the rotation.
The thing is, Kihu doesn't need a 9-point ride. He's after a 7.98.
He needs an 8.
So let's see where the number falls. The turn was brilliant. I love just when you can see that still image of a competitor flying through the air. There was definitely some loft in it. And during the replay, Geordie got himself another ride there too. Unlikely that will factor in for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless we only saw the tail end of it.
So 10 minutes to go, and you know this has been a great final. Just a lot of consistency in these set waves at the moment, and as a result,
if Kihu, sorry, Ronnie, but if Kihu actually does get the score, he's also got priority. This is a really big moment. Like this, the judges are really deliberating on this.
It's got to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an unbelievable way to finish that ride, and he did kind of combo it up. He had that nice little transition snap before it. So waiting on the scores to come through. Kihu, he's not banking on that number just yet. He's looking to get some more work done here. Wants to maybe try and improve on one of these mid-range 7s.
Don't know about that move.
Let's have another look at it.
He's really attacked it with a lot of speed, though. Pretty cool.
That's amazing. So smooth. And Geordie had a bit of a reverse off the lip, but you know the bar's been set with the progressive aerial manoeuvres, and it's a lot higher than that little spinner on the roof of that wave. So I don't think that one goes into Geordie's top 2, even though it's impressive. It's just a 6.23 for him.
Now, there's no priority at this point. That's because of this situation. Down the line from this wave. Okay, is he going to get another third manoeuvre in? I believe he will. And a fourth one.
Oh, wow, good looking wave.
Yeah, that was a beauty.
Okay, so the number was in for the air from Kihu, and it fell short.
Yeah.
6.87. It was more than a point short of the required number. But the last ride, he found the room to get a couple of combinations in.
It seems to me this is his best ride. That's just a searing cutty there, and he gets the speed up down the line. Look at that, the roofs, the tails coming off those turns, Ronnie.
Strong finish too. You can tell he's feeling it. He's putting a lot of work in out here.
Oh, this is a fantastic final. It's all you could ask for. The key ride here is that 6.67 by Geordie. You just know he's looking to better that. So I kind of feel Kihu got the score.
Yeah, well, he might even be feeling the sting after the 6.87. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that. I liked it, but we definitely felt that it wasn't going to go near the 9.07 for Geordie Lawler. 7.5 minutes to go. This final's getting very interesting at the moment. Geordie's going to be out there with priority. The score's in for Kihu's last ride, 6.4.
Whoa.
You felt it was his best wave.
I did. I thought he'd have 4 amazing turns in perfect synchronicity. A smaller wave, perhaps, but it hasn't been... that hasn't hindered the scoring potential.
You might have to queue up some replays of their top rides at the moment and make some comparisons.
I mean, you know, if that was a 6.4, like Geordie's 6.67, I don't think was as good as that wave.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and
we will
and review them. I'm kind of caught up in the moment, Bugs.
Yeah.
Just over 6.5 minutes to go here, and Kihu making his way out, probably a little baffled at this point in time.
I know I've got a whole nation behind me on that call too.
Yeah. No doubt, yeah. He's got a lot of support here on the headland at Cabarita as well. Geordie Lawler's just got himself in a strong position with the one big rotation on a left. Finding that ramp, that wind, favourable, helping stick his board to his feet. And Kehoe's just given it such a good nudge here. But you look at the scoring rides, what they're hanging on to at the moment, then you look deeper into the account for both surfers, and they're also counting on pretty similar, well, not counting on them, but they've got similar throwaway numbers in their scoreline as well. This is a really close heat, and have a look at the numbers. 15.74 two-wave total for Geordie at the moment. Kehoe not far behind on 15.44.
You know, this is the cruelty of sport, because Kehoe Butler is just, he's put in such a winning performance, and on one manoeuvre he's trailing. And you've got to wonder how gassed he is, because he said he was tired after his quarter-final, or maybe it was the semi-final. But Geordie also said he was feeling tired too. In their interviews, they touched on this. But what an effort Kehoe Butler's put into this final.
Well, he said he's been doing the work. He wants the treats. He said he wanted the treats. And he still might get them, Bugs. Just the surfing that he's doing is just super on point. And he's having a look at this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to get going.
So let's see if he can convert this into a keeper score. Big whipping turn off the top, up into the lip, and there is a really nice tail high reverse, but he just gets swamped on the double up there. Can't ride out of it.
Using up more gas. He's a fit young guy, but God, this has got to be, he's got to be burning in his legs and arms. It's an amazing effort. You just can't, you know, you can't fault his application.
Oh, he's showing mad heart at the moment. Crazy.
Geordie elected not to go on this one.
Yeah, he almost got punished for it, didn't he? I mean, it was probably just the two turns again, but that big fin throw, I just loved it. He had so much of his board hanging out the top of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, there's such an advantage to Geordie Lawler right now, because there's a massive effort by Kehoe Butler. Geordie would appreciate how dangerous the guy is, but Geordie knows that if he can get a wave, he's going to better that 667 and put this one away.
They're so close. They're both doing a lot of work. Kehoe may be more down the line and having to cover a bit more distance with his paddling, but both of them have ridden 8 waves. 3.5 minutes to go. Geordie's got the priority, but you cannot write Butler off.
Oh, definitely
We
not.
saw what happened earlier today. He looked gone. He looked like he was out of the event. He somehow saved himself.
But he's got an amazing reserve tank. And look, he's paddling inside Geordie. Geordie will be going, yep, I can handle that. I'll just sort of trail along in the slipstream. And you can put, Kehoe just putting the big strokes in. It's a mammoth effort.
What's it like in this position, Bugs? You've put yourself in that, you know, I think dominant position where you even have a chance to better your 667 with you know, surfing that's not even at the level you've been doing throughout the event. Geordie's got a big opportunity to make the requirement larger here, but what's the situation here? Is Geordie's heartbeat at a resting rate and Kehoe's just going 1,000,000 miles an hour, or is Geordie's heart racing too?
No, I believe he's pretty relaxed right now, because, you know, things change. At around the 2-minute mark, he might just go into pretty solid defensive mode. You know, Kehoe, you would think he's going to have to try to get Geordie onto a wave here and hope there's something behind it. It's the only thing I can think of, unless it's a situation where Geordie again allows him to go with seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't feel like we'll see Geordie make that blunder. I think if Kehoe looks at a ride now, I think Geordie swoops on it.
I think there's a lot of mutual respect between these two competitors. They both know the strike rate is right up there. Kehoe has had a brilliant final, just hasn't been able to crack that excellent range though.
Oh, there's something standing up here. And Geordie might use his priority, which
90 seconds to go.
Could open the door for Kehu. Geordie's going to go.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, but it has backed off a bit.
Oh, it might go.
He's looking a bit tired.
Yeah, he looks over his shoulder. There's no points in it, so he doesn't add anything to the requirement. And Kehu Butler on the outside, chasing that 7.98. We wonder if he'll get an opportunity here.
Okay, all eyes on Kehu Butler with a minute to go. Is there something on the near horizon? Has there something come into the cove? Come on, Bogingar.
5,000 valuable qualifying series points up for grabs. With 4 events, Bugs, a victory in a QS 5000 is surely a ticket into the top 10 and into the Challenger Series.
I believe so.
You know, you're adding to those points every time you put the jersey on in those major qualifying series events on the schedule. You know, you just think back to past winners of this contest over the years. Callan Robson, it was the last event on the QS schedule when he took it out.
He came from the clouds.
He came from the clouds, made it into the Challenger Series, got himself on the CT. And thinking back to last year, Kais King got a victory here and really didn't have to do a whole lot more through the rest of the QS season to solidify a place.
No, this was his strong point. It was his only, not only his only final, it's probably maybe his only quarterfinal plus. So he did it. Yeah, look at that. Great sportsmanship. Kehu applauding his opponent. Geordie, one manoeuvre, wins the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Amazing.
The moment sinking in here for Geordie Lawler. He is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro champion. And he will be in celebration mode shortly. But what a fantastic final. So close. 15.74 for Geordie Lawler. Kehu Butler banks a 15.44 two-wave total. Nothing in it. Great exchanges, Bugs. And this guy, he just looks so sharp from the opening rounds. And he just continued with that stylish form and big moves right through to the victory.
I think he's in for his best year ever. Geordie Lawler. Wouldn't it be great to see him break through to the C2?
A classy performance. And he is meeting his mates down there on the beach. Reef Hazelwood and Micah Markison. It looks like they're gearing up to cheer him up the stairs. No easy chair here at Cabarita.
Yeah, this is a big job. Up the stairs, up the rocks. Yeah, this is awesome.
Oh, put your hands together for him. Geordie Lawler is your champion for 2023 here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. And he will be your #1 as we head into the rest of this QS schedule. But you've got to give love to Kehu Butler. He was Mr. Entertainment in the post-heat interviews, and he also put on an unbelievable show to make it to this runner-up finish.
This is the most dangerous ride of the day.
Yeah, and he's not going to get any points for it. So well done, Geordie Lawler. And he'll make his way up towards Stace. Stace, epic final. Couldn't have asked for more out of that one.
Yeah, that was a great final. All kinds of action back and forth. A tricky one for the judges. Lots of different surfing, lots of opportunities. And like you say, plenty of risk in that chair up. I could have just said we'll do the interview on the sand, but I wanted to test the boys, you know, their strength in that. They all train pretty hard. Hoggy here, never too far away from a young lad. George, congratulations, mate.
Yeah, cheers, Stace.
What was more risky, that air or that chair?
Oh, probably the chair, yeah. That was hectic.
Hang on, Hanson, what do you got going on? You got a bit of how you going. Mate, how good does that feel? You didn't get any points on the board last year and 5,000 in the tally now on the regional series.
Oh, I'm so stoked. I forgot what that feeling's like. I was just, yeah, I don't know if it's, yeah. I think it's more just the winning as well as the points. Just like, I don't know, it feels so good.
Bit of cash too.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, right, sweet. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Need it.
What are you going to do with it?
Probably go towards the next comp, honestly. It's pretty expensive. But yeah.
Are you going to do all the events in this region?
Yeah, I'm going to do Burleigh and Maroubra and Newcastle.
Yeah, awesome. Must be pretty special to have Hoggy and the boys down here supporting you.
Yeah, it's pretty special. Like, I don't know. Yeah, got my brother down here and stuff, so it's super special.
How nervy was it at the end there? A bit of priority back and forth between you two. It was a fantastic battle from this side of the sand, but what was it like being in the water?
Yeah, that last 3 minutes was unbelievably nervous, and I don't know. I knew if Kihu got away, then he could easily get the score. So yeah, I'm kind of stoked that he didn't.
Congratulations, Geordie. Well done. Back to you, Ronnie.
Thank you, Stace. So humble, Bugs, and really celebrating Kihu's performance in this event and giving him a lot of respect because he is such a fantastic surfer. But that is massive. 5,000 points in the bank account.
And I love the way he said that it doesn't matter what it was. It could have been a club round. The winning, that euphoria of winning against such a hard field, such a slog all the way through some big challenging days at Cabarita, and then today, mainly backhand surfing, but he won it with the forehand.
Well, we've got the presentation just around the corner. Stay with us. Our champions will be crowned in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, a QS 5000 and Pro Junior. It has been a marvellous week, and Vaughan Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, mate, we are marinating in the sweet nectar of victory. It's Geordie Lawler and Sarah Baum, our champions for the first qualifying series event of the Australasian League.
Man, what an incredible event it was. 5,000 points, lots of pressure building for the finals day. Vaughan, we started out with 128 men. We started out with 64 women. The Cyclone Gabrielle coming roaring down the coast. Big, massive wash-throughs at Cabarita. We had to move to Kingscliff. Of course, the Kingscliff Surf Club played great hosts, looking after us the first couple of days. Pro Juniors. Then the first 2 days of competition, the main event here. And then we moved back to what we call the spiritual home of the event, that beautiful headland down there, Cabarita, and wow, what a tournament.
Oh, it was such a great tournament, those opening days. It was almost more like that kayaking in the Olympics. It was just a raging torrent at Kingscliff there. I mean, on the plus side, it showcases just how many options there are here on the Tweed Coast. That swell was big, vicious, messy, cranky for the first few days that Tropical Cyclone Gabrielle was hammering through down off the Coral Sea, and we were able to go to Kingscliff and, rip aside. There was good options down there on those first couple of days.
Well, there was some great surfing going on, but you had to really, the heat management was just vital. I mean, the current, the run around, it was all in play. It was like an Iron Man, Iron Woman event.
I know you love all of it too. It's not just about the riding of waves, but let's revisit some of the action from the women's final here. Oh, man, you can't help but marvel at the style of this young lady. Coco Cairns getting through into the final, and then this was Sarah Baum.
Yeah, Sarah's backhand was just scintillating. So strong, she didn't put a foot wrong. You've got to love, as you said to Coco, she's got a beautiful style. You can tell she's done a bit of surfing on those famous points at Noosa?
That was just Gilmore-esque, I thought. There's a lot of sort of stuff in between her turns that looks beautiful to watch, Coco Cairns, but it was the power play, really. Bormy, right from the opening rounds here, Bugs, you can see just a big fin drift over the back, and that was really the wave that put the exclamation mark on her final, or at least put it out of touch for Coco. A big, powerful performance, and Rob Bain, who picked Sarah up for O'Neill in the early part, I think it was maybe last year, he said, you know, he really loves her backstory. He's a surfer he can get behind. You know Bainey as well as anyone. He loves those battlers, and Bormy has been a battler, but she's on the rise.
She's on the rise with Bainey. Those goofy footers, they stick together. But like, you know, what a worthy sponsorship there, because does she not look out of place? She would be so looking good on the CT.
Big time, yeah.
That
I think
power.
she's building. She's definitely building. I mean, I know she's 28, 29 now, but you know, last year's rookie class, Bugs, especially particularly on the men's side of the CT, was all experienced heads pretty much. There was Maxime Husino, Ramsey Bookheim, Ian Gentile, guys who had done some hard yards before they finally cracked through, and Bormy's there.
And then, look, the thing is that I was only saying that to Ronnie before, like 28's young. You know, 28, you know, you're coming into your best years. I mean, you know, it's amazing in both men's and women's surfing, even though we have got a rush of incredible teenage sort of revolution happening in women's surfing, that's for sure. But Sarah, you know, she certainly showed, you know, what she is capable. Her backhand was just flawless. Her power surfing, I think, you know, could rival some of the most powerful women surfing in the world.
For sure. And big props to Coco Cairns. She came here, she could probably have just surfed in the Pro Junior. She actually gave it the flick to focus on the main event.
Okay.
She's got a great result here with a final, her first big final, her first big result. And that says good things for her future, Bugs. I just think, you know, for all of the talent coming through, to see a young style queen like Coco. But this was the men's final. And wow, it was just fireworks right out of the gates.
Yeah, you know, within the first 5 minutes, both Kehoe and Geordie have both had two great riders. Kehoe with the early lead here, and he was building his lead all the way. His Geordie, this is his 6.67, so this was ended up being his backup score.
So much sting on those final turns, the judges loving it. But Kehoe caught a lot of waves in this final. He was just so busy. And you can see just so much control out of the lip. He can really add that extra bit of flair. And that's really what got him into this final. It was those big blasts out of the top and throwing heaps of spray.
That's right. I think this was the 6.67 now.
Oh, yeah, this transition 1-2 on the inside was incredible.
This combo here, bang, bang, wow. That was so amazing. I nearly thought that might have deserved a bit more, Vaughan.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Kehoe, he just did not give up. Such a powerful guy. He was, you know, one of those real skinny little whippety kids, but he's grown into the muscle. And then here's the big money, Bugs.
Here's the moment that took glory and took the win.
Wow, you just got to stand and applaud when you see stuff like this.
And if you look just to the right there, he lands, there's a rocky outcrop right there. It's nearly dry rock.
You know what? You say that goofies stick together, well, they'll always find a left, even on a right point break as well, and that's exactly what Geordie did.
But there was none earlier in the week, though, when it was all chunky, big rights coming into the cove, that big, the surging off the rocks. But today, we did see a couple of magic lefts.
Have a go at this final. It is a surf movie clip. It's just endless attack. Lots of flair. And I remember seeing Kehoe in his last couple of rides, Bugs. He was just gassed. The legs. You know, it's a lot of surfing today.
It's so gassed. I mean, you know, the effort this young guy put in was so amazing. He deserved the win too. You know, he really did. He deserved the win. But Geordie Lawler was champion, crown champion. He took it with just a brilliant moment of magic.
The North Narrabeen conveyor belt, it just churns and churns and churns them out. We said it's been a little while since they've had a competitor on the men's CT, but, you know, this is good signs.
Really good signs. You're right, it's a conveyor belt of champions, North Narrabeen. And we saw Nathan, the Hog Hedge, down there congratulating. He was one of the first on the scenes to wrap his arms around Geordie.
I feel like if Hog was in Merimbula and the final started, he would have just jumped into the lake on his board or into the river mouth there and just paddled up the coast to get here in time for the final, just in case Geordie won.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. The enthusiasm. He's just still got that Grommet blood running through him.
Mate, amazing surfing, an amazing week. I mean, the Tweed Coast, I heard you and Ronnie talking about a lot during the week, but such a special area, mate, and it feels like home. You know, you come here, doesn't matter where in the world you're from, it takes no time to settle in and just get deep into the culture of the place.
It's a really friendly part. You know, I mean, I was born in Willumbar, just back here, just at the foot of Mount Warning, and the Tweed Coast has always been a magical place for me. My grandmother lived at Kingscliff, and so many of our school holidays were spent down this Tweed Coast, and it's just it's a magical part of the world.
Mate, we're just waiting for the prezzo to kick off. Ronnie Blakey will be handling the MC duties down there. I have to say, you have been smashing this Oakberry bowl that's sitting in front of you like a maniac. You look like a horse who hasn't had a drink for about 6 months.
This is my first one.
Oh, what?
No, I've been coming here for 6 days going, no, I'm holding back. And I was presented one during the final. I went, oh, well, thank you very much.
Did you pick this shirt on purpose so that someone would go, oh, look, Bugs has got his Oakberry shirt on. We've got to get him.
You know, I'm a strategist.
Look, there it is. That's the good stuff. A huge thanks to Oakberry. Far out, man. What a great supporter of Australian surfing, grassroots surfing, but also at the CT level. They're backing the entire tour. And, mate, I mean, far out. Back in your early days of turning up to comps, how hard was it to get, you know, a healthy food, anything at the contest site?
Oh my gosh, yeah, there was no breakfast, no lunches, there was no nothing. It was amazing, you know. It was pretty raw. Well, sometimes there was no prize money.
Oh yeah, that's even rougher, isn't it?
It had been gambled on a game of bingo the night before.
Well, thanks to Oakberry, we've got the acai bowls and we've got the coin, and it's sitting firmly in Geordie and Sarah Baum's back pockets. We're going to throw it down to Ronnie now. You can rip into your Oakberry there, Bugs. Let's enjoy crowning these champions at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Thank you, Vorno. Thank you, Bugs. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing competitors and, in particular, our finalists here today? What an unbelievable effort. Welcome to the presentation of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, the opening event on our regional tour, and what an event it is. And we had it all this week. Unbelievable conditions, cyclonic conditions to start with. It was a marathon effort from our competitors initially over there at Kingscliff, but it was great to finish the event off at the home of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro here at Cabarita, and what a beautiful place it is. Thanks for having us. We do love our time up here on the Tweed Coast. It is a special place, and we thank Regional New South Wales for bringing us back. Joining me on stage, we have the local member from Tweed, Jeff Proves. Good to see you, Jeff. Also joining us is WSL APAC Tour Manager, Ty Serrati. Great job, Ty. And Alex Suera of Oakberry, the title sponsor for this contest, who is right behind this next crop of rising stars and right behind the Australian leg with WSL. And Alex, we thank you for your support. Cheers. We also want to send a big special thank you out to the Jurakai Surf Culture crew, the local community, Cabra board riders, Kingscliff board riders. Thank you for hosting us here on the Tweed Coast. Please put your hands together for our Water Patrol team. It was a marathon event for them as well, dealing with a lot of elements out there. An absolutely legendary pack of humans, and you did a great job all week. We've got to thank our supporting partners. These events don't just happen, and without their support, we'd be in a lot of trouble. So thank you, Regional New South Wales. Big thanks to Harvey Norman, Bond University, the Tweed Shire Council, and North Star Holiday Resort. Thanks for your support. Please put your hands together for them. All right, before moving into the official proceedings, Ty Serrati, you got a special gift here. We want to acknowledge the amazing title sponsors here, Oakberry. Please put your hands together for them. And this is a special gift, courtesy of the Jurakai Surf Culture Mob. And that's a beautiful memento for Alex there. And, mate, we look forward to seeing you at the rest of the events on the schedule. I'm going to be purple by the end of the Aussie leg. Joining me on stage to help present the Women's Pro Junior Awards, We obviously have Alex, so let's get our finalists up here. What an amazing contest. We've seen the work that the competitors have been putting in between last year's qualifying series and this year's campaign, and a runner-up finish for a rising star. She is the current Aussie champ. Put your hands together for Coco Cants. Well done, Coco. You don't get away that easy. Come on over. Let's have a chat. What an amazing run. I mean, there's a huge cast of surfers pushing hard from the Sunshine Coast. You're one of them, and you've just put yourself in a great position to potentially get into those Challenger Series events. Is this the biggest result of your career?
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest result, but I'm not going to put any pressure on myself to get on the Challenger. I'm just going to go with the flow and have fun.
We love that. Well, you probably have a really fun night tonight. Obviously, there will be celebrations because the importance of capitalising on these QS 5000s. All the competitors are aware of it. You're sitting in number 2 on the ratings. How's that sound?
Oh, sick. Yeah, stoked.
All right, well, have a good time and best of luck for the rest of the QS schedule. Well done on a runner-up finish here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. And that leaves only one. And what a performance it was from the opening round right through to the final. She looked stylish. She hit all the sections and she put up the big numbers. She kept her cool in that final against the rising star. Put your hands together for the champion of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro this year, Sarah Baum. Well done. Amazing effort. Bring it in. Well, Sarah's had big success on the qualifying series before, but Sarah, I believe this is the biggest victory that you've had points-wise, and a really important one when you look at those major contests. There's only 2 of them, and you just got yourself 5,000 points. Well done.
Yeah, no, this is so awesome. I love coming up here to Tweed. There's always such fun waves, and yeah, I kind of just wanted to push my surfing in this event, and I feel like I did that, and all the girls are just surfing so well, and they just kept pushing me, so yeah, it was great.
You've done a few laps of the qualifying series, and obviously you've got a really sharp eye on who those rising stars are, and we can just see the evolution happening in women's performance surfing. But how do you find the edge each year to keep coming back and getting victories like that?
Yeah, I just keep trying to focus on myself, do my thing, focus on my strengths, and try not to focus on the other girls. And yeah, I feel like it's just, like, as I said before, it's just pushing my surfing, so it's so good.
Last year, we were chatting on stage after you had a big finish at the final QS 5000 in Newcastle. Getting the work done early this time, that must feel good.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Yeah, I'm so stoked to win this. This is definitely my biggest win so far, so hopefully we can keep the ball rolling.
I like that so far. There's more to come, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the champion of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. For the women, Sarah Baum, number 1 on the QS ratings. Unbelievable stuff. Now, we're going to get Jeff to come up and say a few words about the event as the local member. Take it away, mate.
Well, thanks, Ronnie, and welcome everyone here to the Tweed. It's really great to represent the government and really support this event. This is the second time, and I can see a long future. I think it's really important to support the up-and-coming sports people, boys and girls and men and women in our event, and I for one enjoy having all the surfers here. I grew up in Cronulla, and just very quickly I always dreamed of being on the podium in a surfing contest, and I never quite achieved that, but here I am now. So anyway, welcome, and it's a great event, and well done to World Surfing League. They always surprise me with how professional they are and how they conduct their events, and more than welcome anytime. Thank you.
Good on you, Jeff. We'll be back, mate. Don't worry about that. Appreciate you hosting us this week. All right, what a performance from all the competitors on the men's side. Big scores dropping throughout the contest. But one guy in particular just started to ramp things up yesterday, and he didn't stop, and that final was one of the best that we've ever seen, I think, at the QS level. Just an absolute seesawing battle. And let's put our hands together for him. An amazing, inspired performance from Kehu Butler. Well done. Jog it in. Well done. Look at that, a runner-up finish. We knew we were going to see an inspired performance from the Kiwis this week, Kihu, because Cyclone Gabrielle, it gave us waves, but it was doing some damage over there on the North Island, and you said early on that you wanted to put together some good scores. Man, that's got to be one of the best runs through a contest you've ever had. How good does that feel?
Yeah, no, it does feel good to, you know, make a final and stuff and have a good heat with Geordie at the end. But, yeah, just wanted to do all my family proud back home and everyone who's going through all that, you know, all the sad stuff over there. So, no, I'm really happy to be here and, yeah, stoked.
Man, it was awesome to see, and I just loved your post-heat interviews. Getting one for the aunties, the uncles, the nans. Anyone else you got to thank?
Nah, just the general aunties, uncles, nans, bit of this, bit of that, everyone, yeah.
Man, last year, you know that you've been on this QS run for a while now, and big results are hard to come by. It's such a stacked field. What do you think about our region, the depth in it, and how hard is it to get yourself huge finishes like a runner-up finish in a 5,000?
What do you mean a while, bro? I'm only 22. You sound like I'm 38. Nah, yeah, no, I've been, well, obviously doing it for a while, but our region's, you know, right up there with, definitely, I reckon it's the best for sure out of everyone else. So we have so much healthy competition. We have, you know, like Hedgie still doing them, and, you know, like Danny Wills and all the boys come in, kick our asses, and then, you know, all the juniors coming through, like, everyone's so gnarly. There isn't a heat where no one's, you know, got an easy heat. So it's good, keeps the competition good, and makes everyone surf better, I reckon.
Awesome, man. Well, it was an amazing performance, some beautiful surfing. Looking forward to seeing you at the next event. Which event is that going to be?
Probably Burleigh, just because it's around the corner. So, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Love it. Have a good night with the Mozzies.
Yeah. I have a real good night with the Mozzies.
Awesome, brother. Congratulations. You're runner-up for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll keep our finalists nearby. We're going to need a photo with you guys at the end of all this. But, well, that was a huge one. We had Kihu chasing his first major QS victory, but he was up against a guy who has had a huge win in the QS, a major QS in the past. He's had some CT experience, including a near-excellent ride at the Pipe Masters. He was too strong this week. From the opening round right through to the final, dropping big numbers, surfing with amazing style and incredible flow. Put your hands together for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro champion for 2023, Narrabeen's Geordie Lawler. Geordie Lawler, what a performance, man. On the bigger days, you just seemed like you were on a magic board, firstly. That thing was just gliding across tricky sections. You were ironing out the creases in these waves, but letting go of big turns. Is that the board you're leaning into on your quest to get back into the challenges?
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Yeah, I don't see why not, eh?
Look good to me, mate. Look good to me. How's that feel? You said after the final that you'd forgotten what that winning feeling was like. Obviously, it's hard to come by wins in this sport. You lose more than you win, but this is a special one. It's been a long time between drinks.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was 2019. I won Manly, and yeah, had to take a moment out there when the hooter went off. It was really nice.
Absolutely. Talk to me about the standard of the competition in this region and the guy that you're up against in the final.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like even the free surfs, you just see like people who I weren't familiar with, and they were just riffing. And yeah, to have a final against Kihu is even more special too, because he's like a brother, and yeah, it was special.
Mate, really interesting tactic on a right-hand point break. Look for the lefts. I usually get any left I want out here at Cabba. But you found it and you got the high-scoring ride of the final, a move that you relied on last time. You had a big QS victory. How confident are you with that move, and were you comfortable sticking it?
Yeah, I don't know. I love my left, so whenever one comes my way, I'm going to go it.
Love it, mate. Well done. Number 1 on the QS ratings now. Heading into that next stop, your Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro Champion. We're going to get our other finalists up here and get that photo moment. But for everyone who's tuned in online watching this contest go down, thanks for your company. For those of you that have turned up and cheered on our athletes this week, we thank you for joining us. Can't wait to get back here next year, and we'll see you at the next stop on the QS schedule.